For Paul Michael Huston. Fiat justitia et pereat mundus. Let justice be done, though the world should perish. Latin proverb. Prologue. The rotor blades of Marine One beat against the rain and hail and the black thunderstorm as the helicopter fought its way from the White House to Camp David. The leading edges of the spinning blades smashed the hail into small ice bullets that slammed noisily into the side of the passenger compartment. An updraft bent the helicopter's blades down unnaturally as it raced upward, only to be forced violently down again. The noise inside President Adams's helicopter grew deafening. The jet engine screamed and the metal bent in resistance to the invisible forces in the darkness. The floor plate in the passenger compartment suddenly buckled and fractured. Vibrations rippled through the sides of the helicopter, first in large waves, then in microscopic spasms that joined to break the aluminum skeleton. The nose of the helicopter pitched up. The occupants cried out as the helicopter fought valiantly against the wall of water and turbulent air. The helicopter flailed as it rolled over and plunged toward the Maryland countryside below. Chapter 1. If my radio alarm had gone off, I would have known the president was dead. But we had lost power from the thunderstorm that still raged when I woke up to the beep of my backup alarm, my Iron Man watch. I got up and didn't even bother to look out the window. I liked running in the rain, but not in a storm. I shaved in the dim bathroom while the rain pounded the roof. I listened to Debbie running around trying to get the kids ready for school in the dark. They ate cold cereal with warm milk and whined about how horrible everything was. It was the worst storm I could remember since moving to Annapolis. My commute wasn't far, but the storm turned it into a complete nightmare. I sometimes wonder why I even bother. I have high-speed internet at home that connects me to my office just as if I were sitting at my desk. But I actually like having an office. There's just a different feel to it when you put on a suit and drive to the office. It feels wrong to sit in my pajamas talking on the phone with a U.S. attorney in D.C., sounding tough about a criminal he's trying to put away. Probably my Marine training. I spent too much of my lost youth deriving comfort from mindless routine. I drove through the downpour, ignorant of the enormity of events that swirled around me. Everyone in the world knew about the crash except me. I sometimes listened to the news while driving, but I had become addicted to books on tape. That day, I was deep into a John le Carré novel, which, when I started the engine in my Volvo XC90, picked up right where it had left off. I got to my office a little later than usual and parked in my space in front of our 2-story red brick building. As far as I knew, it was just another day, with the big storm to remember it by. I opened the heavy door to our building and forced it closed against the wind. I put my umbrella in the brass stand near the door and shook the rain off my raincoat. "Morning," I said to Dolores, our 50-something receptionist who was well-intentioned but didn't really get it. She had an odd look on her face. "Good morning, Mr. Nolan," she said, pregnant with expectation. "How are you, Dolores?" I hung my coat on a peg on the coat rack and picked up my briefcase, waiting for the storm questions. Dolores was waiting for something else. "What?" I asked. "Can you believe the news?" I quickly realized I hadn't heard any news. "What news?" "You haven't heard?" "Heard what?" "About the president." The last time anyone had spoken to me like that about the president was when Reagan was shot by Hinckley and I was a teenager. "What?" I asked. "I thought you must have heard. Power went off. I thought you'd listen in your car. What is it, Dolores?" "The president's helicopter went down last night." I felt a sudden dryness in my throat. "Was he in it?" I asked, afraid of what the answer was. I'm not, or I should say wasn't, a fan of the president's. Different parties, different perspectives on pretty much everything. But the idea of the president dying was about the office of the president, the disruption, not the end of a politician I didn't care for. Yes, on the way to Camp David in the middle of that storm. Why the hell was he flying last night? That was nuts. That's what everybody's asking. Nobody's answering, but... TV on in the coffee room? Yes, sir. She frowned. I started toward the back of the office, thinking about what kind of storm it would take to cause the president's helicopter to go down. Last night's storm was just the kind. Lots of wind, electrical storm, nasty rain, hail, maybe even icing. Lots of possibilities. Anybody get out? I yelled over my shoulder. No, sir. All killed. Pilots, Secret Service agents, president, everybody. I shook my head. Vice President been on television yet? Just for a second. Looked like he'd seen a ghost. He's being sworn in at 10. Mr. Nolan? She said, forcing me to stop. What? I said, stopping. There's something else. What? Catherine Galbraith called. She was the vice president of Aviation Insurers International, or AII as it was known, AII. She was one of the people who retained me in cases, who made it possible for my children to eat more than saltines. A lot of what I did was to defend airplane manufacturers in lawsuits when planes crashed, especially helicopters, which I flew and still did in the Marine Reserves, and which, coincidentally, crash more than fixed-wing airplanes. In the Marine Corps, we said our helicopters were 60,000 parts flying in formation, yearning to be free of each other. Sometimes that was more accurate than we like to admit. AII probably insured either the helicopter or one of the major parts in it, and they were concerned. She say what she wanted? I asked. Just that it was about Marine One. Everybody from our small firm, except Dolores, was crammed into the squeaky-floored coffee room. A small round table sat in the middle of the room, and the old television with a built-in videocassette player was in the corner on the counter. "Morning," I said to the group. They all responded without looking at me. They were riveted to the live images of the crash scene. News helicopters battled each other in the rain overhead the crash site for the best angles to show the wreckage. Several had their cameramen hanging out of the doors to zoom in better on the scene. One cameraman was standing on the skid of his helicopter, held on by a rock-climbing harness. They were about to make more wreckage if they weren't careful. My law partner, Rick Berberian, said, "You lose power?" "Yeah, all night. You?" "Pretty much the whole western part of the city." Two of our three associates were sitting in chairs, leaning forward. If the mood weren't so serious, it would have been comical. Rachel Long, the third associate, who worked exclusively with me, was standing in the corner with her arms crossed. She was also a Naval Academy graduate, surface warfare, who had resigned from the Navy after a crushing divorce from a classmate. With her gaze fixed on the television, she said, "You hear Catherine called?" "Yeah." I nodded and stared at the video images of the crash scene that were being shown over and over as a variety of people spoke over the images. The wreckage still burned in the ravine. You could make out the skeleton of a helicopter and the path of destruction where it had ripped through the trees. There was no trench in the ground or the trees. Marine One had come straight down. A large dark green tarp covered a large portion of the wreckage site. I couldn't figure out how or why they had erected a tarp, then remembered the news helicopters. A lot of sensitive evidence could be on the ground. Like bodies. Like the president's charred body. Not something for the news helicopters to feature around the world. Rachel asked, "Think we'll get a case from this?" Rachel worked with me both on the criminal defense work I did and aviation cases. She hadn't been a pilot when she started with me 4 years before, but had gotten her private pilot's license within a year. She loved it and was working toward her commercial license. Probably thinking about the security clearances. Lots of French workers didn't have the clearances the people at Sikorsky had. Remember all that yelling from Congress? They said if the contract for the new Marine One helicopter went to a French company, it would expose the president to assassination by helicopter. They picked the French company anyway. They're probably scared shitless right now. Rachel stood up.
Maybe they did just kill the president.
Well, maybe they're about to be our client, so don't jump to any conclusions. What do we know so far? I asked.
Rachel sipped her coffee, pushed her black hair behind her ear, and said, "Departed the South Lawn around 10 p.m., heading to Camp David. Secret Service wanted to drive, President wanted to fly. Marine pilot okayed the flight. Apparently he had a ton. What was his name? Chuck Collins?" They all looked at me. "You know him?"
I knew him all right. Not personally as much as by reputation. Everyone in Marine helicopters, even in the reserves, was shocked when he was selected as the commanding officer of HMX-1 to fly the president. There had been a stunned silence in the Corps. We couldn't imagine how a pilot who was widely known to despise the president had become his chief pilot. Most had shrugged and put it down as one of the many ironies of life. Others had simply waited for something dramatic to happen, which they thought was inevitable. But what most expected was an anonymous book or article exposing the president as a fraud or a philanderer, and Collins being fired in disgrace. Rachel broke my train of thought.
"So, do you?"
"Know him? Yeah, sort of. Not very well, reputation mostly. Without a doubt, one of the best pilots in the Corps. He could fly anything. He'd flown FA-18s, then transferred to helicopters. Nobody did that, but he did. He wanted to work with the grunts, get shot at and shoot back instead of dropping bombs. He had supposedly said he wanted to watch 'em die when he was in combat. None of this above-the-fray anonymous bomb-dropping, steak-eating existence for him. What a piece of work. But a great pilot. Several combat tours, highly decorated, brave, heroic even. But how had he become the president's pilot? Had the interviewers been so dazzled they didn't see what he was like? We had all wondered, but had frankly forgotten about it. Rachel went on. "So he changed altitude a couple of times looking for clear air, kept moving around. Last transmission to ATC said he was out of control." "They interviewed the controller?"
"Yeah,
"And they've already recovered the FDR, even though it's pretty burned. They've taken it back to D.C. I felt stupid. If you'd asked me whether Marine One had a flight data recorder, I wouldn't have known. Airliners all have them, but most other planes don't. It made sense that they'd put one in Marine One, particularly the new model. What about the CVR? The cockpit voice recorder, a hard drive that recorded everything the pilots or crew said.
Still looking for it."
"What's everyone saying happened?" I asked. Rachel leaned back slightly.
"First on was that senator from Mississippi."
"Blankenship," Berberian said.
"He called a press conference at the Capitol, said exactly what you just said."
Rachel imitated Blankenship's voice.
"I hate to say I told you so, but I said if we picked this foreign company to build Marine One, admittedly with an American company as the front, that there could be trouble. I'm now told we never even completed the security clearances of the European workers before this helicopter was delivered. Now it's come to this. I am calling for a full investigation into the construction and security of the helicopter, particularly the parts made overseas," Rachel said. "He said if it wasn't intentional, then it was a defective helicopter, and that's almost as bad. So he got two I told you so's, which clearly pleased him. Then there were the usual experts. One former NTSB investigator said it was almost certainly the weather." The NTSB was the National Transportation Safety Board. They were responsible for investigating all major crashes in the United States and sometimes outside the United States. They had trained investigators, one of whom was in charge of any investigation. Those investigators would often retire and go into private consulting work doing the same thing for private parties for a lot more money. Pretty good guess. Not if you listen to the other former NTSB investigator. He said this helicopter could handle that weather no problem. Wouldn't be comfortable, but wouldn't cause it to crash, and they were too high for a wind shear to knock them down.
That's also true. What else? I asked.
Then there was the former helicopter pilot with 1,000,000 flight hours who suspects foul play. Said these Marine One pilots are the best helicopter pilots in the world, flying the strongest and best helicopter in the world. Wouldn't be maintenance, not with the way they take care of Marine One. He said it was either a missile or a mid-air by another plane that wasn't squawking. Squawking? Berberian asked. I answered, had their transponder turned off so Washington Control couldn't see them on their radars, at least not easily. Might be the only way you could get another airplane close to the president in the air. I watched the video on the screen zoom in on a large rotor blade that was close to the rest of the wreckage. It was nearly intact. It'd be pretty hard to shoot down a helicopter in the dark through a thunderstorm. Could be done with radar and fire control, but it wouldn't be easy. And I promise you, not by some random guy with a Stinger in his trunk. Marine One have anti-missile defenses? Sure, I answered. What sort? You're not cleared for that. Berberian laughed. You don't know, do you? I looked over his way. Actually, I do, but I can't talk about it. He was puzzled. Why the hell not? Because I fly that helicopter every month, Rick. I know the secret supplement. The what? The book that describes all the classified equipment. Berberian wasn't persuaded. He wanted the inside scoop and was pissed I wouldn't give it to him. Rachel poured another cup of coffee and headed toward the door while I watched the political commentators in front of the White House discussing the swearing-in of the vice president, Donald Cunningham, the former senator from Illinois. Shall we call Catherine? She asked. We? Aren't I going to be involved? Rachel asked. In the case or investigation, whatever it is, probably, but not the phone call. I'm not going to make this call on a speakerphone. Rachel was disappointed. She wanted to have more responsibility, the kind she had grown accustomed to as a Navy officer. I'll let you know what she says. I walked up the stairs to my office. Rachel was right behind me. Her office was next to mine. I turned on my computer, checked a few news websites, and glanced at my emails. Dozens of emails from other Marine pilots in the reserves, most wanting everyone else's take on the accident. I could answer those later. I picked up the phone and dialed Catherine's number. Chapter 2. The phone rang 3 times before Catherine's secretary picked it up. Miss Galbraith's office. She sounded harried. Morning, Michelle. Is Catherine available? She's in a conference. May I take a message? I could imagine the pandemonium in her office on the 40th floor at the south end of Manhattan. It wasn't too far from where the World Trade Center towers had been. Catherine had watched the planes fly into the towers from her office window while she was talking to her 12-year-old daughter on the phone. She said it had changed her life. They had debated moving their offices to New Jersey, but had decided that would be giving in, and had stuck it out in New York. Sure, please tell her that Mike Nolan called. Oh, sorry, Mr. Nolan. I didn't recognize your voice. It's been pretty crazy. No problem. She wants to talk to you. Please hold while I get her. Sure. I waited for almost 10 minutes, searching various websites for the latest information while I waited. Catherine came on the line. Mike, you still there? Sorry. No problem. Morning. It feels like 10 o'clock at night. What a morning. Look, Marine One. Yeah, bad deal. Who do you have? World Copter. They're getting absolutely hammered in the press. Did you see Senator? I heard about it. What the hell does he think he's doing? Grandstanding. It's what they do. It's really unhelpful right now. I waited. Look, World Copter wants an attorney on this right now. They know they're going to be in everyone's crosshairs. They want someone who has tried helicopter cases and understands criminal cases, and they want a helicopter pilot. That's a small group of people. And not only are you a helicopter pilot, it's my recollection when we were working on that Bell case that you actually fly this same helicopter, the same as Marine One. True, the standard Marine Corps version. World Copter knows that no matter what happens, they're the target. NTSB investigation, Senate investigation, probably the FBI, maybe justice, pretty much everybody in Washington will be after them, and they figure in a crash this big somebody's going to sue them. One of the widows of the Secret Service agents, who knows? And they think when the investigations are all done, the government will never find pilot error. They'll try to dump this on them. They may be right. The NTSB's default logic is that the butler did it, the pilot. But when the butler is the president's pilot and the helicopter is mostly French, their default would probably be to find something wrong with the helicopter. So I gave them your name, faxed them your CV. It's a little bit of a hard sell because you're not with a big firm. They're not sure you can handle it. But for now, I've convinced everyone. You know what I remember most?
What?
Remember that Whitcomb case, the one you tried in Virginia?
Sure.
I've never seen anyone cooler under pressure. That whole thing was falling down around your ears, and you just got more and more calm. Everybody, including the client, wanted to cave and settle. What did our expert do?
He changed his testimony on cross-examination to support the plaintiff's case.
And you cross-examined him. You impeached your own expert, then told the jury you had been wrong and changed your whole theory in the middle of trial. That took nerves of steel, Mike. If I weren't a woman, I'd say it took something else. But I think this case may take even stronger nerves, if that makes sense. Look, they're very impressed by your hours in this helicopter, and they like that you do criminal work. We want to retain you for WorldCopter. Any conflicts?
No problem.
Good. They want you on it right now.
Fine. They want to meet?
No, I mean right now, as in at the accident scene.
That caught me by surprise.
The scene? Attorneys don't go to the scene until the NTSB is done. This is different. They don't trust anybody. They want you there as an advisor at the scene itself. When can you get there?
I'm not sure the NTSB will even let me. And if I go to the scene, it might make me a witness. I could get disqualified if it goes to trial, if I have to testify.
I told them that. They don't care. They're willing to take the chance. How long to get out there?
Where is it?
I only knew it was on the way to Camp David. I'll send you the coordinates. It's where the hills toward Camp David start forming ravines. Supposedly there's a fire road about 1,000 yards from the site. It's probably all mud by now. Do you have four-wheel drive?
Yeah, sort of. It'll take me at least a couple of hours, maybe more.
She wasn't deterred. I'll email you the coordinates. Do you have GPS?
Yeah. I'll leave now and head in the general direction. Email me the coordinates and I'll punch them in.
Make sure your cell is on.
She hung up. She had never hung up on me without saying anything else. I grabbed my suit coat and walked to Rachel's office. She turned toward me.
What's up?
Let's go.
Go where?
To the scene. We've been hired to represent WorldCopter.
And they want us out at the scene?
Yep, right now. Me, actually, but I want you there in case I start yelling at somebody. You can tell them I haven't had my medication or something. Come on, we need to go right now. Meet me out at my house in 30 minutes. You remember where I live?
Sure. Do I need to bring anything?
Just your boots, whatever you've got that has Gore-Tex, and your new camera. Don't be late or I'll leave without you. We've got to get out there before they rig the entire investigation to make WorldCopter look like a shitty foreign company that killed the president. Rachel was on time. She climbed into my Volvo and we headed off. Catherine had sent me the coordinates of the accident site and where the fire road intersected the state highway. I had grabbed my VFR flight chart out of my flight bag, which showed the fire road. It didn't show Camp David, of course. Charts didn't show a lot of things the government didn't want on charts. The GPS showed us as a triangle on a moving map heading out of Annapolis into the countryside. I put the coordinates in my handheld GPS as well. The rain had slightly slackened. It was one of those confused times in March that could become winter or spring, depending on its mood. The fire road was probably just a dirt strip between the trees and by now was surely just a muddy rut. Worse, it was probably obliterated by the fire and rescue trucks, to say nothing of the FBI, Secret Service, and NTSB vehicles. I had serious doubts I'd be able to get through the mess in my Volvo SUV. Rachel asked, "You ever been out this way?" "I've been to Catoctin Mountain Park, where Camp David is. It's a national park. I've been fishing there. Nice place, lots of hardwood, some pine. Broke a good bamboo fly rod out there. Should have taken my little 3-weight rod for the stream I was fishing, but I was in a hurry. Rachel turned toward me in her seat.
What did Catherine say?
Worldcopter's sure they're going to be the sacrificial goat. Too easy a target. They want legal advice from the first minute at the scene. Rachel shook her head.
Nothing like a foreign company killing the president, particularly a French one. This is going to be something.
It's officially an American company, but I hear you. I handed her my BlackBerry. Take a look at the email Catherine sent me. It has the names of the company reps that will be out there. Most are French, but they all speak English. They've got a power plant guy, an airframe guy, an accident investigator.
Will the NTSB let them get involved?
Sure, they always do. They have company reps in all the groups. They need to know what the manufacturer knows. They have their best investigator on it already. I heard the name on the television.
Who is he?
It's a she. Her name is Rose Lysenko. I looked at the GPS screen as Rachel copied the names from my BlackBerry to her pad. 1 mile. Start looking for the fire road to our left. The rain had picked up again. It pounded on the moonroof and ran down the sides of the windshield after the wipers tried to throw it out of the way. I leaned forward to see through the distorted images. My cell phone, which was also my BlackBerry, rang. Rachel was still holding it. Answer it. Rachel pushed the button.
Rachel Long.
She waited and looked at me.
Hi, Catherine. Yes, he's right here.
She handed me the BlackBerry. Hi, Catherine.
I wanted to let you know about a development.
Her voice sounded wearier than the last time we had spoken. Sure.
Where are you?
About a mile from the fire road.
Still raining?
It's slowed, but now it's pouring again.
Hope you can get there.
Me too. What is it?
The Attorney General just went on the television. Justice is beginning an investigation.
What kind of investigation? I asked as I slowed. I pointed toward where I expected the fire road to be. Rachel nodded and started looking.
Unrelated to the NTSB and Secret Service, he said he's looking into the bid process and how Worldcopter was selected for the presidential helicopter, and how this helicopter got into use when some of the people who worked on it didn't have clearances.
Picked right up where the senator left off.
He called for a meeting with the president of Worldcopter for tomorrow. We've talked to the president. He wants you to be there.
Me? When?
Tomorrow, in D.C.
Don't they have their own in-house guys?
Yes, but they want you to be there.
Absolutely. Is it at Justice?
2:00.
We've got to prepare for that, Catherine. You can't just walk into that buzzsaw.
You're set to have lunch at noon tomorrow at the Capitol Grill. There's a room reserved in the back.
Okay, I'll be there. There it is, I said to Rachel as I pulled off the road. Sorry, Catherine, we're at the fire road. I've got to go.
Call me later.
I never would have found the fire road if I hadn't had GPS. It was raining so hard I could barely see the Maryland highway. I turned sharply off the pavement onto the dirt and felt the wheels settle sickeningly into the mud. I selected mandatory 4-wheel drive and pressed gently on the accelerator. The tires gripped enough to keep us moving, and we drifted through the water-filled shoulder onto a slightly firmer surface that led us into the woods. I accelerated cautiously, knowing if we stopped, we'd never get moving again. We headed deeper into the woods, following the now obvious ruts and tracks. The windshield wipers hurled the rain off the windshield just fast enough for me to see my way. I glanced down at the GPS screen. Fire roads aren't on the nav system, so it wasn't of much help. It showed us gliding over a green forest with no road in sight. We rounded a gentle curve and came upon an FBI roadblock. Several agents had set up a crude but intimidating barrier where the road narrowed. They motioned me to stop. "No visitors," one of the agents said. Others were standing in the woods with firearms protruding from their parkas. "I'm Mike Nolan. I'm with Worldcopter. I'm their attorney." He looked at a list on his Palm Pilot. "ID?" I handed him my driver's license. He examined it closely, then handed it back. "About a mile ahead. Watch out for the hill." I nodded, accelerated gently, and pulled away. We regained our momentum and were making good progress. Suddenly the road made a sharp turn to the right, and I found myself hurtling down a steep hill. I turned the wheel quickly to stay straight, but not fast enough. The Volvo slid sideways down the hill. I continued to try to compensate for the drift. Finally, the wheels gripped, and we headed straight downhill, only to see what had to be 25 trucks and cars parked at the bottom. I put on my brakes, which tried to help, but even with anti-skid, the tires couldn't grip the slushy mud. Rachel grabbed the handle on the side of the door as she braced herself for the impact and prepared to be punched in the face by the airbag. I could hear the word shit forming in her mouth. I was completely out of control as we plummeted down the muddy bank. As we careened to the bottom of the hill, I saw an area to the right of the parked vehicles that looked like mush. It was the only hope I had. I gently turned the wheels to the right, praying for some traction or at least steerage. The car moved sluggishly off the fire road into the high grass just shy of the trees. Rachel recoiled from the door, waiting for me to hit one of the massive trees on the right, now inches from her door. I gently braked, hoping to take off some speed. There was just enough room on the right of the parked vehicles and to the left of the trees for me to pass through and head up the other hill. I flashed past an international yellow fire truck and slowed quickly in the mud beyond. I braked, came to a halt, turned the wheels sharply back toward the trees, and stopped. We both took a deep breath, and I said, "Let's go." Rachel slowly removed her white hand from the door handle. I grabbed my parka from the back and pulled it over my head, got out, and opened the hatch. Rachel joined me underneath it, out of the rain. She looked for the location of the wreck and saw the tracks headed past the parked vehicles. She pointed toward the hill. I looked at my handheld GPS, which had the coordinates of the wreck, and nodded. Chapter 3. We crossed 2 hills and ravines. At the top of the 3rd hill, we looked down and could see the crash site. A flame was angrily burning in the pouring rain right in the middle of the wreckage. It hissed and sputtered like the eternal flame on another president's grave in Arlington. The firemen and investigators at the accident scene must already have determined the flame was no threat. Extinguishing it would probably destroy more evidence than would be justified by the effort. The site was full of people in blue nylon jackets with NTSB or FBI or Secret Service letters you could see from 200 yards away. Some firemen were clearly debating whether the NTSB was right to let the flame burn. I tried to see under the massive green tarp. From where we stood, our view was partially blocked, but we could see a lot more than the helicopters circling overhead. I could see 3 bodies lying next to the wreckage. They were badly burned. I got a sick, brassy feeling in my mouth as I wondered whether I was looking at the burned body of the President of the United States. It was a disturbing image and a disturbing thought. Rachel saw me looking at the bodies. "Is that all of them?" "I don't think so. I think there were 7 people on the helicopter." As we got closer, we could see that the damage to the dead was even more horrific. I wondered if they'd suffered, if they'd survived the crash and simply burned to death. In many helicopter accidents, the occupants had only minor injuries but died in the fire. What a horrible way to go. We trudged down through the mud and trees and approached the yellow caution tape that established the perimeter 100 yards from the center of the crash. They didn't want anyone stepping on pieces of wreckage and burying them in the mud. A woman stood in the middle of the wreckage with her thick blonde hair pulled back in a braid that went halfway down her back. I nodded toward the woman and said to Rachel, "There she is." "Who?" Rachel asked. "Rose Lysenko, the NTSB's investigator in charge, the IIC, for this accident." Rose had seen us and was extremely concerned that someone was approaching her accident site. She hurried over to the caution tape and looked at me. "No press." "I'm not with the press, Rose." She looked at me more carefully as the rain dripped down her face. She wore no hat, no hood, and used no umbrella. Her incredibly thick hair absorbed 80% of the rain that was hitting her head, but it was now saturated. The rain oozed out of her hairline onto her face and neck. She was maybe 5'4", thin and not unattractive, but she had a hard face and dark eyes. She didn't want to be distracted, and whatever it was I wanted, she didn't want any part of it. "Do I know you?" "Mike Nolan. I'm an attorney." "No attorneys here. Absolutely no attorneys." She probably assumed I was a plaintiff's attorney who had showed up to find out how to sue someone. "I'm here for World Copter. They asked me to come out." "They're here already, and they don't need any help. Thanks for dropping by." She turned and walked back toward the crash site. Rachel looked at me with concern. I bent under the caution tape and walked right behind Rose. Rachel followed. Rose turned around. "You think this is a game, sir? This is a controlled site. We're investigating Marine One here, not some student pilot accident. If you stay here, I will have you arrested," she said angrily. "I'll do whatever you say, Rose, but I've been requested to be here by World Copter. You know, a party to an investigation can have whoever they want on their team." She was already onto something else in her mind. She didn't have time for an argument. She threw her hand at me in disgust. She walked back to a group of NTSB investigators huddled under several umbrellas trying to examine photographs of a World Copter similar to Marine One. I handed my camcorder to Rachel. "Videotape everything. I've got several tapes and 3 extra batteries in that bag. Use it all." "Don't you want me to take photographs? You told me to bring my camera." "Absolutely. Photograph everything. Do both. We can't have too many pictures." I saw a man with a World Copter jacket and gestured to him. He approached. "Hi, I'm Mike Nolan. I'm supposed to talk to Marcel?" "Yes, he's right over there," the man said in perfect English. "What's your name?" "Jeff Turner, Vice President of Operations for World Copter U.S." We followed him to where the other World Copter people were congregated. I looked at the wreckage up close for the first time. The fire had consumed most of the aluminum skin of the aircraft. Small pieces were identifiable, but most of what remained was a piled, blackened tangle of magnesium, aluminum composites, and steel. The tail rotor had somehow survived nearly intact. It was attached to part of the tail boom and stuck up from the ground about 8 feet, just high enough for the blades to not touch the ground. It was eerie. Suddenly, the scent of burned flesh pierced my consideration of the scene. I had smelled burned flesh before. It's the kind of thing you never forget. While in the Marine Corps, I had had the unfortunate experience of investigating 2 accidents. Both had been caused by pilot error and had resulted in the pilot and many others being, as Tom Wolfe would put it, burned beyond recognition. The NTSB workers were sifting through the wreckage, still looking for the other bodies, or what pieces of them they could find. I saw a flash of white in one section of the debris that looked to be the back of a skull, with the scalp burned off. I looked up into the rain, blocking with my hand to try to see the trees through which the helicopter had plummeted. Most were tall oaks and hickory, with some pine. They were well over 50 feet tall and hardy. Branches that the blades had cut through lay around the wreckage. The leaves were still green and the cuts were fresh, but there weren't that many of them. The helicopter had come almost straight down. To me, that meant it had lost power. The pilot might have tried an auto-rotation, where you use the rotor blades as an air brake to slow the fall of a helicopter that has lost power. It's something you practice from the first day of helicopter training. But that doesn't make it easy, especially at night, especially in a storm. The pilot might have lost power, descended in an auto-rotation, and misjudged his height above the ground. Possible, but really unlikely. This helicopter had 3 engines. It obviously had fuel because the fuel was still burning. The odds of losing power in all 3 engines simultaneously were about 0. It could have been contaminated fuel or fuel line blockage, but again, with Marine One, the best maintained and best protected helicopter in the world, I doubted it. Something else had happened. Jeff was walking away from the bodies. "Jeff, I'll be right there," I said, peeling off and walking toward the tarp and the bodies, which had been laid side by side. Secret Service agents were standing around the bodies. I looked at every part of every body. I couldn't stop myself. I looked for identifying clues. But I had finally gotten close enough that one of the Secret Service agents came over to me and put his hand on my chest. "Who are you?" I didn't have a badge or jacket or any other identification. Rachel stood about 8 feet behind me. She continued to film everything, including the bodies. The same Secret Service agent that had me in his sights looked at her. "Put the camera down." While still touching my chest, he glimpsed over his right shoulder. "Greg, watch this one." Greg immediately came over and stood in front of me and began asking me questions, while the first Secret Service agent walked to Rachel. "Give me the camera." "It's not mine. I didn't ask you who owned it. Give it to me. We're investigating the accident. Nobody videotapes a deceased president." So one of the 3 bodies was Adams. Rachel looked at me for guidance. I gave her a slight nod. She spoke to the agent. "Just take that tape. I need to record other parts of the wreckage. I won't record the bodies." She looked at the camera on both sides, turned it over, unable to figure out how to eject the cartridge. She looked at me for guidance. I put my hands up to the Secret Service agent, indicating I was backing away, and went back to Rachel. I took the camera, ejected the tape, and handed it to the Secret Service agent. "We won't videotape the bodies. You have my word." He glared at me and returned to his position, slipping the tape into his pocket. I walked back over to the agent named Greg and stood beside him. He looked at me suspiciously. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I'm an attorney with World Copter." He nodded. "They're gonna need one." He was probably doing what everyone else in the country was doing. Assuming it was the company's fault. Either they built a shitty helicopter or they let some maniac who didn't have a security clearance sabotage the helicopter and kill the president. Either way, we lost. You may be wrong about that, but we'll save that for another day. I went back over to Turner. "What do you have so far?" He gestured me farther away from the Secret Service agents. I motioned for Rachel to walk with us. We stood near the yellow tape on the uphill side of the wreckage by ourselves. Turner said, "Helicopter's completely destroyed, but one thing." He looked around at the others investigating the accident and glanced over at the nearly intact rotor blade that I had seen on the television screen. "What?" "That blade. The threads look stripped, but the blade is almost completely intact except for the end cap and the tip weights." Rachel frowned and asked, "Can we go look at it?" Turner considered her request. "Yeah, but act like you're just curious. I'll come over and explain it to you." Rachel walked away, looking around, taping the entire scene with the video camera, then stopped near the blade. She videotaped it, stopped taping, and called out to us. "What about this?" We walked over to the massive rotor blade, perhaps 30 inches across and 40 feet long. Titanium shaft, composite core, and carbon fiber skin on the outside. The shaft had a yellow painted stripe near the attachment end that would tell us which of the 7 blades this one was. Each had a different color ring, the blue blade, red blade, yellow blade. I asked Jeff, "What do you make of it?" "Come down here." He motioned, indicating the end of the blade away from where it attached to the helicopter. "Look at the end." It was bare, with something of a concave look the entire width of the blade's surface. I could see immediately what Jeff's concern was. Rachel was puzzled. "The end looks odd." "You know what tip weights are?" I asked her. "Not really." They're little washer-like things that you stack onto those bolts there at the end. The end cap covers that and the rest at the end of the blade. You know the tiny weights that get tapped onto the rims when you get new tires for your car to balance the wheel? Same idea. It's to balance a spinning surface. If a blade is out of balance, the entire helicopter vibrates. If it's bad enough, the helicopter comes apart. Rachel looked at the size of the blade, glanced back at the wreckage where the main rotor head lay in the middle, and asked, "How do you balance it?" Jeff said, "The golden blade." "What's that?" "Every blade is built to the same specs, but it's impossible to make two things exactly alike to the thousandth of an ounce. So we balance every blade against the same master blade, the golden blade. It sits in a room all by itself and is never touched or modified in any way. It stays attached to a spinning rotor head, and every blade that comes in has to run in perfect balance and tracking with the golden blade. We adjust it by adding small tip weights. If they balance against the golden blade, they'll balance against each other." Rachel asked, "So why is this blade here?" Jeff looked at me with what I took to be extreme concern, maybe just short of fear. "Looks like it came off in the air." Losing a blade in midair would almost certainly be the manufacturer's problem. A couple of things could cause that to happen that wouldn't be, but those were extremely unlikely. I asked him, "Wouldn't the blade vibrate itself to death? Wouldn't it have thrown parts all over the countryside?" I stared at the blade, trying to listen to what it was saying. "And after coming apart in the air, it just happened to land right where the rest of the helicopter crashed? I'm not buying it." He said, "Me neither, but it sure came off somehow, and it's not as beat to death as the others, which are still attached." I walked to the end of the blade where it would have attached to the helicopter. Jeff and Rachel followed me. I asked, "What about the threads? Are they stripped?" "They look like it, but I can't say for sure. Have to put it under an SEM, a scanning electron microscope." He put his hands deeper into his parka. "I don't think I need to tell you how bad this is going to be for WorldCopter if we threw a blade in a storm and killed the president." I didn't respond. The answer was more obvious than the question. Just then, another man with WorldCopter printed on the front of his raincoat approached the three of us. Jeff said to me, "Mike, let me introduce you to Marcel. Marcel is the chief accident investigator for WorldCopter. Have you met?" "No. Hello, Marcel." I extended my hand, and he shook it vigorously. Marcel said, "Thank you for coming, Mr. Nolan. We thought we would have much difficulty from the NTSB, but they've been very cooperative. We are able to work freely." He had a heavy French accent and was trying to be optimistic and upbeat, but the weight of what he was doing was evident on his rain-covered face. "Come over here. I want to show you something." We followed Marcel to the main part of the wreckage. We stopped under the corner of the tarp. Marcel looked around nervously as he watched the government inspectors sifting. We followed his gaze and saw others walking up the hill looking over every square foot for any other evidence that wasn't in the central area. Marcel leaned closer to me and said, "We are very concerned about this investigation. We are sure that at the end of it will be shown to be pilot error. It is one of the reasons that I wanted you to come out here. I don't trust anyone." He looked around casually, then leaned toward me. "I am afraid the government will be listening to all my cell phones." "Why do you think that?" Marcel's face clouded. "Did you not see that, Senator?" "Blankenship." "Yes. His press conference at the Capitol. He is attacking WorldCopter. I think, as you Americans say, with a vengeance, a French word, which of course means the same thing in French, and we understand this. We invented this, and of course we have heard what you have heard, that the Justice Department also is beginning an investigation,
As I recall, the Justice Department also includes the FBI, although I am not sure with Home Defense, Homeland Security. Yes, but I am quite sure that they are investigating too. Many investigations, all with the purpose of making this our fault. So, if true, does that mean that they could listen in on our cell phones, Mr. Nolan? This was already getting way more complex than the average aircraft case. It was the kind of case you long to have your whole professional life, yet also hope you never do. It's the kind of case that can make you and break you at the same time. No, they won't be listening in on our calls. They know I'm an attorney. It would be privileged. I suppose they could claim they didn't know, so yes, I guess it's possible they could be listening in if they have a warrant. For other conversations, it wouldn't hurt to assume your calls were being monitored, I suppose. If you want to be paranoid, I wanted to add, but thought better of it. Marcel nodded. Exactly. So you know about the Justice Department investigation? You will be there? I'll be there. I'm taking Rachel, too. Marcel agreed. Yes, it's good to have a woman there. Everything is different when a woman is there. They will be less aggressive. Don't bet on that, but she's going anyway. A voice from behind us said, Marcel! We turned, and it was Rose. She was walking toward Marcel. We crossed to meet her. She spoke to him and ignored us. We found the CVR. Looks intact. We're getting it to the lab. If it's in as good a shape as it looks, we're going to play it tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Just wanted you to know. Marcel was shocked. Well, NTSB headquarters. She turned back to what she was doing to find the head of the engine manufacturer's investigation team. Marcel almost smiled. I am quite pleased we put these black boxes into the airplane. We should be able to find out what happened. It will certainly help. He looked into my eyes to make sure I was listening. I want you to be there too, he said, pointing at my chest, at the playing of the tape. You're a pilot. Marcel returned to what he was doing, and Rachel and I were left alone. She was videotaping the NTSB investigators doing their work. Videotape everything twice. I've got to look around. I walked around the perimeter and just looked. I tried to absorb what it was telling me. An accident site speaks to you like a painting. You may not get it the first time, or even the second, and years later, when you look at it again, you'll see new things. That morning, every blade of grass, every piece of metal, every pattern had something to say, something about how this helicopter had ended up where it did and why it crashed. I wasn't an expert in accident reconstruction, but I had learned that when these experts did form their conclusions, I'd often notice something, either by having been there or from a photograph, that caused me to question their conclusions. And sometimes it made a difference. I walked away from the tarp and found pieces of wreckage 100 feet and more away from the impact point. I was sure the NTSB would find every piece and create a wreckage diagram. I'd had bad experiences where they had missed things, but this was Marine One. They wouldn't leave anything undone. And if they needed an army to find things, they had the entire FBI at their disposal. I looked at the trees and the ravine and tried to visualize what had happened in the dark night. I imagined the helicopter with its lights flashing and its blades desperately trying to keep the helicopter in the air as it plummeted through these tall trees in the dark, in its dying seconds, in a hail of shattered blades, screaming jet engines, breaking metal, and death. I began to wonder if it had been on fire before it hit. That might explain everything. And I couldn't forget that it might have been shot down. Chapter 4. We got towed up the giant mud hill by a massive Marine Corps truck and drove back to my house in the dark. We arrived about 8, completely exhausted.
Rachel went on her way, and I spent an hour explaining to Debbie what I had been doing all day. Later that night, I typed the 20-page to-do list that had been spinning in my head since the morning. It was more stressful not to write it down and run the risk of forgetting things than it was to stay up through my exhaustion and write it. At least I had the beginning of a plan, including responding to the investigations I knew about and the others that were sure to come. The government investigations would be the heart of it. If they were able to hang this on WorldCopter, lawsuits and the collapse of the company would surely follow. We had to blunt the attack in the beginning. After finishing the list, I collapsed into bed. The next morning, I stood under my open garage door at 6 a.m., drinking hot coffee, waiting for Rachel. The rain still poured down from the same massive storm that had been blowing on the south lawn when President Adams had insisted on going to Camp David. Rachel pulled up and we climbed into my Volvo SUV. It was still coated with Maryland mud everywhere the rain couldn't reach. We headed off to D.C. Neither of us spoke for the first 15 minutes as we waited for the coffee to kick in. She looked tired and put her head back on the headrest. I turned down NPR, which was covering the crash and the implications. "You okay?" "Tired." The rain slackened. "That's the first time you've ever been to a crash site, isn't it?" "Yeah." "What did you think?" She rolled her head toward me against the headrest. "It's also the first time I've ever seen a dead body." "Really?" "I've seen pictures, but I've never seen a dead body. Outside of a casket. Sticks with you, doesn't it?" Rachel slowly moved her hand up and down the shoulder harness across her chest. "I think I was up all night. I couldn't get the image of A3 out of my mind." A3 was the nickname given to President James Adams, or maybe chosen by him. Although he was now simply known as the deceased president, James Adams claimed to be descended from John Adams of colonial fame and his son John Quincy Adams. So he claimed to be the third Adams president, which everyone abbreviated as A3. Some in the political press claimed that one of the men in Adams's line of descent had been adopted, and he didn't therefore count. But none of that stopped the usually critical press from making endless jokes about the Adams family as just an extension of the television show. President Adams had loved the nickname A3. He loved the historical resonance he believed he got from being in the lineage of two of the first 6 presidents of the United States. Rachel continued. "All I could see was A3 lying there on the ground with his lips burned back over his teeth." She stopped as she studied the image again. "Like a big shit-eating grin. One of those things you wish you had never seen, but you can't tear your eyes away." She glanced up at me in the morning dimness, probably wanting me to say something deep. I nodded. "I've seen enough dead bodies that I don't notice so much. But it's always different when they're burned. It's just more obscene. Like they've been defaced. I don't mean that literally. I mean that it's like it burned away their identity." Rachel nodded. "I just hope I don't start snoring when they're playing the cockpit voice recorder." "Not likely. There are few things more riveting than listening to the cockpit voice recorder of an airplane that you know is going to crash, but the ones speaking don't." I turned onto the freeway heading west to D.C. "Plus, I want you to do more than just listen. I want you to watch the other people in the room. Sit in the back, see how they're reacting. See when the people glance at each other like they've heard something significant or noteworthy." "Do you have any more coffee?" Rachel asked. "On the floor behind my seat." She didn't move. "Maybe I'll just get some sleep on the way down." "No way. We've got lots to discuss. I'll talk, you write." I handed her my to-do list. Like the naval officer she used to be, she sat up without protest and got out her notepad. I handed her my typed to-do list, and we went through everything, from understanding the manufacturing process, getting diagrams and the maintenance manuals for the helicopter, to checking newspaper and internet materials on every wacky theory that was already being circulated. I knew how this investigation was going to be conducted. Not only would no stone be left unturned, but each stone would be smashed open and examined from the inside, regardless of whose stones they were. Of course, what was on everyone's mind, and what the NTSB didn't yet deny, was that maybe terrorists had finally taken out the president. The thought sent chills through the government and the entire country. No one had seen any evidence of terrorism, or even foul play, but a lot of FBI experts could be talking to each other about that very thing, and not WorldCopter or me or the press. I felt my BlackBerry buzzing. I grabbed it, pushed the phone button, and answered. Mike Nolan. Mike? Catherine. Morning. Where are you? I called your office and they said you were on your way to D.C., but I didn't think your meeting with WorldCopter was until lunch. The NTSB is going to play the CVR this morning. Marcel wanted me to be there. Mike, you've got to keep me posted on what you're doing. I needed to know that. I might have liked to listen to the tape. What time are they playing it? Sorry, I didn't think about that. 9 o'clock. I looked at the clock on the dash. You might still make it if you left now. Too late. She sounded perturbed. Look, I was talking to Richard in London and he said he's glad you're aboard, but he may bring on some help. Richard was the CEO of Aviation Insurers International, based in London. He was Catherine's boss. I saw the car in front of me suddenly slow as the nose of the car dipped. He was braking hard. I hit the brakes and could feel the anti-lock brakes take effect as I tried to slow without hitting him. I tried not to fire off an expletive. What kind of help? A couple of people, really. He mentioned Mark Brightman on the civil side. Everybody knew who Brightman was. The aggressive defense lawyer from New York City carried his New York attitude with him everywhere he went. Seriously? Yes, we're thinking about it. You said a couple. He was thinking of getting someone who has experience in Washington with these political witch hunts. Who? Not sure yet. Some big names. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I was annoyed, but said nothing. Just let me know. I drove into downtown Washington with the familiar monuments pointing to the sky, which was beginning to clear from the lingering storm. The city now had a new president. Vice President Donald Cunningham had been sworn in as President of the United States the day before, while Rachel and I were out in the mud. All the news reports mentioned how his hand visibly shook on the Bible. Reporters were surprised by his nervousness. They took it as a reaction to the rumors that they had started and were now rampant that the vice president felt that he was in danger. He believed the president had been murdered. That was really helpful to us. Most of the talk was about murder by WorldCopter through their incompetence, their uncleared workers who undoubtedly sabotaged the helicopter, the dead rotor blade lying in the dirt, and the evil foreign corporations who had stolen this major contract from its rightful owner, the American manufacturer who had been making the presidential helicopters for the last 50 years. It was a classic example of what the press was so good at. Taking a small piece of information, breaking it up into even smaller threads and weaving a conspiracy. Really helpful. We drove to NTSB headquarters and parked a couple of blocks away. We put on our suit coats and walked toward the building. The whole city felt different. It was hard to describe. It was as if the entire city were in a faint shadow of a massive object high above that was about to fall on it. The shadow would be there until the city knew what had happened to their president, or until the object landed on them. The lobby was jammed with reporters and cameras. I said to Rachel, "Don't say anything." The reporters looked at us, wondered who we were, and finally decided to ask. One reporter with a local Washington television station ran up to me and stuck a microphone in my face. Her cameraman had his Sony television camera on his shoulder with its red recording light illuminated. She asked me, "Are you here to listen to the cockpit voice recorder?" "Yes, I am." "And who are you?" "I'm Mike Nolan." "And who are you with?" "I'm with her," I said, indicating. "Excuse us. Are you an attorney?" she asked to my back. I didn't respond as I walked to the receptionist and gave her my driver's license. She looked at the list and checked my name off and handed me a visitor's badge. I passed through the turnstiles and took the elevator to the 4th floor, where I knew the large hearing room was. It was 8:30, and only 10 other people were there, several from the NTSB and several men who looked to me to be with the Secret Service. The room was government-stark. The paintings on the wall looked like photocopies of bad art in cheap metal frames. 2 long metal tables were up front with 50 or so metal chairs placed like audience seats throughout the rest of the room, with a narrow aisle in the middle. The only thing in the room that looked modern or new was a sophisticated PA system that had large speakers on stands at the ends of the 2 metal tables and a large amplifier in the middle of the table hooked up to the speakers. The charred CVR sat next to the amplifier. A technician was connecting its wires to the amp in preparation for playing the tape. It wasn't actually a tape at all, of course, but a hard drive. The sound was recorded digitally. Tapes are too vulnerable to heat and pressure. The orange box that contained the cockpit voice recorder was designed to withstand 1,000 Gs, 1,000 times the force of gravity, for at least 5 milliseconds, and 1,100 degrees for 30 minutes. It had probably come close to reaching both of those in this crash. It was dented in one corner in particular, and was more charred black than orange. Well before the clock actually reached 9, the room was full of parties to the investigation, from the engine manufacturer to Marcel and his group to numerous other component part manufacturers who had been invited to participate. Rose came into the room with quite a flourish. Her braid was taut and long. Her face was humorless and full of determination. She waited until the crowd gave her their full attention, and the room finally grew silent. She spoke to the group. "Good morning. For those of you I haven't met, my name is Rose Lysenko. I am the investigator in charge. Couple of ground rules. First, this investigation is ongoing. The press has not been invited because we don't know what's on the recording. We have checked to make sure that it is intact and will play. We have not listened to it. You will hear it at the same time we do. Because of that, we don't want the press taking this raw information and giving it to the general public, especially in a case as sensitive as this one. If we believe the recording should be released to the public, we will do so when that is appropriate. We therefore ask that everyone confirm to us that there are no recording devices in the room. Does anyone have a digital recorder or video recorder of any kind on their person?" She looked around the room and waited. "Good. Second, after this recording is played, it will be transcribed later today, and each chairman of each working group will be given a copy of the transcript. If you are in a working group, you will also receive a copy of the recording. If you are not in a working group but believe you need a copy of the transcript or the recording, please let me know and I will determine whether you are entitled to a copy. We will also, of course, be playing the tape again later, and you can hear it at those later times. You will be given notice before the playing occurs. If you want to have the tape played after today, please let me know, and we will determine whether we need to conduct a special playing of the tape." She looked at one of the NTSB employees in the back and said in a fairly loud and commanding voice, "Secure the doors." He stood in front of the door as another NTSB employee exited the room. They took up posts on either side of the closed doors. Rose continued. "I would ask everyone to refrain from making any noise whatsoever during the playing of this tape. Every little sound can be significant. We've cranked up the volume quite a lot, so that it may sound too loud to you in this room, but we, like you, are listening for background noises as well as the obvious information from the voices." She paused, looked around, and then said, "Play it." Chapter 5. I had only actually met Chuck Collins once, or maybe twice, but I remembered his voice. It was one of the first things we heard from the cockpit voice recorder, and I recognized his resonant sound immediately. Collins had been one of the best helicopter pilots in the Marine Corps. He had flown off carriers, desert pads, and roads. He had mastered every helicopter the Marine Corps owned, from the biggest cargo carrier to the smallest, fastest gunship. He had flown off steep, snow-covered mountains and floating platforms while working with special operations. He had even graduated from Navy Test Pilot School in Patuxent River, Maryland. He had flown several tours in Iraq and begged to go back for more, but he had gotten too senior to go blow things up. During his last tour as a helicopter squadron commanding officer, much of which was spent on a carrier in the Pacific, he was told he would be the first pilot to fly the president in the new presidential helicopters, the Worldcopter 5, now known as the VH-80. The CVR had captured the last 30 minutes of that evening's flight. It started with Marine One approaching the south lawn of the White House through a torrential downpour. Collins was all business, full of comments on the weather. His co-pilot was doing his job perfectly, monitoring the altitude, the airspeed, and radios. They were talking to Washington Control and the White House. It all sounded normal. Collins was a good pilot, and it showed through the recording. I put myself in his seat and visualized what he was seeing: the instruments, the lightning, the rain hitting the rotor blades, and watching the White House grow bigger in the dark night as he approached. I'd never flown in Marine One, and I'd certainly never put a helicopter down on the south lawn of the White House. But I had several hundred hours in this Worldcopter model and knew every switch that Collins was throwing and everything he was touching. I could do it in my sleep. As they landed, everything continued normally until, just as they touched down, Collins said, "Whoa." I focused intently. His co-pilot, Rudd, said, "What was that?" "I don't know. Might have been a wheel settling into the mud, but it felt like more of a thump. Maybe the strut bottomed out. We'll check it when we get out." "Roger that." We listened intently to the pilot's small talk while they waited for the president, listening for any indication of what we knew was about to happen, to see if just maybe they had a hint of what was coming. We listened for slurred speech, depression, anger, all the things anyone would listen for. But as the recording went on, it built its own story. "This is an unbelievably shitty night to fly. Why are we doing this?" Collins asked. Lieutenant Colonel Rudd replied, "You've got the final say. Just say the word. Ground us." He waited for Collins to ground them, but he knew it wouldn't happen. They did what the president wanted, and the president wanted to go to Camp David. "We're doing this because El Jefe says so," Collins said. Rudd said, "Plus, we're just dumbass Marines who always do what we're told. You're a dumbass, but I'm a smartass. So why am I doing this?" Rudd replied, "Because you've been trained since your earliest waking moments to follow stupid orders in shitty conditions. We're trained to love it. The stupider the order and the worse the conditions, the more faithful the Marine is for obeying it. Semper Fi. You know that." Collins laughed into the ICS microphone. Probably only Rudd could hear him, but the crew chief might have been on the ICS line too. On a night like that, he would probably be outside checking the soggy ground in the pouring rain to make sure they wouldn't be pulling the Earth toward the moon when they tried to take off, stuck in mud up to their axles. He was probably looking for the origin of the thump as well. "At least we're in here and dry." "Here comes the president," Rudd said. I looked over at Rachel, who was listening with her mouth open. "You've got the airplane. I'm going to talk to Secret Service." You could hear Collins moving out of his seat. I waited for the sound to cut off, but then remembered that they were using the new encrypted wireless headsets. You could hear Collins belching as he made his way to the back of the helicopter. He was walking or moving, it was unclear. Then he said, "Hey, Greg." Greg Marshall, no doubt, the head of the Secret Service detail on the flight. "Chuck?" Marshall replied perfunctorily. We could barely hear the other voice, since it was coming through Collins's mic. If they hadn't had the speakers turned up so loud, we wouldn't have heard it at all. "What the hell are we doing?" Collins said. "Can't you drive the president to Camp David?" I could hear the noise of the helicopter engines in the background. They had kept the engines running and the rotors spinning as they waited for the president to board. "No comment," Marshall said. "You know what this is about, don't you?" "Yes, one of many important meetings of the President of the United States." "Meeting. Right. Just a meeting. And who's he going to meet? Do you know everything you need to know about them?" "You know something I don't know?" I found myself trying to see their faces in the speakers, wishing I could see their expressions and body language. "I've forgotten more about atoms than you'll ever know." "Right. Atom scholar. I forgot." Marshall waited a short time, then asked Collins in a tone that was half annoyed and half concerned, "So what you got? Anything I should know about?" "If you don't know by now, I'm sure not going to tell you. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. It's nothing you can do anything about." "You got something I need to hear, you know where to find me. Just don't kill us on the way." "No guarantees tonight," Collins said. "Your life will be in my very capable hands, but there are other forces at work." Collins's words were strange. Everyone in the room could feel it. Marshall felt it, too. "You saying it's unsafe? Say the magic words, Chucky. Say it isn't safe and we're headed straight for the limo." "Can't do it. I serve at the pleasure of the president. I do what I'm told." "You can override any flight request." "Never going to happen. How could it be unsafe when I'm the one flying? I could land this helicopter on the top of a flagpole." Collins chuckled. "But you wouldn't mind if I flew 10 feet above the ground to avoid the weather, would you? You know the minimum altitude." Marshall spoke to others we couldn't hear, then said, "President's coming aboard." Collins sounded as if he had returned to the cockpit, and you could hear some background noise. Rudd exchanged comments on the weather and the instruments with Collins, then warned him that the president was coming into the cockpit. A chill came over the room as we heard President Adams's unmistakable voice. "Shit, Colonel. It's blacker than a witch's hat out there. Can you get us out of here?" There was a long, long pause while no one spoke. Rudd filled in the gap. "I believe so, sir. It isn't the best night for flying, though. Sure you wouldn't rather drive? You can borrow my car if you need one. Could be real bumpy, sir." The president laughed with a nervous, strained sound. Then the voices faded. The cockpit was quiet. Rudd's voice was loud. "What the hell you doing, Chuck? You can't just ignore the president. He was talking directly to you." "I don't really give a shit what he was doing. Don't let your politics get into this. They'll fire your ass. Show respect for the office, if not for him." "I don't have any respect for the office while he's in it. You see his face? He looked like he's about to crack." "He always does." "RPM?" Rudd replied as they talked about the president and completed their checklist at the same time. "Not like this." 100%. "Pretty close. Engine temps?" "This is different." "Engines are good." They finished the checklist and were ready to take off. Collins said on the ICS, "Ready in the cabin, Sergeant Olson?" "Ready, sir." You could hear the rotor blades bite into the air as they pulled the helicopter off the ground. Rudd called out their departure on the radio. "Washington Control, Romeo Uniform 101 Airborne, Northwest departure." They were using an innocuous call sign. If some sniper or missile shooter was waiting for them to take off, he wouldn't know by the call sign, different even from the one they had used during landing. Roger, 101, climb and maintain 3,500 feet. Take heading 327, squawk 3565, and ident. Roger. Passing 200 for 3.5, squawking. Radar contact. You're cleared direct destination. Roger. Turning. Washington Center, Romeo 101. You have any PIREPs on the tops for this storm? A PIREP was a pilot report about the weather or conditions. It was highly regarded by other pilots. Real-time information, instead of some weatherman reading a scope or satellite picture. Stand by, 101. But Collins couldn't wait. 101, requesting 7,000 feet. The turbulence is too severe here. Roger, 01. You're cleared to 7,000 or anywhere in between at your discretion. Report when level. Latest PIREP shows tops at 25,000. Roger. Leaving 3,500 for 7,000. We'll report level. Thanks for the PIREP. No problem, 01. Wish we had better news for you. Rudd laughed and said to Collins on the ICS, Maybe we should just stay at this altitude and see if we can get A3 to hurl. Not a good idea. And knock off that A3 bit. He's not related to the other Adams presidents, and you know it. Come on, Chuck, you gotta get off that. One guy in his line like 100 years ago was illegitimate or adopted or something. Doesn't mean he isn't a descendant. I'm surprised he doesn't claim to be the illegitimate son of Thomas Jefferson, too. He's obviously comfortable with being a bastard. The room was in disbelief that Collins could have such hostility for the president, and was discussing what a fraud he was while flying him through a thunderstorm. Get over it, man. Why do you overthink this stuff? It just doesn't matter. I've looked into everything about him. I'm fascinated by him. Fascinated, but not in a good way. They were talking over some radio conversation that would have to be separated out later by a technician. It was impossible for me to tell whether it was significant. The NTSB had the Air Traffic Control Center tapes, too, so it wouldn't be hard to reconstruct what was said. You're just still dazzled by him. You'll get over it. You're right about that. I'm absolutely not ready to hear whatever it is you're talking about. There's 7,000 feet. After a few minutes of silence, Collins said, Not much better here. I think we're just stuck in this crap until Camp David. 37 miles. Look at the winds. They're westerly at 35 knots. If those are the winds at Camp David, we'll never get this thing on the ground. Collins didn't respond for a long period, then transmitted, Center, Romeo, uniform 101. No better here. We're going to head down to 2,500 to find some smoother air. Roger, 01. Cleared. Take whatever altitude is best. No other traffic. A series of rapid, unidentifiable noises followed. Something was happening, but no one could tell what, at least not without analysis of the sounds. The next thing we heard was a strained Collins saying, We've hit severe turbulence. He was fighting something. Rudd asked, You need any help? No, I've got it. Noises, struggle, grunting. Shit! This thing is out of control! You got it! Rudd screamed. No! Collins yelled. What's going on? The sergeant screamed from the back. The president's panicking! The violence increased. The engines suddenly seemed loud in the usually quiet background of cabin noise. I thought I heard the blades. They sounded strained, as if they were working against each other instead of creating a smooth spinning disk to keep the helicopter off the ground. Out of control, Collins said. Check hydraulics. No light. Pressure's good, Rudd said in what sounded like a mighty attempt to sound calm. The noise built to a crescendo. It sounded as if things were floating in the cockpit, hitting other things. I breathed harder just from listening. I tried to visualize what was happening, creating images that were surely only partly right. I didn't have enough information to complete the images, but my mind filled in the gaps. "Pull up!" Rudd cried. "I'm trying!" Collins yelled. "Shit! The vibration!" Rudd reported. There was no response. Grunting, pulling, noises, small collisions, and metal doing what it wasn't designed to do. Then silence. Chapter 6. As soon as the NTSB finished playing the cockpit voice recorder, they played it again. The second time was even more riveting. As Collins's voice filled the room again, my mind jumped from one scenario to another, as one small noise replaced another, each demanding immediate attention as the key to the puzzle. I tried to listen to every single detail, but it was impossible. Too much was going on. I gave up taking good notes and just dotted down some of the things that were screaming at me. 10 things that might help explain what had happened. Some implicated my client, some the pilot, and some pointed to things outside the helicopter, which could be, as my law professor at American University used to say, either benign or malignant. After the second playing, another NTSB technician entered the room with CDs for each of the party members of the investigation teams. The NTSB had loaded the data from the flight data recorder, the FDR, onto each disk. He gave them to Rose. Each CD box had the name of one of the principals on it. Rose looked down at the boxes, counted them mentally, then looked at the audience. "I have here the flight data recorder information. We thought that the FDR was damaged, but it was just the external box. The hard drive was fine, and we had no problem getting the data out of the recorder. Since I know you are just as capable as we are of utilizing the software necessary to read the FDR, we're going to provide each of you with a copy of the data. Please do not duplicate it except for internal purposes, and please do not release it outside of your investigation team." She looked around the room. "Do I need to remind you that releasing information to people outside the investigation is punishable? In this room, tomorrow morning, at the same time as we met today, we will have the computerized animation of the data from the flight data recorder so you can see exactly what happened to the helicopter. Many of you will be doing the same thing yourselves and need not attend. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to the crash site. Please come up here after we're done and each of you can take your copy of the FDR data. That's all for now." Those members of the teams that had been designated to pick up the FDR data made their way up front. Everyone else took the chance to discuss what they had just heard. Marcel approached me. He said quietly as Rachel joined us, "Are you going back out to the site?" "No, I have to go to that lunch, then to Justice." "Yes, of course. I had forgotten. You know who's coming to the lunch, don't you?" "Yeah, David Tripp. He's the general counsel, right?" "Yes, he is the general counsel, but he won't be the only one there." This was news to me. In the email I had gotten confirming the luncheon appointment, it only mentioned Tripp and the president of WorldCopter US. Marcel leaned in a little closer. "No, as you might think, this has gotten the attention at the highest levels. They are very concerned about this accident and this investigation. The president of WorldCopter US will be there, and the president of WorldCopter Europe." I was shocked. He was the man in charge of the entire multi-billion-dollar corporation. There had been much speculation on the news about his whereabouts, as he had not commented on the accident. Several senators were calling for him to make a statement, but he had not responded. Now he was here in Washington. "Does anyone else know he's coming?" "Only those who will be at the meeting." I had never met either of the presidents of these two companies, and the Frenchman was legendary. As Rachel and I left the NTSB building, I handed her my keys. "You drive." She frowned, took the keys, and climbed into the driver's seat. I pulled out my black notebook and studied my notes from the CVR. I circled numbers next to the top 10 things in the order I thought we should think about them. Listening to the CVR had caused me to rethink everything I had assumed about this flight. I didn't want to deny that this could still be my client's fault, but after listening to the recording, all I could think about were the malignant scenarios, and much of what I'd heard pointed to Collins. The Capitol Grill was on Pennsylvania Avenue in the northwest section of D.C. It was routine to see politicians, lobbyists, high-powered attorneys, and diplomats lunching there. I'd only eaten there a couple times. It was way out of my price range. We walked up to the beautiful hostess. Rachel said, "We're here to meet with some people from Michelin." As we headed toward the Fabric Room, a private dining room reserved for us, I saw the television over the bar in the back of the restaurant. It was a replay of the swearing-in of the Vice President, now President, Cunningham. I had watched it in detail the night before on my new high-definition television. I could see every bead of sweat on the Vice President's neck being absorbed by his cotton shirt as he took the oath of office. I had wanted to see his face, and that television allowed me to see it better than I could have seen it if I were there in person. I could see into his soul. I looked for fear, excitement, anything that shouldn't be there. When he had been selected to be A3's vice presidential candidate, the entire country knew the only reason he had been picked was his unmatched fundraising ability. His agenda was to get power and keep it. Pretty simple. But I wondered how far he would be willing to go. At this point, I wasn't about to rule anything out. I had long operated by the idea that the more outrageous an explanation was, the more complex, the more it required a vast conspiracy, the less likely it was to be true. But like the saying about paranoia, the fact that most conspiracy theories were ridiculous didn't mean there weren't any conspiracies. When I had first watched Cunningham's face during the oath, and later when he'd expressed his deep sympathy and personal grief, and the usual stuff about moving on and honoring the legacy of his predecessor, I didn't see much that looked out of the ordinary. But when I'd watched it again, after my wife had gone to bed, I thought I saw fear. Who wouldn't be scared to step out of the shadows of obscurity, from the job that wasn't worth a warm pitcher of spit, according to Cactus Jack Garner, FDR's first vice president, into the infinitely bright scrutiny and endless hatred that goes with being the president? But as I now watched his face yet again on the television in the bar of the Capitol Grill and saw that fear, the chord of recognition that had struck within me was far different from what I expected. Something was going on in his head that I needed to understand. It could be as simple as, if this was an assassination, he could be next. Rachel slowed, and I caught up with her as she reached the private room. 2 doors separated it from the main area of the restaurant, and the only indication of its presence was a small bronze plaque that said, "Fabric Room." I followed Rachel as she pushed through the first door and then the second. She stopped as soon as she'd entered the room. It wasn't just private, it was secretive. The large room had a table for 10 set for lunch. Several men, none of whom I recognized, were speaking with each other in quiet tones. They stopped talking when we entered, which caused a rather awkward moment. "Hello, I'm Mike Nolan, and this is my associate, Rachel Long." One of the men broke away and walked over toward me with his hand extended. A small man, perhaps 5'6". He looked pale and exhausted. "Hello, Mike. I'm David Tripp, General Counsel for WorldCopter U.S. We walked over to where 3 men were conversing. Tripp said, "May I introduce Mr. Jean-Claude Martin, President of WorldCopter, and Dan Lake, President of WorldCopter U.S. I shook hands with both of them, as did Rachel, after which Tripp said, "Mike and Rachel are the attorneys our insurance company has hired. Martin was listening carefully and evaluating us. He had a serious look on his face. I glanced at the third man who was standing nearby. Tripp hadn't introduced him, and I couldn't tell why. Finally, Tripp could sense my curiosity and turned to extend his arm to invite the other man closer. "Mike, let me also introduce William Morton." "Nice to meet you," I said as we shook hands. I recognized him. I'd seen him at criminal law seminars and on television. He routinely represented people in major political investigations. I sat down at the table with Tripp to my left and the two presidents to my right. Morton sat directly across from me. "Thanks for asking us to be here," I said to Tripp quietly as the others at the table conversed by themselves. "I think you should just let Morton do the criminal side by himself. You're in good hands. Send me back out to the wreckage." "No, for 2 reasons," Tripp said as he placed his napkin on his lap. "If the investigation results in criminal charges of any kind against WorldCopter or a fraud case by the government, it might actually go to trial. He has lots of trial experience." Tripp covered his mouth discreetly so no one could hear him except me. "But all of it on the other side of the table." He glanced at Morton to make sure he wasn't listening. "He has an amazing reputation, but he's never tried a criminal case where he actually defended someone. Usually when he shows up, the government tries to resolve it. That's what we're hoping for here, but if they don't, that's where you come in." "So he prepares the criminal case and I try it?" "Probably together." I didn't like the sound of that at all. Trial work was all about setting a tone and selling your personal credibility. You can't have 2 lead trial attorneys. "I'm not sure that would work, but we can talk about that later." As the food was served by an army of waiters, the French president of WorldCopter spoke directly to Morton and me. He spoke softly but with intensity. His English was excellent. "This obviously is a catastrophe for my company and for the United States. One thing I can say with certainty. This was not our fault." I interrupted. "I'm not sure we can say that yet. We'd better find out what happened first." "You do not understand." He leaned toward me. "No WorldCopter helicopter has ever crashed like this. There is no chance that this helicopter came apart in this storm. It is stressed to withstand 10 times whatever this storm could produce. That simply did not happen. As far as the blade coming off," he noticed my surprise. "I spoke with Marcel. That did not happen either. It has never happened. Our balancing procedure is flawless, and we will not be held for the scapegoat for that. If this was our fault, they must prove it, but they will not. I promise you." His promise was ominous. I had represented clients before who offered to find anything you wanted and unfind anything you didn't want and promised how things would come out because they felt so strongly. Sometimes they'd give you a knowing wink at some appropriate time, just enough for you to know they'd taken care of it, and for them to deny it if you had an unexpected flare-up of your fading ethics. But his promise didn't change anything and wouldn't determine the outcome of the investigation. "We really don't know enough to say too much right now." "Yes, we do. That is my whole point. Our helicopters don't fail like this. I am telling you that, and I will tell the U.S. government that." "That's fine," I said, glancing at the others at the table, not at all sure how to handle his intensity. "There's just a lot we don't know yet, and if we say that now it will just sound like a denial, not a conclusion. And you're right about one thing. We can't just rely on the NTSB. They're good, but we cannot assume they'll get this right. You've already got your own in-house team on it, but you need to retain an outside accident reconstructionist and others, metallurgists, aerodynamicists, lots. I'm sure the insurance carrier will help with that." He waved his hand and nodded.
Yes, of course. Whatever you need. But the reason we're here right now is because of the meeting at your Justice Department this afternoon. This is where they start preparing the noose for me and my company." Morton spoke before I had a chance even to prepare a thought. "Yes, sir, we will take care of you. I'm sure they will press on two things primarily: contract fraud. In other words, you delivered a helicopter that was not what they bought, i.e. defective, and breach of national security. The first one is simply going to be determined by what the investigation finds. The second one, though, is pretty scary. It's my understanding that—" Morton said exactly what everybody needed to hear, that even though the lack of security clearances was probably caused by a lack of diligence on the part of the FBI, it left open the possibility that WorldCopter had an employee who was out to get the president and had placed something into the helicopter or otherwise sabotaged it, so that at just the wrong moment the helicopter would come apart. "But what do we do now?" Dan Lake, the American president of WorldCopter US, asked. "What do we need to know going into this ambush?" I answered while glancing at Morton. "Everything you say will be twisted. Every step you take will be scrutinized. They already think you're a criminal. They would love nothing more than to find an employee of WorldCopter who is responsible for this accident and put him, and you, by the way, in prison and WorldCopter out of business. But they're a little torn. They have to consider an actual assassination or terrorism, so they can't focus on you exclusively. They'll have a team of lawyers looking at you and others looking elsewhere. I don't want to overstate it, but this could go very badly in a lot of directions." Jean-Claude nearly came out of his chair. "Prison? What do you mean?" Morton jumped in. "The CEO of a company can be criminally liable for criminal acts of the company." "Criminally liable?" "You can go to jail, literally, just like a murderer." "I can go to jail if the Justice Department decides? Me personally?" Jean-Claude asked, furious. "Yes, it's possible. Look, they'd have to issue an indictment, and if they couldn't get you to plea, they'd have to go to a trial. We're a long way from that, but Mike is right to let you know. Justice doesn't want to meet with you as your friend. They want to burn down your village. They can do real damage. They can ruin your reputation as a company, they can force you into bankruptcy, and they can put you in prison. And there are hundreds of young, ambitious attorneys at Justice who would like nothing better than to bring you down and hang this whole thing on a foreign corporation that stole business from an American. "We didn't steal the Marine One contract. We competed for it against the American companies and won. We were selected by your government. How could anyone say we stole it?" "They will, I promise." Martin was deeply troubled about many things. He already knew this accident or incident or whatever it turned out to be could ruin his company, but he had clearly not considered that it could ruin him personally as well. He turned to me. "What of the voice recording? Did you make any conclusions?" "There were some interesting things. We'll need to study it, both." "What did you find interesting?" he asked, pointing at my chest. "Marcel would be the one you should know." Jean-Claude paused until I looked him in the eye. "I want your opinion." I hesitated. "Well, a couple of things. The pilot didn't treat the president with much respect. President Adams came to the cockpit and stuck his head in. You can hear the president talk to Collins, but he clearly doesn't respond. Later, right in the middle of a checklist, the co-pilot tells him that he just can't ignore the president, and Collins said, 'I don't really give a shit.' That's a remarkable statement by the pilot of Marine One." Morton was frowning with his arms folded, but the president was interested. "What do you think?" "I think it's—" A young man walked into the room carrying a cell phone. "Excuse me, sir," he said to Jean-Claude. "It's Marcel. He needs to speak with you immediately. He told me to interrupt. Sorry." The young man handed his phone to the president. Jean-Claude took the phone and spoke to Marcel, then listened intently.
He looked around the room at us, knowing information that he couldn't share but was anxious to do. He continued to listen. Then a look of complete surprise or shock came over his face. He nodded, closed the flip phone, and returned it to its owner. We all waited, anxious for this report that called for such an interruption. I watched Jean-Claude's face carefully. It wasn't horror, and it wasn't pleasure. Martin said, "He has reviewed the flight data recorder information. It is on our computer. He said everything is normal until very late in the flight, as the helicopter begins one of its descents. Then something happened." "What?" I asked, dying for the answer. "We don't know. The flight data recorder stops." We were all puzzled. Flight data recorders didn't just stop. Like the cockpit voice recorder, they ran on a continuous 30-minute loop. There was no on-off switch. "Did Marcel say why it stopped?" Morton asked. "No. He is completely confused." I couldn't imagine how that could happen. As Marcel checked with the NTSB, did we get bad data, a bad CD? The president nodded. "That was his first call. The NTSB said theirs stops in the same place." He looked directly at me. "It now will be even more difficult to find out what happened." He leaned over, anger in his voice. "Get all the experts you need. Get them paid for by the insurance company, or if they won't pay, I will. But you must find out what happened to Marine One. You must solve this before the U.S. government does, because we will tell them what happened. Not wait for them to tell us." Chapter 7. By the time Rachel and I got out of the car near Justice, the sky had cleared. I asked Rachel, "What did the radio say about the funeral?" "The parade, or whatever they call it, will be Friday. He'll lie in state at the Capitol building, closed coffin. Then there's a memorial ceremony at the National Cathedral on Sunday. Dignitaries from around the world. I don't remember the rest." "Here we are." We walked through the sliding glass door, which closed behind us, leaving us locked in a small glass space that allowed the guards to see us. The glass was bulletproof. After about 5 seconds, the other doors opened, and we passed into the lobby. We told one of the guards who we were, and were led to a conference room on the 3rd floor at the west end of the building. The others were already there. No one was there from Justice yet. I wondered whether they were trying to annoy us by being late. Morton said, "Let me take the lead on this, Mike." Fine with me. Arguing with Justice wasn't my favorite sport. Everybody was standing on the window side of the table except Morton and me. Suddenly the door was thrown open and 3 people walked in, 2 men and a woman. The one in the lead was in his late 40s. He was clearly in charge and wanted everyone to know it. He was balding, but wore his hair in a buzz so you couldn't really tell. He wore thin wire glasses and had thin, angry lips. He placed the files he was carrying on the table in the middle, and the other 2 flanked him on either side. The woman was in her late 30s and attractive. The other man was remarkably tall and looked unintelligent. The one in charge looked around the room and said, "I'm Richard Packer, Deputy Attorney General in the Criminal Division. I deal mostly with fraud cases." He let that sink in for a moment. "This is Alice Tomlinson. She's the Assistant Deputy, and this is Ed Wellinger." We each introduced ourselves, and Richard said, "Please, sit down." He sat at the head of the table and opened a folder in front of him. "First, I'd like to thank you all for coming. I know you've come a long way, and I want to get right to the point. We will have many details to work out, and we have many requests that we would like you to comply with immediately. But first, let me say that at the direction of the Attorney General, who is acting at the direction of President Cunningham," it was jarring to hear President Cunningham, "we've opened a criminal fraud investigation into the contract that was entered into between the United States and World Copter relating specifically to the purchase of Marine One. He opened the massive briefcase sitting next to him on the floor and pulled out a document. I have here a memorandum from the Pentagon which outlines the process by which this helicopter was selected, the representations made by WorldCopter both in the contract and outside of the contract, and concludes with the concerns that have been raised since the crash. I'm glad to see that you are represented by counsel, Packer said to Martin. This prosecution could result in your personal incarceration as well as that. Morton spoke intensely, but quietly. There's no need to try to intimidate our clients. They get it. But they also know something you don't. There has been no fraud, so they're not afraid of an investigation. We'll cooperate, but we will not submit our clients to your browbeating. Clear? Packer ignored Morton and adjusted his eyeglasses in that way of officious bureaucratic men whose power is derived from something other than ability. I have brought with me a list of things that the United States will need immediately. I loved it when they did that, acted as if they were the country, and spoke for everyone in it. We will need documents, emails, access to numerous personnel, samples of parts, drawings, blueprints, and access to your offices and manufacturing plant both here and in France. If you are even considering not cooperating and voluntarily producing this information, we will immediately issue the appropriate subpoenas, and then, today, this afternoon, I will call a press conference to announce that we have initiated a fraud investigation and that WorldCopter is not cooperating. How do you want to play this? Morton sat in stunned silence, sticking his hand out for a copy of the list, which was not forthcoming. I'd seen this kind of blustering dozens of times. Would you mind if I asked you something? I asked suddenly. Packer looked at me with contempt. And you are? Mike Nolan, attorney for WorldCopter. I thought that Mr. Morton was representing them in this matter. We both are. So again, may I ask you a question? Of course. Has the NTSB formed a conclusion on what caused this accident that I missed? Because if they haven't, how exactly do you find the nerve to begin an investigation of one of the finest companies in the world with zero evidence of what you claim to be investigating? Isn't this because one senator, and really the press, have demanded an investigation? All you're doing right now is diverting resources from finding out what actually happened. I suggest you let the NTSB figure out what caused this accident, and then, if you think WorldCopter needs to go to the woodshed, bring it. Packer was unmoved. I already know that WorldCopter failed in its obligations to the United States. The people who worked on Marine One, we now learn, never obtained the appropriate security clearances. They are in violation. So NTSB's conclusions, while interesting, will not determine the direction of my investigation. I leaned forward with my elbows on the table, nearly standing. And do you know why WorldCopter was in violation? Because the FBI didn't do its job. Your investigators failed to go to France. They were too busy. So they failed to do the job that they refused to entrust to the French government. They're the ones who delayed the security clearances, and yet at the same time, your Pentagon, which has given you that supposed memo about the contract, is almost certainly silent about how dicked up the process was. They demanded that no construction be done until the security clearances were completed, and, on the other hand, demanded that the helicopter be delivered on schedule or there would be massive late performance penalties. I sat back and waited, then said, I think we should just wait on all this until the NTSB investigation is completed. Packer stared at me with contempt. He finally said, No. Your client will produce these materials immediately. He slid the list across the table to me. I picked it up, glanced at it, slid it to Morton, and said, Look, Dick,
I'm here to tell you there's no call for this investigation. I fly that helicopter all the time in the Marine Corps Reserves. Do you hear them clamoring for an investigation? No. It's the best helicopter they've ever flown. There has never been a fatal crash in the history of its production. There has never been an accident of any kind since the Marines started flying it 3 years ago, and there's no reason to believe this accident is because of the design or any manufacturing problem. Packer ignored me and said to Morton, "So, let's go down this list and you can tell me which group of documents will be delivered to this office in 10 days and which ones will take 30. By the time Rachel and I got back to the office, Annapolis was quiet, lit only by streetlights and an occasional car. Everyone in the firm knew we were coming back, and several had waited to hear what had happened. We gave them a quick summary. Then I went up to my office to drop off some papers before heading home. Rick Berberian followed me upstairs. He closed the door behind him. He never closed my door, so something was bugging him. He made small talk for a while I packed up, then said, "This is an amazing case, Mike. Biggest thing either of us ever had, no doubt." "No doubt." I sat down, waiting for him to say whatever was on his mind. We had started the firm together, expecting it to grow to maybe 5 lawyers, and knew each other well. We had counted pennies together on many late nights in the early days of our partnership. He sat across from me and said, "So I've been thinking about this." He suddenly stood again and began pacing. "How are we going to do this? If you do the criminal investigation, represent World Copter in the international inquiry, it might take 3 or 4 lawyers to staff it full-time. And if you keep going on this accident investigation and some civil case comes out of it, one of the Secret Service widows wakes up and realizes there's a pot of gold waiting if this helicopter truly failed. You'll need 5 or 10 people. We don't have anything close to that. If it's not properly staffed, it could go completely off track, and the case could be lost. I'll take care of it." He sat again and forced himself to fold his hands on his knees to look calm. "If we lose this, it will ruin us. Financially, our reputation will be shot and we could be sued for malpractice for not preparing properly. We don't have the experience or the depth." I stared at him in disbelief. I'd never seen him crack. He was absolutely unmovable in business negotiations and contracts, which is what he did. Now he was flipping out about what I was doing? I didn't need it. "What have you been smoking, Rick? I can handle this. If we need more people, I'll get more. And if it gets lost one way or another, it won't be because of me, I promise. Relax. And how could it ruin us financially? We're going to get paid whether we win or lose. Our regular hourly rate. Don't worry about it. You think if we lose a case this big, they won't look for a scapegoat? They'll sue us for malpractice. We have malpractice insurance, Rick. Yeah, $20 million. That won't cover 1/10 of this case. Remember I wanted to get $100 million in coverage? Shit, Rick. That costs 10 times as much. And if we make somebody lose $100 million, we deserve to go bankrupt." He was starting to bother me. "You've got to settle down. What's gotten into you?" He rubbed his tired, stubbled face. "One of the legal reporters was going on about how outmatched you were going to be no matter what you ended up doing. He said it was like starting a single-A pitcher in the World Series. He said you were going to get shelled, and you and your whole firm would come down around your head." "Nice. And who was that?" "I don't know. I'd never heard of him." And rather than shrug it off because you know me, because we started a firm together, starved together, you jump on that bandwagon and start pissing all over me? Damn, Rick! I tried to control my anger. He shook his head. "I don't know, Mike. It's just such a huge deal. Big firms in New York or Washington handle huge cases like this, not a small shop in Annapolis with 2 partners. It's a lot of weight to carry, that's all. No, it's an opportunity."
He stared out the dark window without saying anything for an awkwardly long time. He put his hands in his back pockets and turned again toward me. His face was lined with stress. "You ever do any reading into the Kennedy assassination?" "Not much. Seemed like a UFO kind of thing to me." "Some of it. I take it that you don't think the helicopter failed?" "Not sure, really, but I find it hard to believe it did." "Well then, where does that lead?" "Meaning?" "Presidents don't die that often, Mike." "And?" I said, concerned with the look that was forming on his face. "And you're saying it wasn't from a mechanical thing?" I said, "I don't know, but I doubt it." "Then that means somebody wanted him dead, right? Am I missing something? If it wasn't an accident, somebody was trying to kill him." "I didn't say that. Could have been the weather." "You don't believe that?" "No, I don't, but it's possible." He waved his arm. "I'm talking about what you think. You say I should trust you. Well, I do. And I think that what you think is that someone wanted the president dead. I'm not ready to jump to any conclusion. Can't do that at the start of an investigation. Colors your thinking. But if you're right that it wasn't the helicopter's fault, then somebody else did it. That means somebody else killed him, as in on purpose. Is that what this is all about? I'm just trying to think this stuff through, Mike. Is my thinking wrong? It's pretty far-fetched. I'm not convinced of that at all. If somebody killed him, and you're out there trying to prove it wasn't WorldCopter, then your only way out will be to find out who it was. Am I right? Sort of. You ever think about that maybe they won't want you to find them, and that they probably already know who you are? What, you think somebody's going to come after us? I've read enough history to know that when the Emperor dies, you don't want to be anywhere near it. There will be a rational explanation of this accident, Rick. He wasn't satisfied. What I'm saying is, I want you to, how do you always put it, keep your head on a swivel? He jerked on the handle of my office door and walked out. He was right about one thing. If someone killed the president, the last thing they would want was for me to find out what really happened. Fair enough to tell me to keep that in mind. We didn't know what was behind the curtain. I headed to the WorldCopter offices in Maryland outside D.C. the next morning before the sun was up. I told Rachel to stay at the office and do some quick research on federal security clearances for foreign corporations and background research on the WorldCopter helicopter involved in this accident. I needed to know every other incident it had been involved in, the cause of every accident, and the helicopter's reputation. Now that I had stuck my neck out at justice and how there had never been a fatal accident in this helicopter, something I was pretty sure about, I needed to know about every incident justice might cite back to me. Tripp was waiting for me in the lobby of the sprawling WorldCopter building. It looked like a factory, but was really more of an assembly plant. WorldCopter made everything in France and shipped it to the United States for assembly. This allowed them to claim that it was an American helicopter. It was all about appearances. Everyone knew it was a French helicopter, or rather a helicopter made in France by a European consortium known as WorldCopter. Tripp gave me a badge and hustled me through security. "They've got it set up in the computer room." "You watch it?" "Not yet. Here we are," he said, opening a heavy steel door. I was surprised at the number of people in the room. This was to be the first playing of the combined animation of the flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder that anyone other than a technician would actually see. Even Marcel hadn't seen the entire thing. He just sampled it to make sure it looked right. Several technicians and engineers were standing around the computer console where the FDR had been loaded up. Others, including Tripp, stood against the wall trying to stay out of the way. Marcel nodded his head to one of the technicians standing at the door, who dimmed the lights. Another one turned up the speakers connected to the computer. Everyone focused on the large flat-screen monitor that had been connected to the computer and hung on the wall. I was anxious to see what movements of the helicopter coincided with the various noises I'd heard on the cockpit voice recorder. The background was dark blue for the sky and green for the land. There was no attempt by the computer to put any terrain into the images. The flight data recorder had no terrain information. The colors were simply background to help discern the horizon. The voices could be heard exactly where in the flight they were talking. Marcel had had the CVR transcribed, too, so the subtitles went across the bottom of the screen as quickly as they were spoken. Collins's voice was now familiar as the helicopter approached its landing at the White House. We stood silently and listened again to Collins's conversations with his co-pilot and the head of the Secret Service detail as they prepared to take off, then President Adams's approach to Collins and his shocking comments. None of that was on the FDR. It showed a motionless helicopter sitting on the lawn with the rotor blades turning. Marine One took off and flew through what we knew to be the night. The turbulence was obvious in the bouncing helicopter in spite of Collins's attempts to keep it straight and level. He fought the storm and the turbulence the entire way, shifting altitudes in a vain attempt to avoid the worst. As he approached the final minute of flight, the room became deathly quiet. We looked at every movement and listened to every sound now correlated to movement as Collins searched for clear air. We heard his exclamations and watched him fighting the helicopter, cursing. Then the flight data recorder information stopped. So did the helicopter and the animation, but the voices continued as we listened through to the end of the tape. As the voices stopped, the screen went blank. Nobody said anything. We all had new thoughts, some things that confirmed what we had thought, others that conflicted. But not only was the puzzle not solved, the animation raised more questions than it answered. The question foremost on my mind, though, was why the flight data recorder had stopped. I looked at Marcel. "You find the circuit breaker panels?" "Yes, but they're burned." "Can you tell what circuit breakers are out?" "Maybe. They have the pieces of plastic, and they are going to have to reconstruct the board. Some of the circuit breakers are still there, intact, but most have been burned off." I thought about where the circuit breaker panels were near the pilot and what circuit breakers were on them. Is there a circuit breaker for the flight data recorder? Everybody turned to me at once. The implications of the question were self-evident. Marcel answered, "Yes." "I know where the hydraulic boost pump circuit breaker is," I said. It was down to the right, just below the pilot's knee, and back a little bit on the right side. "Is the flight data recorder circuit breaker near that?" Marcel stared at me. He nodded his head slowly. "Right below it. Unmarked. It looks like a dummy. Do you think he tried to pull the hydraulic breaker and got the FDR?" I stood without answering for a minute. Everybody was looking at me, expecting me to say something, but it just didn't make any sense. Finally, I said, "If you had a boost pump failure and had a circuit breaker pop out from the boost pump, he'd figure that out pretty quick and try to reset it. So he'd reach down, feel it, and push it in. The only thing I can imagine that would involve the flight data recorder circuit breaker would be if he decided to pull it out before he pushed it in and grabbed the wrong one. Seems unlikely." Marcel threw his hands up. "Then why else would the flight data recorder circuit breaker have popped?" "We don't know that it did. But maybe there was something wrong with the flight data recorder. Or he pulled it on purpose," I said to myself. "Did you load this flight data recorder info into the simulator?" "Of course. It has been ready all night." We headed toward the simulator room down a long hallway. I said to Marcel, "Does it have an FDR circuit breaker?" "No, it's a standard helicopter, not Marine One." "I want to fly it and feel what Collins felt." Marcel held the door for me and the others who wanted to watch the flight from the control room of the simulator. The simulator room itself was enormous. It held 3 fully operational helicopter simulators on hydraulic stands. The cockpits were complete and identical to those operational helicopters. Each was surrounded by a dome that could project any image, from mountains to bad weather to images of other aircraft. We climbed up to the simulator that had been prepared, and I strapped into the right seat, the pilot in command seat, where Collins was sitting on the night of the accident. I put on the headset, and Marcel took the left seat. An accomplished helicopter pilot, he had spent 10 years flying attack helicopters with the French Army. The cockpit was fairly dark, but the internal lights made the pre-flight routine feel like a normal night launch. I went through all the checklists from memory. And Marcel was right there with me, turning on some of the systems to get us going. We could just have told the computer go, and they would have put the simulator immediately in the air approaching the White House, as Collins was at the beginning of the CVR. But I wanted to fly it from Andrews Air Force Base to the White House, just as Collins had. I wanted to leave there with the same fuel Collins had and fly to the position he had gone to when we first encountered him. Then if things changed, if the computer put switches and settings different from where I had them, it would mean either Collins had done things differently from me or he'd missed something. Marcel and I took off from Andrews and headed for the White House. Worldcopter had actually flown the route from Andrews to the White House numerous times to film the route and get good video to put into the simulator to train the Marine One pilots. I had asked them to plug in the actual visibility and ceiling that existed at the White House when Collins made his approach, so we weren't seeing much on the way into Washington, just an occasional light from a monument. The synthetic aperture radar, though, made the terrain look like a moving picture. We could recognize the White House on the radar before we saw it. I began my descent, nearing the point where the FDR and CVR would take over. I was right on track when Collins's voice came over my headset. I released the controls and looked for changes. A couple of things were set differently, different preferences for a couple of displays, but nothing significant. The cyclic in my right hand, the stick, as non-helicopter people might call it, and the collective in my left hand, which controlled the engine and the pitch of the rotor blades, moved as if possessed. Knowing it was duplicating the exact movements of a dead man made it even more spooky than it would have been anyway. I listened carefully again to Collins's conversations with President Adams and the others, then prepared for the moment when Collins lifted the helicopter off on its last flight. I placed my hands on the controls lightly, so I could feel everything he had done. My feet were equally light on the pedals that controlled the tail rotor. Then Collins and I, together, lifted off from the south lawn. He flew the helicopter with a confidence and fluidity I had never seen before. It was like driving in a car with a professional instead of just another driver. I tried to anticipate how he would handle the helicopter, thinking how I would get it to go where I knew he wanted it to go. But every time he would do it just a little differently from what I anticipated, and I would know immediately that his way was better, more efficient, smoother, brilliant. The White House faded in the mist and rain below us as we climbed aggressively to the northwest, away from the ground, where things were always the most dangerous. If you get tossed around at 5,000 feet, it's just annoying. If you get tossed around at 15 feet, it can be fatal. All those spinning blades and so many things to hit. The flight was well known to us by now, and we watched carefully as Collins took us through it. There weren't any new surprises en route. The simulator tried to indicate rough weather and turbulence, but was admittedly imperfect in doing so. Still, we could tell it was one hell of a bad night. As we approached the last minute of the flight, Marcel and I looked at each other, wondering what we'd noticed from here that we hadn't seen anywhere else. The cyclic was moving much more than it had before. I could tell Collins was fighting what was happening. No doubt much of it was due to the gusting winds, which made me wonder if he was moving the cyclic
or if it was simply being left behind in numerous involuntary jerks of the helicopter, like hitting the curb with your tire and feeling the wheel turn in your hands. The final movements of the controls in the cockpit were like hitting a curb in a car, abrupt changes, but in a short throw, fighting something, back and forth, movement not obvious from watching the animation from any angle. Then one last thing before the simulator stopped moving. The nose of the helicopter pitched up dramatically. Again, watching on a screen didn't give you the full appreciation for the 15-degree nose-up attitude. You could certainly see it, but seeing it from the cockpit was much more dramatic. Something bad had happened right there, before the FDR cut out. What it led to after that was impossible to say, but I knew something had happened. Not a gust of wind or turbulence. Something else. The flight data recorder stopped, and the simulator froze in its place. We checked the altitude, the heading, and the attitude, how the helicopter was situated in the air, and all the instruments. We looked at each other with the same puzzlement, and ended the flight. The hydraulic platform hissed slightly as it returned to its resting place. We waited until it settled and stepped out. We stood around the simulator on the smooth concrete floor and discussed what we had seen. There must have been 10 of us. Lots of theories, lots of questions for Marcel and me. We told them what we could and suggested that they all go through the entire flight just as we had. As we were walking back to the computer room to talk it out, I said to Marcel, "You feel that pitch up at the end, right before the FDR went dead?" "Yes." "Any ideas?" "No. I will give it much thought. I am sure you will too." When we regathered in the computer room, there were many long faces. Everyone knew there was no conclusive proof about anything. We all had thought when we put everything together in the animation and the simulator, the answer would lie in front of us. I knew that was unlikely when I'd heard the FDR had stopped, but I was hopeful. Now I was as confused as any of them. I said my goodbyes and walked to my car. The movement of the controls had made me wonder about a lot of things. I still wasn't sure I could trust Collins. Great pilot, sure, but not a great guy. I had to know everything there was to know about him, and I had to keep it to myself. I couldn't exactly be telling people I had a vague suspicion that the pilot of Marine One crashed on purpose. Saying I suspected Collins was too strong. I simply allowed it to exist as a theoretical possibility. I was probably the only person in the world who did. The FDR showed someone fighting a storm, or at least that's how it was supposed to look. Collins was smart, though, and knew the helicopter had a CVR and an FDR. If he had set this all up, he'd know we'd be listening. He could make it look however he wanted. I had to find out more about him to put that crazy idea to rest, or to sound the alarm. I headed for my office to call Jason Britt, a Marine pilot I'd known for years and who was one of the pilots in my reserve squadron. He had flown with Collins in his last active duty squadron before going to fly for the president. I had to talk to him before the NTSB did. Chapter 8. I needed to call Britt right away, but first things first. I asked Rachel and Justin, my unique, disheveled paralegal, to come to my office. We sat in a small conference room just down the hall from my office, between Rachel's office and Justin's carrel in the library. I said, "We need to get all the records we can on Collins. Justin, put together a Freedom of Information Act request to DOD. I want everything: personnel files, fitness reports, test scores, discipline. Go back to the Naval Academy, grades, infractions, demerits, everything. And get on the internet. Look at everything that's out there since the crash. I'm sure they're already doing a Lee Harvey on him and accusing him of being somebody's pawn. I just want to know what's being said. Look at everything." "Will do," Justin said as he wrote. He looked up at me. "You think the government will give all that to us?" "No. We'll have to fight them over documents.
Probably have to file a lawsuit to enforce it, but the sooner we get on it, the sooner we can force the issue." Rachel asked, "Know anybody at the Pentagon who works in personnel?" "Yeah, but I can't do that." I pondered for a moment. "We've also got to find out things about him that the government wouldn't even know. His personal life, his family life, everything. All the things he's lied about in his physical exams or his background." I had an idea. I looked at their faces to see if they had thought of the same thing at the same time. "You know what we need to do?" They shook their heads. "Call Tinny," Rachel said. "Well, if you want information and don't care too much about how you get it, he's the guy," I said to Justin. "Dial it." He reached over to the credenza, grabbed the phone, and pulled it onto the conference room table. He knew Tinny's number by heart. We used Tinny on nearly every criminal case we handled. Tinny gave me an advantage the prosecutors always underestimated. When they knew he was working on a case, they paid more attention, but I tended not to tell them until trial was imminent. Justin dialed the number, and we heard Tinny's cell phone ring. He answered it, in his recognizable voice, with the one word he always said when he answered his cell phone. "Bird." I spoke loudly into the speakerphone. "Tinny, Mike Nolan." "Hey, big shot, what's up?" He knew what I needed him for. It was always the same thing. He found things, or found things out. He knew how to dig and to find information no one else could find. After a 10-year stint in the Marine Corps as an enlisted man, he got his private investigator's license. He did that for a couple of years, then worked as an investigator for the Baltimore District Attorney's Office. He ultimately moved up to chief investigator for that office. He'd somehow gotten sideways with them, just short of his retirement, which made his departure all the more puzzling. He never talked about it. He implied it had to do with race. He was black, and the new DA was a white woman who apparently hated him. He did rub some people the wrong way and had a general distrust of authority, but mostly for those who had authority and didn't deserve it. After his falling out, he had moved to Washington, D.C., to set up his own private investigation firm. He now worked almost exclusively investigating criminal cases on the defense side and loved making life difficult for district attorneys, U.S. attorneys, and other arrogant government-employed assholes. "Tinny, I need your help. Hold on. Let me get in my car." We could hear him disarming the alarm in his car, his prized black Corvette, opening the door, closing it behind him, then being enveloped in silence. "All right. I'm in a big damn hurry, so talk fast. The government's already threatening criminal charges against WorldCopter. One of the families will probably hire an attorney who will sue them for infinity dollars, and I got all kinds of questions that need answering. I want you to help me answer them. There's nobody better. I want you to help me dig into everything, starting with the pilot." "The pilot?" "The pilot, Collins. You've heard some people on the news talking about what a fabulous pilot he was, war hero. But I've got suspicions I need help with." "You're going to hang this on the pilot? In the middle of the biggest thunderstorm in the history of Maryland?" "I'm not trying to hang it on anybody. I'm trying to keep from getting hung on. I'm chasing every fact down every rabbit hole, but I need people who can navigate down rabbit holes that I can't fit in. That's you." "I'm bigger than you, Nolan, not smaller." "Yeah," the metaphor broke down. "You get the point, though. What do you want me to check out on this pilot?" "Everything you can. Medical records, fitness reports, his citations, everything. We've got to get them from the Pentagon, from family, wherever we can." "One Marine to another, Nolan. I can get those records out of the Pentagon. You know I can." I looked at Justin and Rachel, who were staring at me. I put up my hands. "I don't want you doing anything illegal. This all has to be above board." "Right. What else?" "We should probably get together and talk about all the other things. I've got a to-do list that's taken on a life of its own. You've got to help me get some sleep, Tinny." "All right, Mike, let's do this. But there's one other thing. I don't think I told you about my new rate sheet." I just rolled my eyes. I saw this coming.
A new rate sheet? You're killing me. No, I wouldn't do that. And the new rates are effective today. I'll fax you a copy of the sheet this afternoon. What are your new rates? As of right now, they only apply to complex cases. I'll work the other cases into the new rates as the new cases come in, but unfortunately they're twice what I've charged up until just yesterday. Come on, Tenny, give me a break. I'm giving you a break by getting involved in this. This thing has stink all over. You just can't smell it yet. You're too excited about being involved. I'm telling you, this thing's going to be ugly. When you're talking about the president being killed, his family, his wife, an American hero pilot, and a French helicopter company, the currents are going to be so deep and so swift you'll get drowned in about a millisecond, and I'll be there to pull you out. I may have to triple my rates. Just send me the rate sheet. I'll be in touch. I'll send you that rate sheet right away. By the way, this pilot, Collins, what's his first name? What's his address? You jumping right on this, Tenny? If you think this guy's got something to do with the accident, somebody else is going to think that too. I'm sure the feds are already digging, but I'll beat them to it. I promise I'll get to something before they do, something they might not even look for. His name is Chuck Collins. His address is in Woodbridge, Virginia. Charles? Okay. What's his wife's name? Melissa. What difference does this make? You leave her out of this. Not a chance, friend, not a chance. See ya. And with that, his cell phone went dead. I looked at Rachel and Justin, who were both still staring at the speakerphone. I hope that was the right decision. Rachel said, "He's never failed us before. It's just sometimes his methods are a little sketchy." "I've got to make a call," I said. They got the hint and left for their own offices. I dialed Britt's number at his office in Arlington, Virginia. Britt was a Beltway bandit. His company lived off government contracts, mostly military. He worked for Bachmann Aerospace, which was developing a series of light helicopter UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, drones. His division had developed a helicopter the size of a coffee table that had 8 rotor blades, 4 rotating in one direction, and another 4 on top of the first 4, rotating in the opposite direction. Counter-rotating blades. No tail rotor necessary. It ran on a small jet engine the size of my forearm and could fly 120 miles per hour after vertical takeoff. It carried all the sensors the Marine Corps wanted: video, infrared, and the newest radar system, even weapons. The Marine Corps was hot to purchase this amazing little helicopter. Britt was in the middle of the contract proposal and had no time, but when he heard that the call was from me, he immediately picked up the phone. "Nolan, what are you doing?" "Thanks for taking my call, Jason. I know you're busy." "Never too busy for a fellow Marine." I wasn't sure how to approach him. I needed to gather everything I could on Collins, but I didn't want to make Britt think I was taking advantage of our friendship. "How about Marine One?" I said casually. Britt sighed. "Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Can't believe they took off in that storm. You got any ideas?" "Yeah, I got lots of ideas, but I should tell you what I'm doing." "What?" "You remember I practiced law in Annapolis?" "Sure. From marine pilot to parasite on the great American economy, keeping the world safe for felons and child molesters." "I'll remember that when you get arrested, because I'm sure you wouldn't want to be represented by some parasite attorney." "True. I'd rather rot in prison than pay a cent to a lawyer. So what are you talking about?" "I do civil cases, too, not just criminal." "And?" "I've been hired to represent World Copter in the crash of Marine One." "Are you shitting me?" "Talk about getting thrown into it." "Yeah, it's a pretty crazy time. So far it's just a bunch of investigations, but I'm sure the other shoe will drop at some point. It's the kind of case that you always want until you're in it. Then you wonder what happened to your life. Look, I need to ask you about something, but if you don't want to talk to me about it, that's okay. But I have to find some stuff out. Can you help me out?" "What?" "Collins."
There was a pregnant pause, as Britt suddenly got the point of my call. I wondered when somebody was going to start asking me about him. I didn't think it'd be you. Anybody else asked you about him since the accident? No. Listen, if you don't want to talk to me, that's cool. A lot of this is going to get real official real fast, but I need to do some quick checking on Collins. What do you think? His voice warmed only slightly. I'm going to be answering a lot of questions about him anyway. I picked up my pen and prepared to take silent notes. Witnesses clam up when they hear a keyboard. So, let's go back to the beginning. Once Britt got over the idea of talking about Collins, he began gushing information. He spent an hour talking with me. They had been in the same squadron more than once. He had observed Collins up close, both as a peer and as a superior officer. Several things he said stuck with me. After telling me about a near accident Collins had been involved in, which wasn't his fault, he mentioned in passing that Collins read a lot. I knew a lot of Marines who liked to read, contrary to their general reputation. Some of it was from the Marine Officer Reading List, which was started by General Alfred M. Gray when he was the Commandant of the Marine Corps. But this sounded different. Where did he read? What do you mean? How would you know he read a lot? Because I saw him. Where? Ready room? Kept books in his chair in the ready room. That's odd. It was. Lots of guys were interested in politics, what was going on, Rush Limbaugh sort of books, you know. But he was different? Yeah, very. What did he read? It was more serious stuff. Hardcore economics books, for one. Some guy from Austria, can't remember his name, and books nobody else had ever heard of that always claimed to have the secret. I guess I'd say he seemed fascinated by conspiracy theories. You mean black helicopters and world domination conspiracies? Sort of. I don't know. He didn't really talk about them much. He was sort of a loner. Did you get a flavor at all? Anything you can remember? It's hard to describe. Most Marines support the government generally, except for taxes, of course, he laughed, which they think are mostly just pissed away and should be used to buy more airplanes and ammo. But some people, like Collins, have a deep distrust of the government. I forget what the political party is called or what that theory is. They don't think there should be any government. Anarchists? No, these guys think there should be some police and military. What? Libertarians? Yeah, that's it. I'm not sure if he was a sort of radical libertarian, but he thought the government was corrupt, really corrupt, at the highest levels, and would read book after book about it. He'd get smug and sarcastic about it. When something would go wrong, like we had to deploy early, which was most of the time, by the way, tell me about it. Well, he'd say, "What do you expect?" and have this snotty smile. Always thought there was a wizard somewhere pulling the levers. I was writing furiously. Anything else? Not really. Great pilot. Great guy, usually. Was he in any organizations or anything? I don't know, not that... Did the FBI interview you when he got the job as CO of HMX-1? Yeah. What a joke. You tell them all this? Hell no, of course not. Why not? They didn't ask about what he read. They asked stupid questions. Was he a member of an organization whose intention was to overthrow the government of the United States? What a dumbass question. I'm sure they get a lot of yes answers to that brilliant question. I wouldn't have been real talkative anyway. I didn't want to kill his chance to get his dream job. Well, was he in any weird organizations? I don't think so. He got a lot of magazines and stuff, too. You're making him sound like a UFO nut. No, he wasn't like that, but a similar mentality. You've seen it. They'll believe anything, at least in that area. They obsess about it, talk to other people who are obsessing and sort of form an insiders club. They've broken the code. You know the type. Any other officers he hung out with who were on the same page with him on this stuff? Not really.
He was pretty much on his own. He used to tell us, though, that our oath was to fight all enemies, foreign and domestic. You know the oath. I, state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies. Sure. Well, he'd see Ted Kennedy or somebody on the TV, and his jaw would clench. He'd say, foreign and domestic, like Ted Kennedy was a domestic enemy. Good pilot, though. Probably the best in the Corps. It wasn't even close, really. Total natural. You know, frankly, if I were the president, I'd want Collins flying my helicopter, too. He'd get you there. Except this time. Well, I'd bet it wasn't his fault. I'd bet that French helicopter killed him and the president. That's my client. Too bad for you. Then I asked him the critical question. So, Britt, help me figure out how this happened. How did the president's helicopter go down? How the hell would I know? You're the one doing the investigation. Why are you asking me? Just wondered if you had any theories. You think of anything in Collins's personality that could contribute to the crash? There was a pause. Britt finally asked, What are you getting at? Nothing specific. He could screw it up just like any of us could, I guess. He wasn't Superman. But if I were going to pick the pilot least likely to screw up flying through a storm, it would be him. Do I think that's what happened? No. But could he have caused it? Could he have caused it? The light went on. Are you asking me whether he did it on purpose? You yourself said he could get a conspiracy theory in his head. I've got to consider every angle. Shit, Nolan. What are you trying to do? You trying to hang this on a fellow Marine? What the hell kind of shaft job is that? Look, I've got to go. Talk to you later. The line went dead. Senator Blankenship had accomplished much of what he wanted simply by announcing the hearings. As the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, he could force hearings, which he did. He set them for the caucus room in the Russell Senate Office Building, not coincidentally the site of the Watergate and Iran-Contra hearings. He was furious and was determined to make WorldCopter feel his heat. Within a week after his initial press conference, subpoenas had flown out of the Capitol to all corners of the country and even overseas. The subpoenas were not effective overseas, but ignoring them would be untenable for WorldCopter, so Jean-Claude Martin was one of the several voluntary foreign witnesses. Blankenship had imposed his will on Lisa Romero, the Senate Majority Leader, to start the hearings 3 weeks after the accident, before the dust had even settled. He wanted to get people on the record before they had a chance to construct their revisionist history of Marine One. Blankenship knew the DOJ was pushing WorldCopter hard, gathering documents and tickling the pearl handles of their criminal accusations. But he wanted to get it all in front of the world and the television cameras to see what WorldCopter said in response to hard questions. He didn't really care if the testimony he wanted jeopardized the investigation of the Justice Department. He was doing this for the country. As the hearings got underway, Blankenship was pleased that the entire country and much of the rest of the world tuned in. The government had been quiet about the crash so far, and this was the first chance for people to hear about what might have killed President Adams. People gathered around televisions wherever they could to hear pieces of testimony. Blankenship set the witness list carefully. He called witnesses from the government who had selected WorldCopter as the winner of the helicopter competition to build the next Marine One. They testified in somber tones with obvious disappointment how they had carefully laid out all of the requirements for the helicopter that would be used as Marine One, not the least of which was a proven track record, a history of impeccable safety, and assurances that whoever built the next Marine One would have the proper employees and subcontractors who had Yankee White-level clearances. They explained how they had relied on WorldCopter's representation of how quickly they could have the security checks completed and Marine One delivered in time to fulfill the contract. The senators on the Armed Services Committee had been bipartisan in their attacks on WorldCopter since the crash.
Now they were all in the Senate caucus room, with all the bright lights and energy the journalistic interest could muster. For the first time since any of the committee members could remember, they all felt exactly the same way about what was transpiring in the hearing. After the procurement witnesses, Pentagon officials marched through the hearing room to describe the process of selecting the competitors for Marine One, and then the fly-off, where military test pilots evaluated the competitors. The distinct impression left by all the witnesses, who had been reading from the same government playbook, was that the other helicopter was superior to the Worldcopter helicopter, which called itself an American helicopter, that had been selected for Marine One. Left unsaid but clear was that forces had been at play other than merit that caused someone to choose the Worldcopter offering. This had, of course, been the drumbeat of the American Helicopter Company since the decision had been made, and the company used this chance to provide all kinds of back-channel information to senators and witnesses to make Worldcopter look bad. On the fourth day of the hearings, the Worldcopter witnesses were finally called to defend themselves. Even though I'd had a lot of criminal law experience, I didn't have any experience representing witnesses in Senate investigations. William Morton did. But the bad news is that attorneys have limited power in Senate hearings, far less than in a trial or arbitration. They can only clarify the questions or attempt to deflect some of the impact. No real rules of evidence apply, like in a courtroom, where you can rely on an agreed set of rules to object to a question as leading or compound, or to complain that it is obvious political grandstanding and not really a question at all. You might be able to make a claim of attorney-client privilege, if appropriate, but essentially you tried to make it come out better in subtle and clever ways. Some resorted to making comical comments, like Brendan Sullivan's famous statement at the Iran-Contra hearings when representing Marine Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, when he challenged a senator who was ignoring him by saying, "Senator, I am not a potted plant." But that kind of fun was rare, and most attorneys left the hearings frustrated and the witnesses left bloody from senators standing on top of them. Senator Blankenship, not one to shy from a confrontation on behalf of the United States, called Jean-Claude Martin, the president and CEO of Worldcopter, as the first witness from the company. Martin wanted William Morton to defend him, but he asked me to be at the table too. We entered the jammed caucus room through the small aisle that wound between the audience, the journalists, and light poles. Jean-Claude sat in front of the microphone at the table covered with green felt. Morton sat to his left. I sat to Jean-Claude's right. Jean-Claude looked poised and calm. We knew differently. We had spent countless hours preparing him. Half our time had been spent giving him information about the helicopter's construction and the contract with the government that he had either never known or grown unsure about. The other half was spent grilling him and pressing him harder than any senator was likely to have the nerve to duplicate. But there's a big difference between preparing for an inquisition and being in one. His hands were shaking slightly. Jean-Claude knew it and kept his hands out of sight until he was able to settle down. Blankenship began the questioning himself. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He spent the first 2 hours grilling Jean-Claude on the U.S. operations of Worldcopter, trying to show that it was simply a front for Worldcopter France, and that the only manufacturing of the helicopter, in reality, occurred in France. Some assembly took place in the United States, but by the end of the 2 hours, everyone understood the helicopter was made in France. Blankenship moved to the next tab in the notebook full of questions that had been prepared by the lawyers on his staff. "From what I understand," he said, his voice booming with the cameras whirring away, "Worldcopter U.S. was established as a joint venture solely to satisfy the made-in-USA requirements for the Marine One contract, correct?" He made quotation marks with his bony fingers when saying "made in USA." "In other words, you couldn't even compete for the contract, Worldcopter couldn't,
without the U.S. subsidiary supposedly doing the manufacturing, right? No, Senator, that's not right. Jean-Claude's English was quite good, but the more he spoke and the hotter it got, the heavier his accent got. WorldCopter already had a U.S. subsidiary that has handled all American sales of WorldCopter. We have been selling and assembling helicopters in the United States for almost 20 years. My mistake, Mr. Martin, Blankenship said, with an intentional American pronunciation instead of the French. I was unclear. I was concentrating on the joint venture part of this little arrangement. WorldCopter had a U.S. subsidiary, but it joined with the Hammer and Blaylock Corporation, the major U.S. military contractor, which then agreed to produce 1/5 of the parts for Marine One. Isn't that right? Partially, Senator. We did enter into a joint venture with Hammer Blaylock to provide 1/5 of the parts for the helicopter. That's true. Senator Blankenship was unimpressed. Well, the point of my question, sir, is that it was that joint venture that allowed you to participate in the bidding process to manufacture Marine One, correct? Well, sir, there was a requirement that at least 20% of the parts of the helicopter be actually manufactured inside the United States borders, and that did allow us to meet that criteria. Then, as I understand your answer, it is yes? It is what I said. Well, prior, sir, to WorldCopter bidding on the Marine One contract, WorldCopter didn't make any parts in the United States, did it? No, sir. WorldCopter never utilized a single American worker to make any single part on a single WorldCopter helicopter before you decided to bid on Marine One on the government contract. Isn't that right? I'm not sure I would say it that way. We employ 340 American citizens in our subsidiary in the United States. Now you do. But 30 days before this bid was submitted to get the Marine One contract, you had 27 employees in the United States, correct? I believe that is correct. And 13 of them were French, correct? I don't know the numbers exactly, Senator, but that sounds pretty close. Well, only one person who was born in this country was even an officer of WorldCopter U.S., right? I'm not sure, Senator. Not sure? Well, I sure am. Here's the list. Blankenship held it up dramatically for the television cameras. Would you like me to read it to you? I don't think that will be necessary. Blankenship sat back and stared at the president of WorldCopter. The tension built in the room. Sir, this whole joint venture is a charade on the American people. It was created to get the government contract. You certainly didn't need to have Hammer and Blaylock build parts that were already being built in France, did you? We were enthusiastic to participate with them in the manufacturing of Marine One and to have them help us manufacture Marine One in the United States. Just like Boeing transferred some of the manufacturing to China when it got the contract to build aircraft for Chinese airlines, or General Dynamics allowed Norway to help build the F-16 when it was placing those aircraft with NATO. It's very common, and I think it's very healthy for both countries involved. Blankenship looked at Martin as if he were stupid. Are you comparing the state of the United States aviation industry to that of the Chinese or the Norwegians? The United States already has a healthy helicopter industry, don't we? We don't need a European helicopter manufacturer here to show us how or to get us going, particularly one that's faking the manufacturing just to satisfy the criteria in a contract bid. Blankenship smelled an opening. Sir, at the time that General Dynamics sold F-16s to Norway, Norway certainly didn't have any native fighter industry, did it? And when Boeing agreed to allow China to help build Boeing aircraft, China didn't have much of a native commercial aircraft industry, did it? It's a completely different situation." Morton interjected. "Senator, I don't think we're here to debate policy or whether it's wise for various countries to share technology with other countries." Senator Blankenship leaned forward and looked at Morton. "Who invited you to this hearing, sir? I'm here to ask questions of the president of WorldCopter, not some high-priced Washington lawyer who's trying to keep the truth from coming out." Morton was stunned. "Senator, witnesses have a right to counsel at these hearings, as you well know." He paused. "I'm not trying to keep the truth from coming out at all, Senator. I'm trying to keep this witness from becoming a political tool." Blankenship turned beet red. "A tool? You think this is about politics? Sir, this is about killing the President of the United States. This is about a foreign company winning a contract they didn't deserve to win and then failing to comply with the contract, resulting in the death of the President. This is about fraud. You think that's politics?" Morton was appropriately quiet. Blankenship was aching for a fight. Blankenship returned his angry gaze to Martin. "Now I want to talk about fraud." He turned the page dramatically in his notebook. "You're aware there have been allegations of fraud in the contracting process for Marine One." Martin wanted to throw it right back at him, but restrained himself. "I have heard people make reckless accusations." Blankenship didn't even look up. "What was the bid and accepted price for the entire Marine One contract, sir?" Martin said. $6.1 billion. And by the time the first helicopter was delivered, the price for the contract was what, sir? $12.5 billion. And that was in spite of the fact that the Navy asked for 0 changes, right? No, sir. The Navy tasked us with 1,900 additional requirements that weren't in the original contract. Blankenship held up a document. "I have a sworn statement from the lead Navy contracting officer, sir. Let me read you what she says. This idea that the Navy gave them 1,900 additional requirements is simply not true. It's a myth, and it's becoming a legend." Blankenship paused. "Is she lying?" Martin snapped back. "They asked us for a helicopter, then because of the post-9/11 requirements said it had to be able to jam incoming missiles, be hardened to some nuclear blasts, and have the same video conferencing and encrypted communications capabilities as Air Force One. That made it very expensive to essentially redesign the entire helicopter, and those requirements were not in the original contract." Blankenship smiled ironically. "Funny you should mention Air Force One. Each of those 747s cost less than one of these helicopters. Did you know that?" "That's not the case, Senator." "Yes, it is. These helicopters cost the U.S. taxpayers $400 million apiece. That's more than the 747. "Yes, well, these 747s were built many years ago." "No, sir. That's in today's dollars. I adjusted the price for inflation." Blankenship paused. "It is hard to believe that a helicopter can cost more than a 747, isn't it? You didn't believe it. You can see why we believe there's fraud. When you pay for an Indy car and get a VW, you look into it. At least this committee is certainly going to." At that point, I knew one of us was going to have to take a spear for WorldCopter. "Senator, excuse me, I'm Mike Nolan." "Who, sir, asked you to speak?" "Well, Senator, no one asked me to speak, but as an attorney, I'm rarely asked to speak." The audience chuckled. Blankenship didn't see the humor. "Please remain quiet, Mr. Nolan. Mr. Martin is represented here by competent counsel. Perhaps you can't see him. He's sitting on the other side of Mr. Martin." "Nice. Actually, he's being represented here by both of us. I just haven't spoken before this. I'd be happy to be quiet, Senator, but I need to say one thing first. You say this isn't about politics, yet you ask questions that imply dishonesty, fraud, lack of contractual compliance, and malice on the part of WorldCopter. The cost increases you just alluded to were based on changes requested by the government.
and the cost increases were approved. This has been in the papers for years. There is nothing new here. And as to the implication that WorldCopter caused this accident, that is remarkable, particularly in light of the fact that no one has any idea what caused this accident. The NTSB hasn't issued its preliminary findings, yet you are ready to lynch WorldCopter when they may have done absolutely nothing wrong. You will find out, Senator, that the reason the clearances, for example, were not obtained in a timely fashion was because the FBI failed to do the investigation they promised to do. Blankenship took his large wooden gavel and was about to slam it down to try to shut me up when one of his aides approached him from behind and handed him a piece of paper. He stopped to read it, then looked at me over his reading glasses. The look on his face told me I didn't want to hear what he was about to say. He said nothing until the room was completely silent. He looked away from me toward Jean-Claude. "Sir, I've just been handed what is entitled Preliminary Assessment from the NTSB. I'm told this is remarkably quick for that investigative body, but they say it isn't a full preliminary report." He paused, looked at the paper again. "It says some things initially, then goes on to say, 'It is our initial assessment that there was no foul play in the crash of Marine One. We are concentrating on the possibility that there was a design or manufacturing defect that caused the crash.'" I was still standing. I put up my hands up at my sides, palms out in surrender, and sat down. Blankenship said to Jean-Claude, "Sir, let's back way up and talk about how this helicopter was designed and built, because I have the same concerns as the NTSB." Chapter 9. Marcel called me after the hearing and asked me to meet him the next morning at 6:30 at the hangar where the wreckage was being stored. He was concerned about Blankenship's announcement on worldwide television. As I was leaving for the hangar, my wife Debbie asked me if I'd seen the headline of the morning's newspaper. "What does it say?" She turned it around and held it up to me and read it. "WorldCopter in the crosshairs." "Perfect." She glanced at the story that she'd already read, looking for a particular sentence. "According to sources inside the government, the lead investigator for the NTSB is focusing on a specific cause that she thinks will explain the crash. The sources were unwilling to disclose the cause, but said the things under consideration all pointed to WorldCopter." I put my coffee down. That is unbelievably irresponsible. Does anyone think it was a coincidence that the NTSB preliminary assessment, whatever that is, was released while the president of WorldCopter was on the hot seat of a Senate inquisition? Somebody at the NTSB owed Blankenship big time. What total bullshit this is. Who inside the NTSB would talk to him and then the press like that? That really pisses me off. I headed for the hangar, which was on an old Army air base. I had been there on occasion when it was still actively operating. It had been closed in one of Congress's base realignments. The NTSB was there 24 hours a day, but most of the team were there from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. The hangars now stood empty, surrounded by weeds. The NTSB had cleaned up one of the hangars and mowed around it. It was easy to pick it out from the others by its appearance and the activity around it. I turned into the Army base, which now had a guard at the gate again. He took my driver's license and turned to check it against his access list. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw a car go by a little too slowly to just be driving by on the country road behind me. The car was unremarkable, and I couldn't see the driver, but I thought I'd seen the same car earlier, on the way to the Army base from my house. I couldn't imagine who it would be. It had to be either a coincidence or my imagination. I parked at the side of the hangar in what was once a pilot's parking lot and walked through the side door. The concrete floor was spotless, and portable light stands all over the massive space illuminated the charred, mud-covered wreckage from Marine One that had been trucked to the hangar. The investigators had spread the pieces out on the floor to represent the places where the pieces had been in the helicopter when it was intact. Each subgroup of the NTSB investigation had its own table. Engines, blades, airframe, maintenance, pilots. Participants, such as WorldCopter, had their own areas and tables. Some had put up signs so everyone would know where they were. WorldCopter's logo hung from a now-defunct fire sprinkler high above their table. I quickly spotted Marcel, who was also one of the first people in the hangar that morning. He had scrounged a desk and was sitting behind it with innumerable photographs and pieces of metal in front of him. He was looking at one with a magnifying glass as I approached. "Morning, Marcel." He looked up over his reading glasses.
"Good morning, Mike. I am glad that you came."
He jumped up and turned to face the wall behind him. He turned back to me.
"Would you like some coffee? We have brought our own coffee machine out here. The coffee that was being made was not too good. Let me get you some."
"Sure." Marcel took a large bowl-like cup out of a stack, poured coffee into it from an impressive coffee maker, then reached under the desk and pulled out a quart of milk from a cooler and poured some into the coffee. "Thanks," I said, as he smiled widely and handed me the cup. "So what you got, Marcel?" Marcel ripped off his reading glasses and looked around to make sure nobody was listening. He lowered his voice and spoke to me quietly.
"As you know, we are here as part of the investigation to help the NTSB. I am looking at many things and am not making any conclusions. That's their job. I answer questions. But I think I also notice a few things that we have to deal with in the future. Come around here."
He indicated for me to walk to his side of the desk.
"I want to show you these photographs."
He picked up one 8.5 by 11 glossy color print and handed it to me. He put his glasses back on, picked up a pen, and began pointing to a portion of the photo. I couldn't tell what it was. "What are we looking at?"
"It is the inside threads of the main rotor blades that we found lying on the ground."
"Where it attaches to the rotor hub?"
"Exactly. Look closely."
I looked as closely as I could, but nothing jumped out at me.
"Here."
He handed me the magnifying glass. I glanced around the room, feeling like I was about to do something improper, and placed the photograph flat on the desk where there was good light. Marcel placed his pen where he wanted me to look. I looked carefully, moving the 4-inch magnifying glass in and out until it was perfectly focused on the threads that held the main rotor blade to the rotor hub. The threads looked odd, like they weren't as clean or as precise as you would expect them to be. The threads showed slight bending, some discoloration, and a softness that I couldn't really understand. I placed the magnifying glass down and stood up straight. "What am I looking at here, Marcel?" He almost whispered.
The threads are bent."
I shook my head, indicating my complete lack of understanding. "And?"
"The threads are bent. You can see the force, the stress."
"Sure, but I would assume they all have that. When the helicopter hits the ground, the blades flex down, putting a huge amount of force on their attachment to the rotor hub. That should stress the threads."
"No," he said. "This blade came off in the air. It was not attached when the helicopter hit the ground. Remember?"
"Yeah, but we don't know where." He shook his head as if I didn't understand, which was accurate. He said,
"I do not know if this got the right chemical, the right coating. I'm afraid the coating for corrosion did not get put on this blade. If it didn't, and the blade came off in the air because it had corroded, it could explain everything. It landed by the crashed helicopter. Yes, true. It would be one of those ironies."
"That would be an irony, an unpleasant one." "You think that's possible?" Marcel shrugged and put out his chin.
"You see, the blade threads are bent as if it came off going down, away from the helicopter. It probably came off while the helicopter was in the air."
I sat down in the chair Marcel had been sitting in. This case could be over a lot faster than I thought. You tell the NTSB about this?
They haven't focused on the blade yet. They're too busy with other things.
You gonna tell them?
I will answer whatever questions they ask.
We need to get our own metallurgist to look at this as soon as we can.
I don't want somebody from Worldcopter, Marcel said.
I know just the guy. Used to be the head of the NTSB metallurgy lab.
They will probably like that here,
he said, glancing at the NTSB people. I don't think so. He thinks the people who work in the NTSB lab now are second stringers. We'll have to play it very carefully.
What about the tip weights? Any of them recovered yet?
No. This same blade is the one missing its end cap and tip weights. They could have come off in the air, which would cause a terrible vibration. The helicopter would come apart. That could make this blade come off in any direction.
Well, exactly. If they don't find those tip weights, everyone will think that's exactly what happened.
Yes, they could. I looked at him. We have to find those tip weights. We have to show they're intact and they didn't cause the accident.
If the NTSB didn't find them, it will be hard for us to find them.
We have to. Otherwise, this thing is going to land on our heads. I thought about the assembly of the tip weights, the small washers that balanced the rotating blade. What about the nut that held the tip weights on? How can we prove there even was a nut?
Well, you couldn't rotate that blade for even 30 seconds without the nut holding on the tip weights. It would be out of balance immediately. The bolt at the end, where the tip weights go and the nut holds them on, is bent. This blade hit something.
So the nut and the tip weights could have come off when the blade hit whatever it hit.
Yes, or the bolt could have been bent after they came off and as it fell. And the NTSB has not found any of these parts. If it was near the crash, they would be on the ground, in the mud. They have looked everywhere. They are not there.
Oh, yes, they are. And we're going to find them. I worked at my office late that night reviewing the Senate transcript that Morton had emailed me. As I paused for a moment and looked at the ceiling to soothe my burning eyes, the phone rang. I recognized Bird's number. I put him on the speakerphone. Hey, Tenny.
No, you came to the right place. Guess what I've got?
What?
A fine lady at the Pentagon who just happens to have access to all of Collins's personnel records. Turns out she went to Howard with my son. Used to go to his Omega Psi-Phi parties, where he, of course, was the life of the party, just like his old man. She said she owed him. And since he wasn't around right now, his old man would just have to do. You believe that shit?
Tenny, you didn't ask her to take any federal documents, did you?
Tenny responded as if he'd been hurt. That would be wrong. I couldn't ask her to do that.
You'd better not.
Right. Just leave these things to me. You do your lawyer shit. You just don't like the dirty work. You probably let your gunnery sergeant take care of all the shitbirds in your squadron, didn't you?
What else you got, Tenny?
One other thing. This might be big. Got a contact in the Secret Service. Former Marine. Maybe our secret weapon.
Why would someone from the Secret Service have any information?
This boy is the head of security at Camp David, my friend. He was waiting for the president on the night of the crash.
I sat up straight. He could be the key to the entire thing.
Exactly.
Think he'll talk to us?
Let's just say he's unenthusiastic. Seems others in the government don't want anyone to find out who was at that meeting, which, of course, makes me push all the harder. But he's not very pushable right now. I'll work it.
What's his name?
No can do. He swore me to secrecy. Says he'll go stone cold know-nothing and lie through his teeth if I even breathe his name to anyone, especially you.
He knows about me?
Well, I had to tell him why I was calling, didn't I? It's not like some investigator is going to just wonder about all this for his own good. He recognized you from the Senate hearings. Gotta run. Keep me posted. Oh, yeah.
As I hung up, the phone rang again. I checked the caller ID and saw area code 212. Only Catherine. would be up this late. "Mike Nolan," I said, answering the phone quickly. After a pause, a deep, smooth voice said, "Mike, this is Tom Hackett." He was the last person I expected to call me, but if I'd thought about it or been quick enough, it would have made instant sense. He was one of the most famous lawyers in the country, a plaintiff's attorney from New York. He called himself, or the legal press called him, Mr. Class, as in class actions, not because he had class. He filed massive class action lawsuits against corporations for any number of reasons and settled them for enormous amounts of money, a nice portion of which went to him. He was one of the wealthiest lawyers in the country. The reason I didn't instantly know the reason for the call was that I had forgotten that he went to law school with the First Lady, Mrs. Adams. "What can I do for you?" "First of all, we've never met. I am an attorney in New York and deal in major cases." "Yes, I know who you are." "Good. Listen, I wanted to tell you that you did a very nice job at the Senate hearings, very dramatic. You got Blankenship very angry, which was probably why you were there. Nicely done." He paused. "So, I understand that you've been retained for this representation, but not by WorldCopter, by AII, their insurance company. But they would only be involved if there was going to be a civil lawsuit." "And where'd you hear that?" Hackett said. "That doesn't really matter. I have ways of learning lots of things. So, am I right? Maybe. Does that mean you're unsure?" I fought back the anger building inside me. I just didn't need that right then. I hung up. The phone rang again immediately. I saw the same number. I picked it up again. "What?" "It's very rude to hang up on a caller. It's very rude to call someone you don't know and insult them." "I was not intending to insult you." "Yes, you were. If you have anything worthwhile to say it. I'm busy." "No doubt. Here is what I do have to say, so listen carefully. I am representing the First Lady, or former First Lady, Mrs. Adams. I also have indications that I will be representing all the others who perished on Marine One against WorldCopter in a civil lawsuit. You have, of course, heard the NTSB's initial statement that there was no foul play. That means, a fortiori, there was a defective helicopter, and that means your client owes my clients compensation. WorldCopter does not need the publicity a civil trial would bring. I don't think WorldCopter wants me to take the depositions of every employee of their factory where this helicopter was made and show how disastrous their entire operation is. I don't think they need me digging into their security procedures and security files to show that their employees never obtained the security clearances required by the United States government, and I don't think they need me proving that they killed the president, whether intentionally or otherwise. But if I can have your assurance of confidentiality, may I have that assurance? So I take it from your threats that you're planning on filing a lawsuit? In the face of the information coming out in the Senate investigation and the NTSB statement, I have to prepare for that eventuality, don't I? It would be malpractice not to. I haven't decided yet, but I must confess what I have learned is very disturbing. But the reason for my call is to discuss something of importance to your client and mine. So, may I have your assurance of confidentiality? Yes, except for my ability to convey whatever it is you're about to say to my clients. Of course, that's the whole point. But you are not free to disclose it to others inside your firm, except perhaps Rachel, or others who might be interested, such as your wife, Debbie, or the press. This guy was really pissing me off. If you think your little name-dropping game will intimidate me, just save yourself the energy. You don't impress me.
Please, forgive me. I thought that it might generate some camaraderie between the two of us. I feel like I know you quite well already. You don't know me quite well, nor will you ever, and if you ever do, you'll probably be on your back staring at the sky wondering what the hell just happened. So, what is it you have to say? Did I receive your assurance of confidentiality as I outlined it? Yes. Very well, then. I'm sure you appreciate that I believe, as does my client, that we have a very strong claim against your client. I think any rational person would wait until there's a determination of the cause of the crash before they even think about filing a lawsuit against somebody. But what I think really doesn't matter. You've probably put all kinds of wrong ideas into your clients' heads, but again, I'm waiting for you to say something that matters. So far I haven't heard it. Hackett took a deep breath, apparently annoyed. That was just fine with me. If life was just, someday I'd have the chance to hit him in the head with a chair. He said, I have persuaded the First Lady that now actually might be an opportune moment to resolve issues between our clients, not only her, but I believe I could obtain the authority of the widows of all the others on the aircraft to resolve their claims right now, before we expend huge amounts of money in costly discovery and adverse publicity for your client. And I assure you, there will be substantial adverse publicity. But what we have in mind is that we would be willing to resolve all claims in a confidential settlement that would not be disclosed to anyone, not even the fact of the settlement. If she or I were later asked by the press why we had not filed a lawsuit as we had contemplated, the answer would simply be that there had been discussions between the two sides and she was satisfied with what they had said. Simple as that. That's all she or I or anyone else related to the case would or could ever say. No one would ever know that WorldCopter had paid her a settlement. Well, I think that the likelihood of that remaining secret is about as likely as any other secret held by the U.S. government. You may as well just email it to the Washington Post. You underestimate our ability to remain confidential. What's your proposal? We are prepared to consider resolving all claims of the First Lady as well as the survivors of all others who died aboard Marine One for a sum totaling $1 billion. You're kidding me, right? Are you seriously demanding $1 billion settlement with no evidence of liability? I'm trying to save you from seeing that evidence, Mike, because I promise you that if this case goes forward, I will have evidence that this crash was WorldCopter's fault, and the NTSB will find it was WorldCopter's fault. I will have experts that testify not only that it was WorldCopter's fault, but that it was reckless. We will recover punitive damages. Do you really believe that a jury is going to sympathize with a European helicopter manufacturer that killed the President of the United States? I'm not to the point of even trying to evaluate that. I'm trying to figure out what caused the accident. Tell me, what evidence do you have that this is WorldCopter's fault and that they should pay you anything? Mike, that's what I'm trying to save you from. He hesitated, no doubt for effect. Maybe this is too complex for you. Maybe you're used to automobile accident cases. You should pass this information and offer on to whoever has more experience in these matters. Because if you go forward and this lawsuit is filed, it is going to be WorldCopter's worst nightmare. I'd never encountered anyone like him before. Is this how you usually begin a case, threatening and blustering to avoid the merits of the case, so you don't have to do any work? There was a notable pause on the other end of the line. Do you not know my reputation? Do you really believe I'm afraid to go to trial? What I'm afraid of is that people like you will not understand the implications of what is happening and not make the appropriate recommendations to their clients until it is too late. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that you will force me to drag you into the arena, the courtroom, and embarrass you and your client. If you don't think I've tried cases, if you don't think I'm capable of trying this case, ask around. Talk to some people who have been practicing law a while, who have tried some big cases. See if they agree." He waited until that sunk in, then said, "Listen very carefully." "What?" "This offer of settlement that I have just outlined to you must remain confidential. If it is leaked to the press in any way, if there is any implication to the press that the First Lady is looking for money, I will not only deny it, but I will attribute the offer to you. I will tell the press that, contrary to what you are saying, in fact you called us and begged us to resolve all potential cases for $1 billion, and that we, of course, rejected it out of hand as being premature, but perhaps indicative of the problems WorldCopter was facing. We were frankly surprised that WorldCopter was so disturbed by the Senate hearings and concerned with liability in this case that they tried to preempt any investigation on our part. Do you understand that?" "Yes, very clearly. If confronted by the press, you would lie." "That's very good to know. I appreciate knowing up front I'm dealing with a liar." "Oh, I wouldn't call it a lie. In fact, by the time we'd completed our conversation about it, I would have you completely convinced that what I had said was correct. Words and intentions are elusive little things, with content pouring in and out of them all of the time. Much of communication is in tone, timing, and technique. I'm sure you're aware of that," he continued. "There's one other thing. This discussion that we're having about resolving this case will stop 7 days from now. If WorldCopter does not get back to me with an acceptance of this indication of interest on my part, then there will be no subsequent offer. We will go to trial. Do you understand that, Mr. Nolan?" "I understand it very well." "Excellent. I will look forward to hearing from you by telephone, and you can find my number in any number of places. I'm sure you're clever and will be able to do that. Yes, for example, my caller ID is telling me what it is right now. Yes, but predictably, you have jumped to conclusions. You have assumed that I'm calling you from my office. You have assumed that the line, the number you are seeing, is a direct line and not a trunk line from an office building somewhere in New York. You actually have no idea what you're seeing. In fact, if you think about it, you don't even know that I'm Tom Hackett. I could be Billy Samuels, the young man who lives down the street from you. I look forward to hearing from you." The line went dead. I stared at the phone. I couldn't believe I'd just had that conversation. It was like a dream. I turned to my computer and drafted an email to WorldCopter and Catherine. He was right. I didn't know for sure it was Tom Hackett, but the voice sure sounded like the voice I'd heard on numerous televised press conferences about his victories. Plus, it's hard to match that kind of articulate arrogance. You can't find that just anywhere. I finished the email and read it over. I decided to call Catherine in the morning. Throughout that night and the next morning as I drove back to my office, I couldn't get Hackett's call off my mind. Sometimes, the more desperate people's cases are and the less likely they are to prevail, the more they demand and the quicker they insist on a response. They don't want to get into the facts. They want to play it with the maximum extortion value. They don't want to get into discovery, where we might find out that their case was a pile of shit. They demand money, bang on the table, try to scare the defendants, and try to extract a settlement. It wasn't my decision, but I couldn't imagine this case being resolved this quickly with no theory of what happened, especially for the kind of money that Hackett was talking about. That was crazy money.
I drank deeply from the coffee in my USNA mug and called Catherine. Her secretary answered.
Miss Galbraith's office?
It's Mike Nolan. Is Catherine there?
Sure, Mr. Nolan. I'll get her right away.
Catherine came on, now sounding as if she hadn't slept in 3 days. I gave her the whole conversation, which she found odd and remarkable. She waited patiently, but finally broke in.
I read your email. Is he out of his mind?
Yes, he is. He wants $1 billion.
That's just crazy. He represents the families of everyone who was aboard Marine One.
He says he will.
That's just ridiculous.
But there's a big problem with that number, Mike.
What?
World Copter is only insured for $250 million. That is a problem. Catherine thought for a moment, anger building.
Sounds to me like it includes punitive damages, too. Agree?
Probably. How much is a dead president worth? How much does a former president earn over the remainder of his life? Hard to say. A lot, but nothing like the CEO of Exxon or something. And former presidents don't become CEOs. So it sounds to me like he's including punitives without saying it.
We can't insure punitive damages, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we have to reject it.
I'll call World Copter.
I suppose if they want to kick in $750 million of their own money, that would force us to decide whether to throw in the policy, but this case isn't even worth our policy, unless someone convinces me otherwise. We don't have any evidence of liability at all.
I agreed. And Jean-Claude will never pay anything over the policy, especially now. Everybody would think it was an admission that the helicopter was defective.
Did Hackett say he'd keep it confidential?
Sure, but I don't even take that into consideration. I've lived close enough to Washington for long enough to know that things are only confidential until someone feels wronged. Then suddenly it appears in the Post. You want me on the call with World Copter?
No, I don't think it will be very long. They're indignant about all this. They think they're being slandered by the press and everyone else. NTSB's nice little press release didn't help much.
Just the springboard Hackett needed to make his call. A thought suddenly struck me. Maybe he has a friend inside the NTSB. It would explain a lot.
Great. That's all we need. An attorney manipulating a government agency. Well, keep going. Looks like we're going to have a big fat lawsuit on our hands pretty quickly. Assume World Copter is going to reject this unless we call you back. We're in for a real fight on this one, Mike.
He said this would be his last offer.
That's what they all say.
Chapter 10.
Mike,
Tracy, my secretary, said from outside my door as I hung up the phone. Yeah?
Rachel just called. The NTSB is going to have a press conference in a few minutes.
Get her in here, I said as I turned to my computer and went to msnbc.com. They were carrying the press conference live. Rachel ran in as I clicked on the video feed and the picture opened in a small window on my computer screen. Anyone speculating on what this is about?
Nothing. No one was expecting it this quickly.
I expanded the video panel on my computer screen. I recognized the lobby of the NTSB building. The NTSB logo was right behind Rose, who was standing in front of a lectern with a bank of microphones. Rachel came around to my side of the desk and leaned against it next to me. Rose looked up at all the cameras and the faces of all the reporters. She began reading a prepared statement. She told them she would take no questions. This was a preliminary finding, how tirelessly all the professionals who were a part of the investigation had worked, blah, blah, blah. Everybody in the country wanted her to get to the point. Finally, she did. She looked up, and her eyes narrowed. I wondered if she had written that gesture into her statement. First of all, let me say that our findings, again, are preliminary, and this is particularly true as to the cause of this accident. I want to state clearly what we believe did not cause this accident. We have found no evidence of any explosives, projectiles, or other means of bringing this helicopter down by outside forces. This helicopter was not shot down. Second, we, with the FBI and other investigators, have found no evidence of foul play. The president was not assassinated. Third, It is our preliminary belief that the cause of this accident was due to the helicopter losing one of its main rotor blades in the storm. You could hear cameras clicking in the background. We are not positive about the cause of that rotor blade leaving the main rotor hub, but we know it was put on the helicopter 2 weeks ago. This was a replacement blade. Our current focus is on the missing tip weights, which could have caused blade separation. That is all I have." She closed her notebook and walked away from the lectern without answering any of the questions being screamed at her by the journalists. "So it was WorldCopter's fault? Was it sabotage? How long before your investigation is final? Have you met with WorldCopter? What did they say?" She was true to her word and took no questions. When the door closed behind her, the reporters quieted down. I muted the sound on my computer and looked up at Rachel, who was looking down at me. She folded her arms and stared at the screen. "How could they know that?" "I don't know. Maybe they've got some good metallurgy we haven't seen. I'll ask Marcel. They're clearly not telling us everything. They can wait until the final report is issued to really lay it out. That could be another year or two." "Marcel would have already told us if they'd found something." Rachel stood there, not moving. She looked down at me again. "You buying it?" "We've always known that blade was a problem. But do I think that caused the accident? No." "Then why would they say it did?" "Because they believe it. You ever heard of Occam's razor?" "No." "It's named after some philosopher. His idea, the razor, was that the correct answer to a complex problem is usually found in the simplest solution. The more you construct or assume, the more steps or requirements there are to explain it, the less likely it is to be right. All things being equal, the explanation that calls for the fewest assumptions is likely the correct one. Basically, the simplest answer wins." "Makes sense." "I don't think it does, but my point is that's the way the NTSB thinks. If they can come up with a single screw that explains an entire accident, they'll grab onto that theory and hold it forever. You can tell them whatever you want. You can question all their evidence, it won't matter. You won't push them off of that conclusion. And as you know, the government is never wrong." "That's certainly been my experience." She stood up and walked toward the door. "Once you start thinking about this accident, you can't stop. I can see why people obsess about the Kennedy assassination. Once your brain locks onto the facts, you can't rest until all the pieces fit into a picture. Here's the NTSB giving us their theory, and nobody even knows who the president was going to meet." Rachel walked out and said on her way, "We going to be able to find answers?" "I'm sure as hell going to try." Chapter 11. A week passed, with daily visits to the wreckage in the hangar and talking to potential experts I was considering using. At the end of one particularly long day that started with me in the office before dawn, I invited Debbie to go out to dinner with me at one of the nicer restaurants in Annapolis. We arrived and were waiting to be seated when I saw Hackett on the television. He was holding a press conference. I asked the hostess to give us a minute. We walked into the bar and strained to see the television at the far end. Several others were watching, and the bartender turned up the volume. Hackett was in his conference room with his law firm's name emblazoned in gold lettering on the mahogany wall behind him. The press had been given plenty of notice that the attorney who represented the First Lady was holding a press conference. They packed the conference room. Conveniently, the press conference coincided with the evening news. We had missed the first couple of minutes. Hackett paused as photographers clicked cameras and print reporters made notes. He continued, "Now that the NTSB has stated what the cause of this accident was, and we know that it was WorldCopter's fault, the First Lady has reluctantly asked me to pursue the justice and the closure that she thinks the country needs, the justice that is required to defend the honor of President Adams. She wants answers for herself, not just as part of some governmental investigation. She wants me to be able to question the WorldCopter employees who put this helicopter together, the ones that put this blade on this helicopter, the ones who installed the tip weights that came off, the ones who caused the death of the President of the United States. Because of that, Mrs. Adams has requested that I file a lawsuit on her behalf against WorldCopter. I did so this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Not only has the First Lady requested that I file a suit on her behalf, but the wives of all the men killed on this helicopter, including the 2 Marine pilots, the Secret Service agents, and the Marine crew chief, have joined in the lawsuit. They were all killed because of a defect in this helicopter. We will also be examining the evidence to determine whether the conduct here was so egregious or malicious or reckless that it calls for an award of punitive damages. If it does, we will ask the jury to award a substantial amount of punitive damages against WorldCopter for the damage they have caused to these families and to the greater American family. Thank you. I will now take any questions you may have. I felt my BlackBerry buzz and pulled it out. Debbie frowned at me as I answered it. Mike Nolan. It was Rachel. I've got the lawsuit. Where'd you find it? Hackett posted it on his firm's website. Figures. And? Guess where he filed it? D.C.? Nope. District of Maryland. By D.C. Nope. Right here in Annapolis. What? Why? That's what I was going to ask you. Rachel told me everything she could about the complaint. Thanks. I'll get back to you. I hung up and looked at Debbie. Hackett filed his suit right here. Why here? I assumed he would file in D.C. That's what I've been wondering. But think about it. Who built the courthouse and appointed both our judges? President Adams? Exactly. Hackett is guaranteed to have a judge who was appointed by his client's husband. And both the federal judges here, as you well know, are both former plaintiffs' lawyers. Which judge got the case? Betancourt. You like her, don't you? I do. I think she's fair, which is all you can really ask for. I don't think he'll get the advantage from this he thinks he will. And Norris will be the magistrate. She likes me. Debbie frowned. Then why would Hackett file here? I'm sure he researched judges here. Maybe he wants me to try the case and not Brightman. Maybe he thinks I'm an easy mark and putting it here will tempt AII to let me try it. That's pretty cynical, and that wouldn't be his conclusion if he's done his homework. Whatever reason Hackett chose Annapolis, I liked it. I would have picked that courthouse if given a choice. Maybe Hackett had just made his first mistake. You know, what probably drove his decision was the rocket docket. All civil cases go to trial in 6 months. He wants to get to trial before anyone finds out what really happened. I got into work the next morning at 6 a.m. Rachel appeared in my door, virtually buzzing. "You're here early," I said. She handed me a big Starbucks and said, "So are you. We need some new bodies." "No doubt. This thing is going to be a monster. We could probably use 10 new people. We can set up several in the back conference room, but let's get 2 or 3 in right away. Why don't you get with Tracy and put an ad together for the Washington Post, the National Law Journal, American Lawyer, Monster.com, whatever. I want to get someone in here ASAP, and I think we need to aim high. This is a big-profile case that a lot of people are going to want to work on. I've got to call Bird." I got Bird on his cell phone. "Tinny, Nolan." "What the hell you want now?" "He filed in Annapolis. Hey, I've got stuff on Collins that's pretty damn interesting, but I didn't hear from you on my rate sheet, and it turns out there was a typo. I need to send you my updated rate sheet." "You're shameless." "I'm unashamedly and openly trying to accumulate enough money to retire in the Caribbean and lay on the beach all day, guilty as charged, and you're going to help me. Come see me so we can talk about all this. Will do." Rachel had called the legal journals and the newspapers and had put the advertisements on their websites for staff associates.
We were already receiving calls. She was lining up interviews at night because we couldn't even take a breath during the day. Tinny came to see me on Wednesday morning, when I was to meet with all of our newly retained experts to go back out to the scene. I asked him to come at a different time, but he said he didn't have a different time. He showed up at my office at 6:30, knowing that the experts wouldn't get there until 8. He banged loudly on the front door. I went to my window overlooking the bay and looked straight down at our doorstep. Tinny looked up at me. I gave him a wave and walked down to the front. I stepped onto the porch and shook his hand. "Morning, Marine. How the hell are you?" "I'm doing fine. How the hell are you?" "I was just going to grab a cappuccino." "You know, we really should meet in your office. I've got some stuff to show you." "We can just talk. You can show me whatever you've got when we get back. Experts won't be here till 8. Bird looked uneasy. "I prefer working in the shadows," he said, trying to make a joke. I stopped walking. "You spooked about something?" He smiled. "Me? Never. Just that somebody's already on this stuff. Or maybe they're on me. You think Hackett knows you use me?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, studying his face. Bird didn't scare, so the fact he mentioned it gave me real concern. "Inside," he said. As soon as we stepped inside and closed the door, he said, "You know I got a sixth sense. Well, somebody knows I'm around in this case." We walked back to the coffee room, where I had watched the news of Marine One's crash. I just made a fresh pot. We sat at the cheap table in the middle of the room. "So you think it might be Hackett?" "Yesterday, right after you called, I saw a guy. Weird. Maybe Hackett doesn't have good investigators. He just tells his guys to follow the other side and let them lead you to the evidence. Don't know." "It'd be like him. So we'll be careful, right?" "Like always." Bird sipped his coffee. "But how do we know it's him? Could be anybody. I talked to my boy in the Secret Service, too. He said he was cool, but maybe they didn't like me doing that." He thought about that for a moment, then asked, "Anybody else you know who has a stake in this?" "If it isn't a defective helicopter, then there's someone who cares a lot." "Who?" I shook my head. "No idea. Don't even have a theory. If you could find out why Adams was in such a big damned hurry to get to Camp David, we might have an idea. Short of that, no." "So, have you found anything interesting?" His eyes brightened. "I've got some access. We can take further advantage of it." Tinny picked up his battered briefcase and folded over the large flap. "First thing I've got." He pulled out 2 files and handed them to me. They were fairly thick, well-organized, clearly photocopies of something, and unlabeled. "What's this?" Bird leaned close to me. "These, my friend, are the personnel records of your hero, Mr. Colonel Charles Collins." My eyes opened wide. "You got Collins's personnel file?" "Mm-hmm." "How'd you do that?" I could tell he wasn't going to answer, at least not directly. I felt like I was in the middle of a drug deal. "Did you read them?" "Yeah." "Anything?" "He's been a lot of places and done a lot of things. He's got enough medals for 3 men. His fitness reports are pegged in the top 1%. He's just a star, plain and simple." "That's it? No issues? Just pure starhood? Nothing you think you need to follow up on?" "Nope, not really. I did get a real good history. I made a summary of that here." He handed me a single sheet of paper. "This is all his commands, his dates of service, his commanding officers, his awards and medals, and some other stuff you might want to have. I want to follow up with the guys in his most recent squadron. I think you've already talked to one of them." "Yeah, I did." "Can I start with him?" Bird finished his coffee and waited for my answer. I already knew I was going to be stepping on some friends. "Yeah, go ahead. Britt's a good place to start. I wouldn't spend a lot of time with him, but get names and numbers from him if he'll give them to you. Keep me posted, and don't do anything illegal or stupid. Wouldn't think of it." I tossed my paper cup in the green trash can. Bird was about to stand up when he stopped himself. "There's one other thing I almost forgot. You're not going to believe this." "What?" "Collins had a nice house, very nice. And I'm not saying there's some funny money business going on here. Some guys are smart in real estate. We've all seen those Marines who buy a house wherever they're stationed and after 20 years own 10 houses. That's fine. But I checked out the house." "Meaning?" I said with growing interest. I stared at Bird's face, which had the hint of humor of someone who knew an inside joke. "Meaning, I don't think our boy was getting any." "What do you mean?" "You know, with the wife." "What are you talking about? And how could you possibly know that?" "I'm talking about exactly what you think I'm talking about, and I have my ways of knowing." I leaned over the table. "Are you saying he wasn't sleeping with his wife?" "The man had his own bedroom." I frowned. "I assume they have a guest room. What makes you think he was sleeping in it?" "Oh, he was sleeping there all right, I promise you. Not only was he sleeping there, he was living in that other room. His computer was set up there, his clothes were in the closet, and his pictures were on the wall. That was his room, dude. I'm telling you, they were living apart in the same house." "That's bizarre. What do you make of that?" "Don't know, but I'm sure going to find out. He was leading some kind of double life. You imagine walking into the ready room and having one of the other pilots say, 'How was your night, dude?' and him saying, 'I don't know, I was sleeping in my own room'? Not going to happen. He'd rather die, just like I would. Course, I would never be in another room, but that's the difference between me and him. At least one of the differences. I'll track it down. Maybe he's a cross-dresser. Maybe he's gay. I don't know. But there's something there, and I'm going to find out what it is." What could it have to do with the accident? Bird, who was turning away, turned back and looked at me. "You of all people to ask me that. You know accidents, Mike. It's never one thing. It's always a series of things, and you never see the links until the aha moment." Bird chuckled. "Can you imagine if I find a picture of the president's pilot dressed as a woman, and not at a Halloween party? Holy hell! And I know where his personal photos are on the internet. He used one of those photo storage websites. I think I'll take a look at them today." "You can't just go look at his photos. They're on the internet. Fair game." Bird left, and I went up to my office. In just a few weeks, he'd obtained records from the Pentagon that he wasn't supposed to have and knew more about Collins's family life than probably anybody else. That was a little unsettling. I didn't have quite the same constraints a prosecutor would in obtaining evidence illegally. I could even use some illegally obtained evidence depending on the circumstances, but I had to tread carefully. Chapter 12. At 8 o'clock sharp, the experts I had invited were waiting in the boardroom. Dolores had ordered muffins and coffee. I introduced them to each other, at least those who didn't already know the others, and gave them a quick summary of where we were in our preparation. They had all read the NTSB's preliminary report, had followed the case closely in the media, and were anxious to get started. Rachel had been working furiously since before I'd sat down with Tinny. On the large whiteboard at the end of the room, she had outlined the NTSB's preliminary findings, other possible theories, the investigation we had conducted to date, and areas we needed to cover. Her handwriting was meticulous, and the board looked like it had been printed out of a massive computer and stapled to the wall. We all stared at the writing as we sat down. Wayne Bradley, an extremely bright former chairman of the NTSB's metallurgic lab, was also as big as the proverbial house. A humorous but intense man, he was considered the most brilliant aviation metallurgist in the country. Retired from the NTSB, he was now 67. He liked to get out in the field, to dig in the ground, to touch the metal. He was phenomenal. I had used him in cases before and was glad to have him aboard. Some people were concerned that his huge size would turn off a jury when he testified, but I never found juries to be that shallow.
If you give credible testimony, the rest doesn't matter. To his left, farther away from the whiteboard where Rachel stood, was Holly Folk. Her background was as different from Bradley's as her petite figure was from his massive one. She had gone to Purdue University in their aviation program because that's where Amelia Earhart had gone. Not only did she obtain her commercial pilot's license while in college, she graduated with a degree in aeronautical engineering. She got a job flying for a commuter airline, transferred to the big airlines, and got laid off when they declared bankruptcy. She hadn't really liked airline flying anyway, and had gone back into the marketplace by devoting herself to investigating airplane accidents. She had obtained her master's degree in engineering and had attended the Aviation Accident Safety School at the University of Southern California. She had gone to work for the NTSB and had achieved investigator-in-charge status of several major investigations. But she quickly realized her income would forever be limited by two initials, GS, and to get ahead in life, she needed to go into the private sector. She had been in demand ever since, and was the first person I called when I had an accident case. Every case that she had helped me on, we had won. She looked like an engineer, but had a wonderful, if quirky, sense of humor. We could never figure out what triggered it. She routinely thought things were funny that we didn't. I saw her look at Bradley's plate while she picked at the 5 pieces of fruit on her plate and drank the strong coffee. The third expert in the room, Carl Will, our accident reconstructionist, sat motionless, drinking his coffee. He and Bradley had worked together numerous times. Bradley never tired of asking, "Carl Will what?" Carl never thought it was funny, not the first time and not the 100th. He was one of those lean, sober Arizona types. He looked like he'd been cooked in the sun for 10 years. His skin was permanently brown, and even though he wasn't wearing a hat, you just knew that he usually did. I stood at the whiteboard, waiting for everyone's attention. Bradley finished his second muffin and leaned back in his chair to turn toward me.
"All right, Mike, what do you have?"
I said. "Morning, everybody. We're glad you were able to make it. We're going to talk for about an hour, then we're all going out to the crash site. The NTSB has released it. Rachel and I have been back a couple of times, but we want to get you all out there today. The weather's good, the ground should be dry and firm, and we shouldn't have any trouble." Rachel passed a handful of CDs to Carl Will, who passed them to the other experts. I said, "These are copies of all the photos that have been accumulated so far. Both the photos the NTSB has given us on a separate CD and the photos that we took at the scene and at the hangar in Maryland as part of our investigation. I also put together a DVD." Rachel handed another stack of diamond boxes to Carl. "That are the digital videotapes that Rachel took at the scene. There is some footage at the hangar as well, but most is from the scene at the day of the accident."
"Did you give all this to the NTSB?"
"No. They didn't ask for it. We weren't the official representatives of WorldCopter. We were just there to assist WorldCopter. These tapes belong to me or WorldCopter or maybe even its insurance company. I don't know, but the NTSB doesn't have them." "Good," Holly said. I walked them through the entire investigation as we knew it, including the criticisms we had of the NTSB's preliminary findings. Everybody had criticisms of the preliminary findings, particularly those who had previously worked for the NTSB. Bradley said,
"This is a political nightmare for the NTSB. Nothing they can do will ever survive the scrutiny that it's going to get after that report is issued. This is going to be like the Warren Commission on stilts. I'm sure the conspiracy theories are already flying."
"They are," I said.
"Figures. The NTSB has got to be dreading publishing their final report. I'm frankly surprised they came up with a preliminary. They probably just did it so everybody would know the president wasn't murdered."
"But we don't know that," I said. "True enough," Holly said. "This report says there is no evidence of foul play, but that means with missiles, bombs, something that would blow up and leave a residue. There's nothing to say there wasn't foul play on the aircraft itself. If you stab somebody, there won't be any evidence in a body that's burned down to the bone. You might find the blade, but not if it was thrown off the helicopter before it crashed. Do you have confidence they've found every piece of the wreckage that's relevant? Because I sure don't." I looked over at her to see if she was just speculating or if she had suspicions. "You really think the president was murdered?" "No. I'm just starting with a blank slate. Whatever the NTSB says is irrelevant. I don't trust their methods, their people, or their politics. If they gather some evidence that's useful, I'll use it. Anything they say or conclude, I'll ignore. We've got to do our own investigation here, Mike. Our own metallurgy, our own analysis, our own fire analysis, our own explosives and foul play analysis. We need former FBI investigators, we need explosive experts, and we need forensic chemists and forensic pathologists. We've got to ramp this way up, Mike, and I mean right now. I think we've got to beat the NTSB to a final conclusion. They'll probably take 2 years to get there. We need to get there in 6 months. That's what I'm saying." Bradley and Carl nodded. I walked up to the front of the conference room and stood by Rachel. As you know, and as Holly just implied, timing is critical here. It's not the NTSB we're racing. We're also going to be racing the court. You all know the case was filed here in Annapolis. Well, this courthouse is new. It doesn't have that many cases. Most federal cases in Maryland are filed in Baltimore or Greenbelt. The local court decided to increase its docket by creating a rocket docket. You get to trial 2 or 3 times faster than in other federal courts. Some courts around the country had done that for patent cases, but this is the first one that has done it for all civil cases. They have a mandatory rule. Every civil case will go to trial in 6 months, and if you're not ready, too bad. They all stared at each other, surprised and concerned. Will said, "How can we prepare the most important investigation in the country in 6 months?" "By putting everything else we're doing on the back burner, that's how. It's going to be crazy, but we have no choice. Hackett thought this through very carefully. He can just give the photographs and the NTSB's preliminary report to his experts, show them the blade with the missing tip weights, and they'll testify that this was WorldCopter's fault. We've got to solve this case before he gets to do that." Bradley took an audible, deep breath.
"Can we even get our hands on the metal?"
"Some of it. They've left much of the wreckage in the hangar for the participants to continue to work with, but no one else. So if we can get you in as WorldCopter's people, we can get to the wreckage, but not otherwise, and we won't get to do any destructive testing, I promise you. This room will be our war room. You can use it for any purpose in this case. We will be having all-expert meetings every 2 weeks, whether you like it or not. And I know that's not usually the way it's done, but I don't care about preserving walls between experts or attorney work product. We need to share ideas and brainstorm to solve this thing. If you need anything at all, let me know and we'll get it for you. If you need manpower, I'll get it. If you need exemplars of parts from a similar helicopter, I'll get them for you. Anything. No stone left unturned and no reasonable request denied. This is all out, and we're working against the clock." Bradley nodded, satisfied for now.
"Let's go see the crash site, Mike,"
he insisted as he pressed down on the table and forced himself to his feet. It was eerie, being back at the site of the accident. The scene had been released by the NTSB, but FBI agents were still guarding everything for a mile around. They were clearly not pleased to be in the middle of nowhere, but they also knew that when a president died, a lot of things happened. We hiked to the crash site as quickly as we could as a group, which meant mostly waiting for Bradley. He brought an assistant to walk with him to help him along the packed dirt to the site. The handful of FBI agents who had the thankless duty of patrolling the center of the crash site saw us coming. One ducked under the police tape and approached us. "Can I help you?" I always love it when government officials who know exactly who you are and just spoke to someone about you pretend that they've never heard of you. "Didn't you get a call from your friends up the hill that we were coming?" "Yeah, I knew you were coming." "We're just here to look around. We're here on behalf of WorldCopter to begin our own investigation." The FBI agent said coldly, "I thought the NTSB already came out with their conclusions." "Preliminary conclusions. meaning they could change. The FBI agent looked me in the eye with some pity. Meaning also, then, I suppose they might not change? True enough. We ducked under the yellow tape and walked into the center of the crash site. Our investigators set down their bags, took out their expensive digital cameras, GPS receivers, and laptops. Bradley had his assistant set up a camp table and put his laptop and microscope on top of it. He then pulled out a camp stool and lowered his weight onto it slowly. He tilted his Indiana Jones fedora back and said,
"Tip weights. NTSB is saying basically the tip weights may have come off or been out of balance, caused the blade to vibrate and pull out of its seating. Interesting theory, but unprovable as of now."
We all looked at him, but I said, "Why?"
"They didn't find any tip weights. They aren't on the blade and they weren't on the ground."
Holly added, "They assume they came off before the crash, somewhere in the turbulence. They think they're scattered all over the countryside and won't ever be found." Rachel said, "They used metal detectors all around here. They didn't find any of them." Bradley shook his head and rolled his eyes.
"Metal detectors can give a false sense of confidence. If you really want to find something, like on the beach, something specific, you had better sift the sand, not hope your wand passes over it just right."
"They can't sift the entire countryside."
"We have to work backwards, my friend. Duplicate what the NTSB undoubtedly did, but perhaps we'll find what they didn't. We have to determine the flight of that blade under various possible scenarios and find the scenario that would allow the tip weights to come out to cause that blade to vibrate off the masthead. Then we calculate the possible speeds of the blade, which should be upwards of 625 knots, and determine the maximum throw distance of those tip weights coming cleanly off the blade at its maximum speed of rotation, which should give us a theoretical radius within which we should find the tip weights."
Bradley turned to the table and turned on his laptop. He placed a case on top of the table next to his laptop and opened it. Inside was a Nikon digital SLR camera with several lenses, mostly macro. He looked at the sky to see the likelihood of direct sunlight, which he preferred when photographing metal. A large cloud was passing over the sun, but was unlikely to last. Rachel asked him, "How could we ever find little washers within a mile or two radius of a particular spot if we can't find them with a metal detector?"
"With determination, diligence, and luck?"
Rachel looked around and considered the likelihood of finding a couple of washers in several square miles of woods. "Doesn't sound very likely to me."
"Nor me. But if we use our brains, perhaps we'll think of something they didn't."
"Like what?" Bradley breathed deeply.
"Well, for example, the NTSB is convinced the blade came off a mile or two away from here and just landed next to the helicopter in one of those weird things that happens in many accidents."
I was listening to every word and stopped fiddling with my camera to make sure I heard him. He continued,
"That is probably right, as I see it. I don't think the blade came off right here on the way down, but it is an assumption. You see how an early assumption can lead you astray? Anyway, the additional assumption is that the tip weights came off before the blade came off and therefore are out there somewhere, miles from here."
I jumped in. "Well, if their tip weight theory is true, wouldn't that make sense?"
"Make sense? Sure, it would make sense. But does it make it true? A certainty? Not at all. Physics determines what happens, not theories. Tip weights can stick, they can fracture and loosen those outside of them and come off later, all kinds of possibilities. What I think, ladies and gentlemen, is that the answers lie in this cathedral."
Bradley waved his arm around over his head toward the canopy of trees that surrounded the accident scene.
"The answers, and perhaps even the tip weights, are right here."
We stayed at the site until dark. We climbed out of the ravine on the now solid and easy-to-follow dirt road and headed home, only to eat, sleep, rise, and head to the office again before dawn. One night on my way home later that week, Bird called. "Hey, what's up?" "Been pushy on our reluctant witness. You know the one." "Good. He ready to meet?" "He wants to go the other way. Suddenly he has no idea who I am. Won't even return my calls." "That's not good." "Not. But get this. Tonight I got a visit. Not a call. A visit. I was on the throne, so my wife, Sherry, answered the door. I always tell her not to, but she does anyway. She's human. I come into the family room, and there's a guy in my house by the door. Not really a threat, distinguished looking, older, like the IRS or something. I ask him who the hell he is and what he's doing in my house. He stares at me and says that he wants a meeting with you." "Me? You? Why didn't he call? Who is he?" "Exactly what I wanted to know." "What did he say?" "He said he wanted to meet with you, and he wanted me to set it up." "So who is he?" "You're not going to believe it. Head of security for the State Department." "The State Department?" "Yep." "What does he want to talk to me about?" "Wouldn't say." "Well, shit, Tenny. What do you make of this?" "I thought it was a joke. Another one of Hackett's head fakes. I checked him out. He's legit." "So now what?" "So now you tell me whether you want to meet with him." "But I've got to say I didn't feel like we had a lot of choice here. We're going to hear what he has to say no matter what." I looked out my window, down the dark street. "Set it up." We met the next night. It was to be at my office at 10 p.m. Bird arrived at 9:30. "Michael," Bird said, extending his hand. "Tenny, how are you doing?" "Good." "So here we are." "Yeah. To quote Dustin Hoffman, is it safe?" Bird smiled. "Good flick. I don't know if it's safe. We're dealing with the government, and they aren't going to do anything too stupid. But here we are at 10 o'clock at night meeting someone from the State Department in Annapolis. Can't say I've done that before." "Why the late hour?" "Don't know for sure. I expect they want to be able to deny they ever met you if this goes south." "If what goes south?" "Well, we're about to find out," he said, looking over my shoulder at the phone as it lit and rang. "Here we go." I turned and answered it. A man said, "We're out front. Please let us in." "It's open. Come on up to the second floor." The line went dead. We heard the door below open and two men walk up the stairs. I went to the door of my office, from which I could see the top of the steps. "Over here," I said. They walked into my office. The first man extended his hand to Tinney. "Mr. Bird, good to see you again." "Likewise. This is Mike Nolan." The man turned toward me. "Thank you for coming. I'm Chris Thompson." I shook his hand. "And who is this?" I said, watching the other man approach. "This is my associate, Joe Galvin." Thompson was about my size, but at least 10 years older. Dark hair, cut short with gray throughout and definitely in shape. He had dark eyes and an intense look. He said, "Thanks for meeting with us. I know this is a little out of the ordinary, but so are the circumstances. May we sit down?" "Of course." I indicated the two seats in front of my desk. Bird sat on the arm of the couch, slightly behind them. Galvin didn't like that at all, but couldn't do anything about it. Thompson said, "First, before I go on, I want to ask you both for your personal guarantees of confidentiality. May I have your assurance?" "Why should I?" I asked. "Because what I have to say to you is for your own good, and frankly, for the good of the country. If you cannot keep the contents of our conversation confidential, then I cannot say what I need to say to you." "Why would that concern me?" "Because you need to hear it." "Okay, for now." Thompson looked at me sharply. "I need your assurance that you will keep it confidential forever." I looked at Bird. "Okay. Unless I don't like the way it's going, then I'll stop listening and we'll be done." Thompson looked at Tinney. "And you, Mr. Bird?" "Sure." "Do you have any recording devices on you?" "No." You wouldn't mind if Joe checked, would you?
Yes, I'd mind.
Well, I insist.
Joe checked Tinney for a tape recorder. Thompson said, "Let me get right to the point."
"Before you do," I said, "who are you?"
"I work for the State Department. My boss reports directly to the Secretary. We're in INR.
Sorry?
Bureau of Intelligence and Research."
Intelligence?
"Yes, for the State Department."
Didn't know there was such a thing.
"Few do. My role is really more about security."
"So what can I do for you?"
"Very simple."
Thompson looked at Bird, then back at me.
"You've been talking to a certain Secret Service agent. He seems to have a soft spot for other former Marines."
He looked directly at Bird.
"I'm a former Marine, too. Grunt. Retired, 20 years as a lieutenant colonel. I saw a lot. Spent a lot of time floating around with MEUs. So I get the idea of camaraderie between former Marines."
"Go on."
"Well, this Secret Service agent overstepped his bounds. He has been considering talking to Mr. Bird and may have mentioned a document he isn't even supposed to have. It was a breach of protocol and security for him to keep a copy. It is a State Department document."
"So? And what is the document?"
"You have asked Mr. Bird to continue to push on this agent, and I suspect you intend to try to use him or his document in trial if your case comes to that. You need to assure me that you won't ask this witness about what he has or saw, and you won't try to dig any deeper about it."
"Are you serious?" I said, outraged.
"What he knows could be the key to the entire accident. It isn't. That's the point," Thompson said. "The meeting at Camp David had nothing to do with the accident. The helicopter went down because of faulty balancing of the blade and the tip weights."
I stared at him, barely able to contain my annoyance.
"Are you telling me the NTSB knows who was at the meeting and the document that Secret Service agent has? Of course they do.
Why wasn't that part of their press conference?"
"Because it has nothing to do with the accident. And if someone discusses it and the contents get out, it will cause an international incident."
"How could it cause an international incident?"
"You need to stop pursuing this agent."
"I can't do that."
"You have to."
"No, I don't."
"If you pursue it, we will make it very difficult for you."
"Now the threats."
"These aren't threats. If you push, we will push back."
I glanced at Tinney, who was silent.
"I'll just subpoena the agent to trial." "No, you won't. And if you did, it wouldn't matter. He no longer has a copy of that document. He was kind enough to give it to me. Any testimony he might have would be hearsay and not admissible, I'm told. So any such efforts on your part would be futile. And Mr. Bird here," Thompson said, looking at Bird, "gave the agent his word that he would never tell you what the agent's name was. We all know at least one thing. Mr. Bird is good for his word. Right, Mr. Bird?"
I stood up.
"Thanks for coming, but I'm going to keep going just like I have been. I need to find the truth." "No, you don't. Even if you find it, it won't help you. Lay off. For your own good."
"What the hell is that supposed to mean?"
Thompson lowered his voice to almost a whisper and stood to look me right in the eye. "Meaning, you have no idea what you're dealing with here. You're out of your league. Just let it go. Leave the Camp David angle out of it. It's a dead end."
"I'll be the judge of that."
"No, you won't. I am, and I'm telling you to lay off."
"Or what?"
"Or nothing. I wouldn't threaten you. That would be wrong. But the Secretary of State is very concerned about the others who were at that meeting. They would be very unhappy if the fact or the purpose of the meeting ever came out."
Thompson looked around my office in silence.
His sidekick stood up with him, as if they were about to leave. Thompson said, "There are very many people who have the same interest, that you never find out or disclose anything about that meeting. If you continue what you and—" Thompson turned. Mr. Byrd are doing, they may take steps to stop you. I have no control over them or what they do. I don't know what they might do. I'm just looking out for your interests." Thompson opened the door to my office. "Look, this is a product liability case. Don't be a hero. Settle it. Make it go away. Don't embarrass yourself and your client." "So you would help these people out by directing them to me? But of course you would never do anything yourself." "I don't have to direct anyone to you. Everyone in the country knows who you are. Your name is everywhere. I might only tell certain people that you are intent on disclosing the content of this certain meeting. Just know that many of the people who would be angered by what you are doing are outside our government, and many would have diplomatic immunity. They couldn't even be charged with a crime. I think you need to leave." "Not quite yet." Thompson put his hands in his pockets. "I know you and Byrd like to play the Marine Brotherhood angle. Well, Mr. Nolan, if you continue to press this will come back to bite you. You see, I've read your Marine Corps file, and you know what's in there." He waited for a reaction. "If you don't do as I've asked, certain people will learn about what happened in Iraq. And," he said, watching the anger rise in my eyes, "I suspect you wouldn't want that to happen. There's nothing in my file." Thompson smiled. "That's what you wish were true. Even though most of it is gone, the copy of the file at Headquarters Marine Corps tells the whole story, Mr. Nolan, and you definitely don't want that out. It would jeopardize everything you've built. You'd be thrown out of the Marine Reserves, and your ability to practice law would be in trouble, wouldn't it? You see, I've seen your application for membership in the Maryland Bar, too. And it is notably silent about what happened in Iraq. It wasn't called. I'm sure you'd have a chance to explain it, but you might just lose your license and never be able to practice law again. So think about it. I may just go right to the press and tell them about your threats, about everything that has happened tonight." "No, you won't, because then I'll tell them everything you don't want out. And when I got here, I asked you if you had a recording device, but you never asked me. If I did have a recording device, and if I felt like it, I could have all these digital sounds duplicated and rearranged to have you say anything I want. So don't press it. I don't scare easily. I don't expect you to be scared, Mike. I expect you to be smart." Thompson smiled and walked out of the office. I said nothing as I heard them walk down the wooden steps of my building and close the outside door behind them. I walked over to my office window and watched them as they disappeared down the street. Well, that was disturbing. Byrd stood next to me at the window. When they were out of sight, he turned. "So, what happened in Iraq?" "Nothing." "Really? Nothing?" "Drop it." Byrd stood silently. I said, "What document is he talking about?" "That's my question, too. Now they've gone and made me curious." Chapter 13. When you get sued in federal court, you have to file an answer denying the claims made against you. In Annapolis, when you file it, you quickly learn that you have stepped onto the 6-month conveyor belt that will take you to trial no matter how much you thrash or complain. It's like a melodrama where the heroine is tied to the moving belt in a sawmill heading toward the large spinning blade. Since most court filings are now electronic, things happen in hours or minutes. 15 minutes after I filed our answer, we received a notice by email from the court for the early neutral evaluation conference to be held that same week. The purpose of the ENE before the magistrate was to see if the case could quickly be settled or if it would go to trial. We had drawn the magistrate I knew best, Barbara Norris. She was competent, did not aspire to greater office, unlike many magistrates, and didn't inject her personality into the case. She just tried to do what was right, get the case resolved if she could, and if not, help the parties get to trial quickly. You couldn't ask for anyone better.
The day for the conference came. Rachel and I got there early, but not earlier than the press. It looked like a rehearsal for the trial they suspected was coming. Satellite fans were everywhere, cables and cameras running back and forth, and an amazing amount of activity for a hearing they wouldn't be invited to. ENEs are generally held in the magistrate's office, not in the courtroom. After we made our way into the courthouse, we were ushered into the magistrate's courtroom. Margaret, Norris's clerk, closed the doors behind us, keeping the press outside in the hall. As Rachel and I entered, we saw that Hackett and his entourage were already there. Hackett was standing with his back to the judge's bench, looking at us as we walked in, waiting for us. When he saw me, he said nothing and did nothing. He just stood there, holding his briefcase in front of him with both hands. His feet were spread slightly apart, and I was suddenly aware of his size. He had to be at least 6'4", and had graying blonde hair that he combed back. To his right was another partner that I recognized from Hackett's firm's website, Gregory Bass, pronounced like the fish, not the guitar. Bass was about 40, with a closely buzzed haircut. He was known in all the articles I had read as Hackett's bulldog, their word. He didn't try cases. He just chopped up the other side in motions, depositions, and generally being as tough as he could get away with. On Hackett's left was an attractive woman, medium height and attentive, probably a paralegal. I didn't recognize her. The First Lady was of course not there, nor was any representative of WorldCopter. This was a meeting for attorneys only. I looked at Hackett, looked at Bass, looked at his paralegal, and glanced over their shoulders to the judge's law clerk, whom I saw looking from the door in the corner. Since Hackett hadn't said anything to me, I returned the favor. I saw Margaret heading to the door out of the courtroom that led to the magistrate's chambers, Norris's office, and said, "I think we're all here, Margaret." She nodded as she continued through the door, sparing me the remark that was undoubtedly on her tongue, that she had already figured that out, and it accounted for her heading to the door. I, of course, knew that too, but wanted, in a childish way, to show Hackett that I knew the magistrate's clerk. I pointed Rachel to a row of seats in the back of the courtroom. We sat down and took out copies of the filings that we had delivered to the court the week before. They were fairly innocuous, committed us to nothing, and left all roads open to us. It gave us something to do. Hackett stood there and looked at us. After he realized I wasn't going to say anything to him, he seemed just slightly flustered. He turned around and walked through the swinging door between the gallery and the counsel tables in the courtroom, then placed his briefcase on the top of the table. He sat down in one of the counsel seats, and Bass followed suit. The woman went with them, but stood at the far end of the table looking through a notebook. Margaret came back through the door and said, "Please come into the chambers." Hackett and his two acolytes went immediately into the chambers, and the door closed behind them. Rachel and I got up from our seats, walked to the door, opened it, and entered. Magistrate Norris recognized me immediately and said, "Good morning, Mike. Nice to see you again." She then turned to Hackett and said, "And you must be Mr. Hackett?" While Annapolis is the capital of Maryland, it is still a small town. The attorneys all know each other, and those of us who try cases regularly know all the judges, and they all know us. Our reputations are already established, good or bad. This magistrate would almost qualify as a friend. Not that we got together socially, but we saw eye to eye on most things, and she knew I didn't take ridiculous positions. She motioned for us to all sit down on the couches and chairs placed around the coffee table in the corner of her office. It was the largest magistrate office in the small federal courthouse because she was the senior magistrate judge. 3 of the walls were lined with law books, and the other wall had 2 colorful paintings. The magistrate smiled at Rachel, who had appeared before her about 5 times. Hackett noticed and was irritated again. Norris led us through the conference professionally and quickly. We discussed what needed to be done, what discovery we anticipated, what motions might come, the primary issues in the case, and the usual civil concerns. But after 15 minutes of the usual, with the attorneys only responding to the magistrate's questions, she said to Hackett, One of the reasons we hold these conferences is to assess the likelihood of settlement. What are your thoughts?" Hackett almost smiled. "My thoughts are simple. We made a time-sensitive demand and they rejected it. I told them there would be no other offer and I met it. So, in short, the case will not settle. We are preparing for trial." Norris was surprised. She asked Hackett and his group to leave so she could speak to Rachel and me alone. After the door closed behind Hackett and the chambers were quiet, she said to me, "Mr. Nolan, have you seen the press? Have you seen how many people there are standing outside this courthouse this morning? This case is going to be a circus. You know that?" "That's exactly what Hackett wants." She didn't respond. She took a sip of coffee from the mug on the table in front of her. "I think Mr. Hackett is right. This case is going to trial." I waited. "Mr. Nolan, do you have any settlement authority to even begin discussions?" "No, I don't, Your Honor. AII and WorldCopter rejected his offer out of hand and told him so. There have been no further discussions because he says not to bother. I knew you'd ask, and I tried to get some authority, but we really don't know what caused the accident yet. Hackett has filed prematurely. He's in a big hurry. The United States government has determined what the cause is, even if it's preliminary. The First Lady has asked for compensation, and WorldCopter, the company that killed the president, is stonewalling. That's what he's going to sell. You understand that?" "Yes, ma'am, I do. We can only do so much and at a certain pace. The NTSB's findings are flawed, and we're working on the cause. I think they may have it completely wrong. I just can't prove it yet." "What was his demand?" $1 billion. She couldn't hide her surprise. For 7 wrongful death cases? Even if one of them is the president. I guess it depends on how much you project a retired president would make, but I would think these cases altogether can't be worth more than $100 or $150 million. She frowned. It's amazing how many cases resolve when you force them to go to trial, and I mean force. Motions for continuing trials are denied. Judge Baxter denied one last week, even though one of the attorneys had a death in the family. He put in the order that it was sad, but the attorney wasn't the lead attorney, and the death wasn't from her immediate family. Norris smiled. So, these dates are written in stone. And I expect Judge Betancourt will have no interest in dragging this out. A circus is bad enough. A circus that goes on too long is much worse. You do understand that?" "Yes, ma'am," I said. The magistrate stood up and walked toward the door. "I will now speak with Mr. Hackett and see if I can encourage him to approach you with a new settlement demand. I don't expect him to. I do not think this trial will benefit the country or heal the wound that is currently bleeding. But I believe he thinks the fact the wound is open and hurting is better for him. I will try to dissuade him of that notion." She looked up as she put her hand on the door before we went out into the courtroom. "Mr. Nolan, if you think that you can find the cause of the accident that differs from the NTSB's preliminary conclusion, I'd suggest you find it very quickly. If this case goes to trial, it is going to be the biggest case in the history of our civil court system. Don't let that happen." The next morning at 6:30, I met Tinny at the Blue Mug, a coffee shop I knew by the waterfront. I went with some trepidation. He said he was bringing a friend. I didn't know what to make of that. Bird scared me. He dug stuff up and found people that I had no idea where they'd come from or how he'd done it. But he had saved my ass several times. This time, much to my surprise, he brought someone I had already spoken to, Jason Britt. They were waiting for me when I arrived. I shook Tinny's hand and then Britt's as I said to him, "What the hell are you doing here?" I looked at Tinny, who was controlling a smile. He said, "Let's get some coffee. I had to leave at an ungodly hour to get here." "I thought you didn't want to meet in public." "Nah, we're early. It's cool." We ordered and sat at the table in the front that looked through the window panes over the water. Bird said, "So I asked Britt here what you talked about, and he told me. You left a lot of things unasked, Nolan, as usual, so I started over. He told me some things that I think you ought to hear. Some more things about your boy Collins." I looked at Britt, who looked a little bit uncomfortable, but also excited. It's funny how some people respond to being a witness in a big case. A lot of people run the other way. They want nothing to do with testifying. Others respond in exactly the opposite way. Suddenly they're the center of attention. Suddenly everybody hangs on every word. Everybody wants to know what they think. They'll be called in a trial and be on world television. Some people love that. It's a problem because it can affect their testimony. It can make them bend the truth or embellish it so that they are more interesting or in demand, or worse, more notorious. Some witnesses even imagine themselves being so popular and in demand that after this is all over, as they all say, they'll write a book about it. They actually believe that they will have an audience for a book that they will write about what they know. They're almost certainly wrong about that, but they believe it in their hearts. So when a witness suddenly grows interested in testifying voluntarily and wants to let you know things that they remember differently from what they had told you at the initial interview, I'm always wary. But I knew Britt wasn't going to make things up. He'd buff a fact here or there to make it look a little better or different in his story, but he wouldn't make it up. I said to Britt, "He threaten you? Bribe you? How did he get you into this? You about hung up on me last time." Britt smiled. "No, he just started asking me a bunch of questions, one Marine to another. He was looking at something, I'm not sure what, maybe like his CV or something. He knew a lot about Collins already and just started asking me if I knew anything about when Collins was here and when Collins was there." I nodded. "So he stimulated some memories? Not so much a memory as something that I heard." "What did you hear?" Britt sat forward and leaned on the iron table with his elbows so he could not be overheard. Not that anyone else was around, we were the first people there. "Well, Mr. Bird here asked me if I knew anything about Collins's Purple Heart. I had forgotten he had a Purple Heart." "Is that from Desert One?" I asked. "No, that's the thing. He wasn't wounded in Desert One. This was from the time he was the executive officer of a 46 Squadron in Iraq during the siege of Fallujah." I didn't even know Collins had a Purple Heart from Fallujah. I was all ears. "What happened?" "Well, you know how there's sometimes the official version, and then there's the other version?" "Sure." "Well, the official version is that Captain America was flying 46s under fire, evacuating wounded Marines. Took a severely wounded Marine out of a combat zone, and while flying away, took an AK-47 round right in the jaw. Bleeding like a stuck pig, he continued to fly, got his wounded Marine to the aid station where he checked him in and was admitted himself, then later was flown to Germany for surgery. And what's the real story? The real story is that the week before he got shot, he had braced up a Marine captain for flying through a prohibited zone to get a wounded Marine back to the base in time to save his life. If he'd gone around, the guy probably would have died. That didn't matter to Collins. The standing order was what mattered. You didn't fly through the prohibited zone no matter what. It endangered one of his precious 30-year-old helicopters. All the other pilots in the squadron thought Collins was out of his mind. The captain's helicopter took a few rounds, but nobody got hurt. Collins went postal, but the other pilots in the squadron thought Collins should put the guy in for a medal. Collins refused, said he was lucky not to be brought up on charges for violating the standing order. So get this, the ground troops, the battalion from where the guy was rescued, they put the captain up for a medal. Then the very next week, Collins himself is flying through the prohibited zone. No call for medevac. He's just tooling around, flying through the zone like John Wayne, 'cause he feels like it. And he gets shot in the face and his crew chief gets shot in the leg. Collins flies himself to the medical evacuation and puts himself in for a Purple Heart and for an air medal. The air medal didn't go anywhere 'cause everybody knew what had happened, but he got the Purple Heart because he was wounded in action. He went to Germany for facial surgery, where they did a partial jaw replacement with a titanium jawbone. He got sent back to his squadron while it was still in Iraq. So behind his back, everybody started calling him T-Jaw. His officers were not impressed, and they thought he was a complete self-promoting jerk. From what I understand, that kind of conduct was pretty typical. I was stunned. I had never heard this story. Talk like this got around in the Marine Corps. How is it I've never heard this before? Britt shrugged. Probably people were a little wary of passing it on. It could have torpedoed his career. Marines love bravery. They love real men. They love taking one in the chest for the Corps. But what they hate, as you well know, is a self-serving, self-promoting asshole who is only looking out for his own career. Britt took a deep drink from his coffee. People didn't know for sure what had happened. Nobody was really there except for a couple of people. It was virtually impossible to sort it out, but I heard it. Always in the super hushed, promise not to tell anybody kind of talk. But I heard it from a couple of sources. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard. How did the people who were checking out his background for his job flying Marine One, how did they not hear about this? They may have. They may have given him the chance to answer it. Maybe he had a good explanation. Maybe he said that the rumor was started by other Marine pilots who were envious, who thought he'd gotten promoted too quickly above others. Maybe he wasn't outside the flight area and someone just tacked that onto the story to bang him for the way he treated that captain. Don't know. Lots of possibilities. You know how that can start. Someone thinks you're bypassing them in the promotion ranks. It's not unheard of that they'll start a false rumor. So which is it? Was it a false rumor, or did that happen? Is T-Jaw a fraud? Britt shrugged. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I heard. I looked at Bird, who was staring at Britt. I asked him, "What do you think, Tinny?" "Beats the hell out of me. I just thought you should hear what the man had to say. But I tell you what, the more I learn about this guy, the more cracks I see in the marble statue." I stood up, and Britt followed me to his feet. "Thanks for coming down. You didn't have to come all this way." "No, I had to meet with a subcontractor based here. It's no problem." He walked to his car and drove off as Bird and I sat back down. The sky was a bright blue with golden morning sunlight illuminating the city. We could hear the lanyards of the moored sailboats 2 blocks away slapping against their masts as they rocked with the incoming tide. "Tinny, I think we have to keep digging." "I'm deeper than you know." "One thing continues to haunt me here." "What's that?" "Why the hell was the president going to Camp David?" Bird nodded as he tossed his cup away. He zipped up his leather valise and said, "You know I'm already on that. That's one of the things that's a little bit deeper. I haven't hit the wood of the buried chest yet, but my shovel's getting close to the lid." "How do you know there is a chest? How do you know there's a lid at all? How do you know it wasn't just some poker game with a bunch of school buddies? Or strippers?" "Oh, right, the president was risking his life to fly to a stag party. Come on. Something big was happening. I'm talking to that other Marine, boy from the Secret Service. The one our friend from State told us to lay off of. The same." "You're not laying off, I take it." Bird frowned in disgust. "You want me to?" "No. But Thompson seemed pretty damn serious and stayed real vague about the consequences. Said he'd tell people. So what?" "Well, the implication is those other people might try to stop us. They can just kiss my ass. I'm not stopping for anyone." I smiled. "So what did he say?" "Turns out he was at Camp David that night." "You said that, waiting for President Adams." "Yep. And?" "That's all we know. He won't talk. Our Mr. Thompson has visited him, told him to shut his mouth. National security." "So that's it?" "I'll keep pushing him, but there's no telling if he's going to come around. Thompson is pulling a lot of strings and talking to a lot of people. We need to watch out for him." Bird rubbed his finger on the table. "I asked him about this mystery document." Tinny paused. "I saw it in his eyes, Michael. I think he still has it, or a copy. Whatever it is. I've got a feeling about him.
Not only does he know a lot, I think he's dying to tell us. But there are forces out there, Michael. Forces. Tinney looked at his watch. I gotta go. Catch you later. He looked around for any unusual movement and headed toward his car. Chapter 14. Hackett had waited around a day after the E&E for the required meeting of the attorneys in the case to discuss the case schedule. It is mandatory and must be in person. Somehow, the press had received a copy of his letter requesting the meeting at my office. They were waiting for me when I returned from my meeting with Bird. Microphones and reporters everywhere. I waved them off, pushed through the ranks, and closed the door behind me. Dolores was concerned. Several of the reporters had simply walked into the office, sat in the chairs, and waited for me. At some point, Berberian had come out and told them to leave, that if I wanted to invite them in to discuss the case, I would do so, but unless they were clients, it was time for them to go. So they waited on the steps. Dolores had set up the boardroom for the conference and cleaned out all the materials I had been working on with the experts. I waited, and after arriving fashionably late in a limousine, Hackett and his entourage made their way through the press slowly, answering a few questions over his shoulder. Dolores showed him to the conference room. He came in, greeted us, and sat down. He and his associates took off their coats, made themselves comfortable, and grabbed coffee and muffins. Rachel was there as well as Justin, our disheveled paralegal. I had drafted a proposed scheduling order that I wanted Hackett to look at. I pulled it out of my briefcase and passed it around the table. Here's the scheduling order that I would propose. As you know, this court is on the fast. Hackett handed the scheduling order back to me. I don't think those dates will work. You haven't even looked at them. I have prepared an order that I think is in final form, and I would like for you to sign it. My face began to turn red as I glanced at Rachel, who was trying to convince me not to say what she knew I wanted to say. I took his order and looked at it. It had the most aggressive discovery schedule I had ever seen. It had all the depositions and document discovery completed within 4 months. This was faster than even the District Court of Maryland contemplated in its rocket docket standard scheduling order. I don't know, I said, looking at Hackett. This is awfully ambitious. It seems to contemplate that we won't have any discovery disputes and we can get this all done. Oh, we won't have any discovery disputes, I'm sure. I believe in turning over everything. I'm sure you do as well. I think after we take depositions, this case will be ready to go. My experts are ready to testify in trial tomorrow. I see no reason to delay. No doubt his experts were ready to testify tomorrow, since all they were going to do was recite the NTSB's preliminary opinion. I had to disprove that theory, and needed time to do that. I handed the order back to him. Can't do it. Hackett sat down and leaned heavily on the table as if he were dealing with a dunce or a child. Mr. Nolan, do you refuse to cooperate in discovery? I sat down across from him and leaned on the table directly toward him. No, I don't refuse to cooperate. What I refuse to do is capitulate. If you want discovery, then do it. If you want it done fast, then do it fast. Hackett shook his head. As you wish. Your client's employees are the ones who will be deposed, and I love France. He reached over in front of his associate and placed his hand on the table, palm up. His associate placed a pile of documents in his hand, which Hackett retrieved. Hackett handed them to me. Here you go, Mike, he said, emphasizing Mike like it was a disease. He took a deep breath and shrugged his shoulders dramatically. As you know, discovery may commence immediately after the early neutral evaluation conference. We just had that conference. He pointed to the documents. Here are 35 deposition notices of the witnesses I want to depose beginning next Thursday in Paris. I will see you there. It was exactly what I had expected him to do. It was the biggest grandstanding move available to him. Hackett looked for a reaction from me.
No problem, Tom. I looked at the pile of notices quickly. This, of course, exceeds the number of depositions allowed under the rules, but I'll be happy to stipulate that you can do this. I had actually expected to begin the depositions in Paris on Monday, but you don't have them starting until Thursday. I looked at Rachel. We can cancel our hotel reservations for those extra days once we get done here. I turned back to Hackett. We'll see you there. And by the way, Rachel handed me our documents. Here is the deposition notice for the First Lady and the other widows. I've set them for here in my office for the week after we get back from Paris. But if you want to do them in your D.C. office, just let me know. We're happy to accommodate you. At 10 o'clock that night, I sat back, took off my tie, and drank a large bottle of water. I hadn't eaten since 10 in the morning, and I was about to pass out. I had a jar of Planters peanuts in my drawer that I reached for as Rachel walked into my office. She sat down heavily and smiled. What a day. Remarkable. You ready to go tomorrow? BWI nonstop to Paris. We've got to get our witnesses prepared. I thought he'd give us a couple of weeks. We've got a double track, with me preparing the executives and you preparing the manufacturing workers. Rachel chuckled, slid down in the leather chair, put her head on the back of the chair, and looked at the ceiling. Figures. What? I said as I poured some peanuts into my hand and tossed them into my mouth. Do you know what date today is? No, what? It's my birthday. My 35th freaking birthday. Wow. Sorry. Can't believe I missed that. Happy birthday. Want some nuts? I offered her the jar. Very funny. But you know what else? She sat up. What? I told you that I didn't want to get married again. I didn't want to make the same back-breaking mistake I made when I married that asshole, he who shall remain nameless. And? Well, I was lying. I do want to get married again, or at least become a mother before I'm 80, and since I think after this it goes 36, 37, 80, I'm basically done. My womb is going to shrivel up like a raisin. The only thing I'll ever give birth to is another raisin. Oh, please, 35 isn't that old? Yes, it is. Maybe I don't want to get married, I don't know. Maybe I don't even want to be a mother. What I hate is not being in control. She looked down with an ironic smile on her face. She looked at me. This Friday was going to be my first date in a year, and I'm going to miss it. She didn't sound that disappointed. He's probably not worth it anyway. It's just Freddie. I frowned. Freddie, the dentist? Yes, the dentist. The balding dentist. Geez, you must be desperate. You're a real encouragement, Mike. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. You can't marry him. You're gorgeous. He's... Freddie. Rachel stood up. All right, I'll send him an email and tell him our big date is off. I think he wanted to go look at coin shops or something anyway. I think he collects nickels, buffalo nickels. What an incredibly interesting guy. She looked at me as she stood by the door. Are we going to be up all night? Do we have the materials we need to fly to Paris to begin preparing for these depositions tomorrow? Are we out of our minds? Are you sure you don't want to go before the magistrate and beg for mercy? Nope. Legal jujitsu. Take his energy and throw him over on his back. I expect to be up all night myself. Debbie doesn't even know I'm going yet. This'll go over well. I'll get your ticket. Assume we're leaving on the 8:30 a.m. flight. We can drive together, but we'll need to leave at about 4 o'clock. I'll call you at home as soon as I get the info. I picked up Rachel, drove to BWI, and we boarded our American Airlines flight to Paris. Rachel had called Justin and had him load the documents we had so far onto CDs, which she had brought with her. We spent the entire flight reviewing the documents on our laptops, plugged directly into the seats, and prepared questions that we anticipated Hackett asking. We checked into our hotel on the left bank, got a bad night's sleep, and went to Worldcopter headquarters the next morning by taxi. We spent the next 5 days preparing each witness for the questions that might come up. Each day we had lunch in the Worldcopter conference room, where we were preparing the witnesses. The food was outstanding, and each night we would have dinner with one of the WorldCopter officers. Marcel was still in the United States, investigating the accident, as were most of the investigation team, but most of those who were actually involved in building Marine One were still in Paris. One night we were free, and Rachel insisted on eating at a fancy restaurant called Georges. I agreed, as I was happy to eat somewhere other than the restaurant we had eaten at each night with the WorldCopter officers. The restaurant sat atop the Georges Pompidou Center, a combination museum, display area, multicultural center, and concert center. Rachel had reserved an outdoor table for us, overlooking Notre Dame. European techno-pop music pounded in the background. Rachel took a sip from her wine and asked, "How do you think the preparation is going?" "I think we're on track. Hackett's going to be surprised. I think they'll stand up pretty tall." She pushed her hair back. "Don't you feel like our time would be better spent out in the woods looking for tip weights? We're just playing defense here. Our entire expert team's going to be out at the scene all week. They'll be tearing it apart while Hackett is here listening to himself talk. Won't his experts be doing the same thing? I doubt it. The fewer new facts they have, the better. They want to just roll into court, say tip weights, and wait while Hackett rings us up for a few $100 million. Plus, I've asked our new guy, Braden, to start preparing a summary judgment motion to dismiss punitive damages while we're gone. We'll get the rough transcripts electronically, incorporate the testimony into our motion, and serve it on Hackett the day he flies home. He'll say it's too early in the case, but let's put him on his heels a little bit. He's the one who's in a big hurry." "I called the dentist before we left our hotel." "Tonight? Really? What for?" Rachel smiled and shook her head. "I just wanted to give him the details of why I missed our date. He said it figures. It's par for the course for him to be drilling the teeth of angry patients while I run off to Paris. Then he said he always figured I was out of his league anyway. He never thought he had much of a shot. He knew I'd come up with some reason not to go out with him." I frowned. "That doesn't even make sense. He thinks you made this whole thing up so you wouldn't have to go out with him? So what, you persuaded Hackett to notice a bunch of depositions just so you could avoid a date with him?" "I don't think he's quite that linear in his thinking. More like he knew events would conspire to make sure that I didn't go out with him." "So, when you said yes, that was just a cruel joke of fate?" "Something like that. I don't think he's really my type." "Don't worry. It'll happen. The right guy's out there." Rachel looked up at me with a sharp glance. "I don't think so." "Well, what are you looking for? What kind of guy is the right one?" Our waitress brought our food and set the hot plates down in front of us. "Enjoy," she said as she turned away. "There are good men out there. All my friends are married to them. They've been married for 10 years. They have kids. They're happy. They're working or not working. It doesn't matter. They're happy." We finished our meal in relative quiet, listening to the pounding, now annoying, music through the ultra-high-quality speakers hidden somewhere. I paid the shockingly large bill and stood. "We'd better get back to the hotel. You know who we meet with tomorrow?" "Jean-Claude Martin, El Presidente." "Wouldn't it be La Présidente?" "Le." "All I know is he's really not very happy. After that debacle at the Senate hearings, all he wants is to answer more questions from some American attorney. You sure we did the right thing by letting Hackett go at him this early in the case? Hackett won't have our documents until the deposition. He'll do way less damage now than in 6 months when he's a lot smarter about WorldCopter. We've got to let him do this, and then start turning this case back on him." Chapter 15. Jean-Claude Martin gave us all the time we wanted, but first he had to express himself. He simply could not understand how in the American judicial system it was possible for Hackett to hand me several pieces of paper and show up the following week with a court reporter and videographer to take his deposition. None of this was allowed in France. It was clearly intended to harass him and WorldCopter. I agreed. I told him that was exactly the purpose of the depositions, and the harder we fought and more we made of it, the more we were playing into Hackett's publicity-seeking hands. The more annoyed we got, the happier he was going to be. I told Président Martin that since Hackett gave us virtually no notice and we hadn't much time to prepare, Hackett would have to be satisfied with the answers he got. He only got to do this once. From the top down, WorldCopter had zero faith in the American justice system. They all reminded me that the reading of the Michael Jackson verdict was on live television throughout France. Not because they expected great justice, but because it was like watching a circus. And there was absolutely no doubt in their minds, and I mean no doubt, that Michael Jackson would get off. I think American juries get it right 90+% of the time. I had no such confidence in other judicial systems, especially those that let judges decide everything like the French system. I had seen enough tyrannical American judges to doubt whether tyrannical French judges or tyrannical British judges would somehow be remarkably fair and come up with the right result. I trusted juries. Sure, they could get it wrong. So could I. So could WorldCopter. So could a French judge. We all can get it wrong. But in federal court, where we were in this case, you had to get a unanimous jury. In my experience, a unanimous jury rarely got things just flat wrong. Once we calmed Jean-Claude down, the preparation went well. Toward the end of the discussion, after reviewing the corporate structure and the government contract for the building of Marine One, President Martin sat back and looked at the ceiling, then down at me. "Will I be required to testify at trial?" "Probably. Hackett will try to use this videotape deposition against you, but if you're there in person with nothing to hide, it's much to our strength. I would like you to testify about the contract and WorldCopter's entry into the American military market by a bid for Marine One. I definitely plan on calling you." The next day, President Martin was the first witness. Even though Martin spoke English as well as I did, we asked for an interpreter. He needed his own language to express himself properly. It also makes for a record through the videotape of exactly what was said in French. Also present at the deposition were Catherine, the WorldCopter America General Counsel Tripp, Rachel, Hackett, and 2 people from his office, plus the court reporter, the videographer, and the translator, as well as a second translator hired by WorldCopter to check on the translator hired by Hackett. Jean-Claude did brilliantly. Hackett pressed him about the contract, the security, all the things he had been banging his drum to the press about, even the dramatic completion of the 3 Marine One helicopters ahead of time and under budget. Hackett tried to find weaknesses or create them, but he couldn't touch Jean-Claude. Watching Hackett during the deposition was interesting. He clearly had not expected us to produce the president at all, let alone the week he was noticed, let alone the first day. Hackett seemed slightly dazed. He had brought Bass and the paralegal with him overnight in his private Gulfstream jet, and they all looked bleary-eyed. We let Hackett go all day. We let him ask wide-ranging questions on multiple topics. He didn't advance his case at all. He learned some unpleasant facts, and that WorldCopter was not going to roll over and write him a huge check. As the week progressed, the rest of the WorldCopter witnesses did almost as well. They were ready in spite of the short preparation time. They knew the accident, knew the helicopter, they knew how it had been built, they knew the documents, and they knew the contract. Hackett didn't really know any of it. He was just there to beat up on WorldCopter witnesses and intimidate them, and failed. Not that he would agree with that assessment. He was unburdened by self-doubt. At the conclusion of each deposition, as we sat in various restaurants on the outskirts of Paris with the WorldCopter officers, their confidence grew. They realized that Hackett was swinging wildly and missing. They realized that he was not much of a threat at this stage because he didn't know as much as he thought he did. The conclusion began to form that his early aggressive stance had been a huge miscalculation. I reminded them that the NTSB still believed it was WorldCopter's fault, his experts would so testify, and a jury was likely to believe Hackett. All we had done was to blunt his first attack. To win the case, we had to find the real cause, or World Copter was going down just like Marine One. Catherine shared our cab to de Gaulle Airport. She was invigorated. She wanted a meeting as soon as possible with all our experts, all the attorneys, criminal and civil, and World Copter's employees involved in the investigation. Catherine wanted to walk through the case, soup to nuts, and come up with a global to-do list. I called Marcel on my BlackBerry from the cab. He thought we should have the meeting at World Copter headquarters outside Washington, in the hangar where the Marine One helicopters were assembled. We flew back to the States overnight and met the next morning after we had cleaned up. The hangar was deathly quiet. World Copter had been forbidden from touching any of the Marine One helicopters until the Justice Department's investigation was concluded. I walked around the assembly and inspection area with Marcel, Catherine, and Rachel, looking at the spotless facility. We were acutely aware that in ordinary circumstances we could never be there. No one was allowed near the helicopters, let alone the assembly and repair facility, without the required Yankee White security clearance. But the day after Marine One crashed, all those at World Copter had had their clearances canceled, and every helicopter was immediately suspect. We walked by one of the undelivered Marine One helicopters, which sat in the middle of the hangar in perfect condition, surrounded by a plexiglass security wall. It had completed its assembly and inspection and was due to be delivered the day Marine One crashed. It sat untouched behind the plexiglass wall ever since. I wondered if we could learn anything from that helicopter, but nothing occurred to me. Since the accident, all maintenance had been transferred to the Marine Corps at Quantico, Virginia, and Andrews Air Force Base, and it wasn't coming back to World Copter until, according to the Pentagon, they were cleared by the Justice Department. That wasn't likely to happen any time soon. After Justice demanded documents and unlimited access, and after I'd thrown a little tantrum, World Copter had essentially agreed to whatever they wanted. We told them we were ready to provide all documents they wanted. They were entitled to have them anyway by contract. Once again, our cooperation seemed to throw them off a little bit. We told Justice we would get the documents to them in 60 days, and they had accepted that. They had also said that they would wait to interview individuals until after they had received all the documents requested in their subpoena, and after they had reviewed the depositions Hackett took. That was fine with us. It gave us additional time to prepare. The consensus of the group was that Justice was waiting for the final NTSB report. That could take 2 years or longer, long after the trial. Until then, Justice was focused on clearances and people building Marine One without them. All our experts were there when we arrived. After the usual greetings and some ambitious coffee consumption to hit the jet lag, we got down to business. Catherine had asked for the meeting, but I was as anxious as she was to see where everyone was. I wanted to brainstorm theories and find out what the hell happened to Marine One. Pretty simple concept, but nothing about the theories in this case was simple. The World Copter investigators wanted to blame the pilot. Our pilot expert wanted to blame the weather, and Wayne Bradley wanted to blame the NTSB, his former employer, for trying to hang it on World Copter without enough evidence. I asked Bradley to set up his computer with a projector and pull up the wreckage photos. He explained what he saw in the bent metal, the forces necessary to bend the charred remains of the helicopter. He brought up the next slide.
Look at this.
It was a close-up, a macro photo of some piece of metal. I couldn't tell what it was.
These are the threads in the nut of the blade that separated. It is interesting, but not good enough,
he said to Marcel.
We need to get this nut into a scanning electron microscope.
Marcel nodded and made a note. Bradley looked at everyone else.
Second, we've got to find those tip weights. I don't think they are far away. If my theory is correct, then those tip weights are somewhere near the accident scene. If they came out on impact with the ground, then they're nearby. We've got to find them. We've got to get them.
Catherine contemplated for a moment. She leaned forward on her elbows and pushed her hair back from her face. "Mike, maybe I'm missing something. How does finding the tip weights help us?" I looked at Bradley, who waited for me to answer. "NTSB implies, really, that the tip weights came off and started the crash sequence. So the tip weights from that blade can't be at the crash site. They'd have to be miles away if they got thrown off. So if they are there, right where the helicopter hit, then they came off when it hit the ground and couldn't have caused the crash. If we find them there, we can prove that. That right, Carl?" Carl Will nodded. He cleared his throat.
"It's a question of sequence, Catherine. If you jump off a train early, you can't be on it when it gets to the station."
Catherine nodded. "But the NTSB didn't find any tip weights. They've got to be turning over every rock." Will nodded again.
"They are, and so are we. If we went out to the scene 50 years from now, I guarantee you we'd find part of Marine One. When these kinds of things happen, you can't ever find everything. We have to try to find what they didn't."
"If your theory is right," she noted.
"Exactly,"
Will said. Catherine glanced around at everyone. "Well, if it wasn't the tip weights, if that didn't cause the accident, what did? What's our theory?" She looked at Holly. "You're the piloting expert, right?" "Yes." "What do you think?" Holly was on the spot. "I'm not really sure. We've got an incredibly talented pilot, but he sounds like he hated the president. I flew the simulator like Mike here did and didn't really learn very much. He flew very well. The FDR and CVR don't help us that much either. So at this point, I'd say he was unprofessional, but I don't see any hard evidence of pilot error." Catherine frowned. "What does his professionalism have to do with it? Why do we keep talking about that?" Holly looked at me to see if she was to say what she and I had been talking about. "Well, if the pilot hates him enough, maybe he does something to stop the presidency. Not saying that happened, but we have to consider it. There have been other examples, Egypt Air, Silk Air, others. The pilots almost certainly committed suicide and took hundreds with them. I don't see that here, not for sure, but it could be homicide. Something we have to think about." Catherine was speechless. "Is that what you think actually happened? I'm just saying I don't rule anything out until there's proof it's wrong." Catherine looked at me. "What else hasn't been ruled out?" "Well, there's some talk of hydraulic failure, but I'm not buying that. I'm just not seeing it based on the way this helicopter was flying. The idea that he was shot down or otherwise had an impact with another airplane or anything else like a bird, I think that's a non-starter. I don't buy it. I'm with Holly. I don't trust Collins. And why did the flight data recorder suddenly quit? Did he pull the circuit breaker? It's near the hydraulic pump, which he may have thought was failing, but maybe he pulled that circuit breaker too. Maybe he was trying to make it look like an accident. And why was President Adams in such a big damn hurry? Why did he want to get to a meeting at Camp David in the middle of a thunderstorm? And why fly? The Secret Service wanted him to drive, but he refused. Why? I think if we can answer that question, we may make a lot more progress." Catherine shook her head. "How will that tell us what happened to the helicopter? I don't want to get distracted by political considerations. Unless you're saying someone didn't want him to get there, someone not on that flight, that would mean somebody attacked the helicopter, and the NTSB and FBI have clearly said there's no evidence of that. So don't waste your time with that. The answer is in the metal and the wreckage." "I agree, Catherine. But if we find out why he was going there, it certainly won't hurt. I just like knowing everything about an accident. Anyway, we need to get these folks into the hangar and finish their examination of the wreckage." Marcel shifted. "Yes. One thing that the NTSB told me while you were in Paris." "What?" "They are going to finish the wreckage access, close access, as they are ready to finalize the group reports." The entire group was alarmed.
"What does that mean?"
Tripp asked. Marcel replied, but looked at Bradley for confirmation.
It means the reports from the groups, engine group, airframe group, operations group, and the like, are done. They are finished and are preparing their reports to submit to the NTSB so they can put them in their final report. This was all wrong. Way too fast. Did you think the groups were done? No, Marcel said. Who says the groups are done, then? I pressed. Rose. We all stared at each other. The NTSB was cutting off the investigation. They had their conclusions, so they were making sure nothing was going to challenge it. Tripp was still confused. Why is that bad? I replied, because we'll be cut off from access to the wreckage, and no one will be involved in whatever happens between now and the issuance of their final report. They'll be behind a wall of silence for the rest of their investigation. But why? Well, the benign scenario would be because they really think they are done. But the other possibility, the malignant scenario, is because they want to cut us off. They want to make sure we're in the dark. Catherine was beside herself. If they stop looking and jump to a conclusion, this thing will make the debate over the Kennedy assassination look like child's play. It's like the Warren Commission stopping halfway through because they're sure they know what happened. Rachel said, Some people think that's exactly what happened. Bradley stood with some difficulty.
But they haven't closed the doors yet. I say we get out to their hangar right now.
Chapter 16. I should have gone home after spending the entire day at the wreckage hangar, but I hadn't been to my office in 10 days. I called Debbie and told her I'd be home after stopping in at the office. I hurried to the second floor of our building and turned on the lights of my office. I could tell by the lights down the hall that a couple of other people were working, too. I put my laptop back in its cradle and turned it on while I thumbed through the piles of documents, letters, legal pleadings, magazines, and other papers Tracy had placed on my desk. I was about halfway done when I suddenly realized someone was standing in my door. It was Braden, one of the new contract attorneys. Very good guy. We had received probably 200 resumes after we put out our ads. Braden's was one of the best, and he was clearly the best in the interview. He had graduated from Columbia Law School, something we didn't see often in Annapolis, and had worked at 2 large defense firms in New York City. He said he was tired of New York and wanted to find a place where he could settle down and raise a family someday. He was the best I had seen. A little too eager sometimes, but overall just trying to please. "Hey, what's up? You're here late," I said. "Sorry, I didn't want to disturb you, but I heard you knocking around. How was the trip?" "Good. Come on in, have a seat. I'm just going through some correspondence. What are you doing here?" "Working on the memo Rachel asked for on Forum Non Conveniens." "Yeah, that's pretty hopeless. Not sure we'd even really try to transfer this case to another place if we could, but you may as well finish it." "Yeah, will do." I looked at him more closely. "Rachel's impressed with your work. Your memos are quite good." "Thanks, I appreciate it." He paused. "Oh." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. "Weirdest thing. I was using the copy machine last night and I walked by your office. It was late, like 11:30. I heard your phone ring and then it stopped. Then it rang again and stopped. Someone wanted to talk to you but didn't want to leave a voicemail. It rang again, so I answered it." "Who was it?" "I don't know." He handed me the piece of paper. "Here's the number." I took it and looked at it. It was a Washington, D.C. area code. Braden continued. "It was some guy asking if I'm Mike Nolan. I told him I wasn't, and he told me to have you call him. I asked him who he was, and he said it wasn't any of my business. He just said that you needed to call him personally and that he knew all the answers. I said, what answers? And he said why Marine One crashed. And then he hangs up. That's it." I stared at the number, then at Braden. "What do you make of it? What did he sound like?" "I have no idea what to make of this. What are the chances he knows something? I don't know. I suppose in the no stone left unturned approach, somebody ought to call him. He might be a crackpot. He sounded like an older guy, maybe 50s.
Black or white? Not sure, but sounded white to me. Okay, thanks. I'll give him a call tomorrow. Maybe. Braden began to leave, then remembered, oh, and he said to call him at night? He works during the day, and that isn't a work number. It's not during the day now. No time like the present. I picked up the phone and dialed the number. Braden returned to his office as the number began to ring. I had the speakerphone on and listened as I continued to sort through the piles on my desk. It rang 4 times, then 5, but no answering machine picked up. It probably rang 8 times before somebody picked it up. My eyes darted to the phone to note the connection. I picked up the handset and listened. Nobody said anything. Hello? Who's this? A gruff voice asked. I'm Mike Nolan. You called me. Where are you calling from? My office. My associate said you have something to talk to me about. What is it? I've got information that will break your case wide open. What's your name? No way. No names, no numbers, no addresses. And why is that? Because I value my life, that's why. Meaning? I'm not saying anything until I know I'm safe and we have certain arrangements. What arrangements? You're going to hire me a lawyer, a fancy lawyer from Washington. His name is Frank Flannery. I got his name out of a newspaper report of a big case I heard about. He doesn't know me. You're going to hire him for me. If you don't, you'll never hear a word of what I know. I'm going to call him in 48 hours and tell him that I'm the one that he's been hired to represent. After that, all communication will go through him. I'll tell him the things I want you to know, and he'll tell them to you. Why are you doing this? What do you want? You'll have to compensate me. You have to make this way worth my while. We don't pay witnesses. Fine, don't. I'm going to call Frank in 2 days. The line went dead. I stared at the phone. I'd never had a call like that. I'd never had a witness call who claimed to have earth-shattering information and demand money while remaining anonymous. I've had lots of witnesses ask for money. It's right about when they realize you need their testimony that they suddenly smell a market and try to sell. But you can't buy. Against ethics and taints their testimony. They usually pout, then you serve them with a subpoena, which changes things pretty quickly. I couldn't decide whether to just slough him off as a nut or to at least get some idea of what this guy was talking about. I turned around to my computer and drafted an email to Catherine. Catherine was intrigued by what this might mean, and much to my surprise authorized retaining Flannery to represent him. I called Flannery, introduced myself, and told him the story. He thought it was odd, but agreed to talk to the guy when he called. So we would wait to see what came of that. The time had arrived, though, for me to take the depositions of the widows, and in particular the First Lady. She was the lead plaintiff, the lead name on the lawsuit. Now, of course, the former First Lady, but everyone in the media seemed to want to call her the First Widow. She had moved out of the White House when Cunningham had moved in to take over as president, and was now living in a penthouse apartment at the Watergate. She didn't make many public appearances now, but when she did, she was appropriately mournful and quiet. A sympathetic figure, she was loved by the public. But the public wasn't seeing inside her lawsuit, Adams et al. V. WorldCopter. They weren't in the room when her attorney yelled at the WorldCopter employees to get them to say things he could use against them in trial. She was able to maintain her pose of wounded innocent as her hired Rottweiler tried to tear up witnesses on her behalf. I wanted Rachel to take the depositions of several of the widows. She had taken numerous depositions in the past, but these would be important, and it would be good for her and good for the case. When I told her that I wanted her to take 4 of the 8 depositions, including that of Mrs. Collins, she was excited. I told her I wouldn't even be there, and that she would run them. She prepared an outline, which I reviewed, and it was perfect. But what had my focus was the First Lady. The notices I had given Hackett asked the widows to bring all kinds of personal documents with them, their husbands' income statements, files, letters, medical records, anything they had that pertained to their husbands. They would be annoyed by that and would balk. I wanted to get that whole process underway immediately. The day before those depositions were to start, I got a call from Carl Will. He had been thinking about the accident and wanted to go back out to the scene. He said he wanted to just sit there. He said I should bring a stool or chair and that we were going to sit there in the middle of where the helicopter crashed and let the crash scene talk to us. He and I agreed on many things, but certainly on this. You couldn't go to an accident scene too many times. You would see things differently every time. You might notice how certain flight paths, or crash paths more accurately, to the site that were theoretically possible under some theories are actually impossible. A certain hill was too high, or the ravine too steep. Things would be struck by airplane parts or rotor blades that you hadn't seen before. Unless it was in a flat desert, the accident scene spoke to you eloquently, every time. The location of the fire road was now listed as one of my personal destinations in my Volvo navigation system. I punched it and headed to the scene. I turned off onto the fire road and was stopped at the same place we had been stopped on the morning of our first visit by an FBI agent. When I got to the scene, Carl was already there. He was in the dead center of the crash site, sitting on a blue canvas camp stool, the kind that folded up into a handled walking stick. He was drinking coffee from a large metal travel mug. He had watched me walk all the way into the site. Will said, "Where's your chair?" "In the car. Go get it. I told you to bring it." I shook my head. "I can stand. It's okay. You can only look around after you've sat. You have to feel it." I went back to the car and pulled out my lawn chair, the same one that I always carried to my kids' soccer games. I unfolded it and sat next to him. "Anything you wanted to bring up, or are we just going to sit here quietly?" "Either way," he said, drinking slowly. "You've got to hear the helicopter straining, fighting to stay aloft, falling down through the storm, the rain, and finally the trees. If we'd been here, could we have heard the tree branches break, or would the noise from the helicopter have been too loud? Which parts of it could we have heard? If we had a huge spotlight pointed up to the sky from this point, what would we have seen? Was it on fire as it fell through the darkness? I want to hear you think while you look at where this happened. I want to hear what you really believe. I've heard you hinting about all kinds of shit, but based on everything you know as a Marine, as a pilot, as an attorney, as someone who's looked into all the pieces of this accident that we have so far, I want to hear what you think happened." I wasn't sure how much to say. When his deposition was taken in this case, everything that he reviewed or relied on would be admissible, including conversations with me. I looked at the ashes around us, the charred leaves, branches, and grass, the little pieces of metal and plastic that had burned and dripped, leaving patterns like disturbed spider webs lying in the dirt. I said, "A couple of things just continue to bother me. First, I don't think that there's any way in hell that rotor blade came off in midair and then just happened to land next to all the wreckage. I think that's certainly possible under the laws of physics, but if you bring statistics and probability into it, I think it becomes so unlikely as to be considered impossible. But I've also learned that catastrophic accidents are sometimes caused by the ridiculously unlikely." "Go on." "I find the fact that the flight data recorder stopped before the crash suspicious. I find the fact that he maybe had a hydraulic light suspicious. I find the conversation between the pilot and the president suspicious. I find the meeting the president was going to that we know nothing about really suspicious." Carl nodded and finished his coffee. He tossed the cup into an open backpack. "And what about here? What do you see here?" "I don't know. I don't understand this scene. It just doesn't make sense to me at all." I kicked at the ashes at my feet. It does feel strange sitting here, where a helicopter crashed, killing 7 people. Feels like we're desecrating it, sitting here and drinking coffee. Carl didn't respond. I got up and walked around the wreckage site while Carl watched me move uneasily through the silence. I looked down at a pile of ash that had been raked into an area to clear it from something else. The pile was simply charred burned matter, which looked like burned foliage. Something caught my eye. "Check this out," I said. He came over from his stool and peered down. It was American currency. Bills folded in half, charred on the top so it just looked like a random piece of charred paper. But you could just make out a corner of the paper and tell that it was a bill. I picked them up. I turned them over, and on the bottom were 4 clean $100 bills, which were underneath the charred bill on top of it. "How about that?" I said, and handed Carl the charred bills. I glanced down to the now clean spot on the ground where the bills had been lying and noticed something metal. I bent down and picked up a heavy brass key. It was one of those brass hotel keys that were more common before most hotels went to electronic access. But it was different. It was flat on the top and flat on the bottom, with 3 grooves that would be inserted into the door. It looked to me as if the key was brass but electronic as well. I wasn't really sure, but I did notice the name of the hotel. I handed it to Carl. "The Virginian." He took it, examined it, turned it over, and pondered. I asked, "Why didn't the NTSB find this?" He glanced at me. "You ever been to a wreckage site where you didn't find something they missed?" "No, but I've never been to the crash site of a president's helicopter either." "That just makes it less likely they'd miss something. Doesn't guarantee it." "Just looked like ashes. Think the investigators missed anything in the Kennedy investigation in Dallas?" Carl looked at it one last time and handed it to me. "We'd better give it to them. I don't work for the NTSB. I'm here to protect my client. The NTSB has already issued a preliminary finding that hammers my client. Why should I help them? Because this is their accident? They've released the scene. Mike, do you really think that if somebody comes here and finds something relevant, they don't need to turn it over to the NTSB? I don't know. I guess I just don't want to give this to them. It's not a piece of the helicopter." I slipped the key into my pocket. "I'll give it to them after a friend checks it out. Who on this helicopter had a key to the ritziest hotel in Washington, D.C., a 5-star hotel? They all lived in Washington. Why would they need a hotel room?" I thought about who was on the helicopter. 3 crew, Adams, 2 Secret Service agents, and the White House Director of Operations. Would Collins have a key like this? Was he seeing someone? Having an affair? Who else? Tinny would find out. Will wasn't that interested in the human side. He wanted to know about the helicopter. "Well, let's do some other looking while we're out here. I didn't come out here to find a hotel key. Maybe we'll find something else just as interesting that I won't want to give to the NTSB." He wandered toward the hill as I stood in the middle of the impact point. I looked like a bird watcher looking up in the trees. It was completely quiet, but there was a notable absence of birds. I couldn't hear anything except the occasional breeze that passed through the treetops. I watched one particularly beautiful oak sway far above the ground. It had to be 75 feet tall. As I watched it move, I noticed a divot out of the top. I focused my binoculars and could see that several large branches in the top of the tree were hanging, clearly broken. I didn't have quite the right angle and took a few steps closer. I looked at the impact spot and then those trees around it. I called to Carl. "Hey," he turned. "Take a look at this." He wandered over, stepping around a few still muddy spots. "What?" I handed him the binoculars and pointed to the top of the oak tree. "Look at the branches up there. Those are fairly substantial. They've been knocked to the side." He took the binoculars and studied the branches. "Any other branches like this around here?" "Not that I've seen." "Could it be something else?" "Don't think so." "Could a piece of the helicopter fall and hit that branch? Like the blade that might have come off?" "I don't think so. That would have broken it downward. This is broken to the side." "So you think that's it? The first point of impact with anything touching the ground?" "I think so. But look at the direction of the break." He focused the binoculars and leaned forward as if the extra couple of inches would make the difference. I said, "They're broken left to right. See that?" "Yes." World copters are different. When you're sitting in the cockpit of the helicopter and look up at the blades, they're coming around clockwise, over your head as you look up, from left to right. American helicopters go the other way. If you're an American investigator who hasn't looked at French helicopters much before, or Russian for that matter, they go the same way as the French, you might forget that. So if you look at those branches, they are broken in the direction you'd expect from an American helicopter. But for a French helicopter crashing down through the trees, it's all wrong. He continued to look up, considering what it meant. "So, this is the opposite of what you'd expect if you knew the direction of rotation of Marine One's rotors." "Right." "Meaning?" I took the binoculars and put them in the case. "Meaning Marine One was upside down when it came through the trees." Holy shit. Then it sure wasn't an auto-rotation that hit too hard. They were out of control long before they came close to the ground. Chapter 17. The phone rang twice, and he picked it up and answered with a tired voice. "Frank Flannery. Mike Nolan. I've been expecting your call. So I guess I need to hear what this guy has to say." Flannery replied, "Not that easy. He refuses to meet with anyone." "So what do we do? How am I supposed to talk to him?" Flannery paused. "He's concerned about his safety. He thinks if he talks to you, his life will be in danger." "Yeah, he told me that, but I don't get it. How would his life be in danger?" "He says he has evidence that will break this case wide open, and he thinks you need to talk to him. If someone else, the wrong person, learns this information, it could have serious consequences." "I'm not following this at all, but I am ready to talk to him. Like I said, it's not that easy. Look, at least give me a category of what he's talking about." "No. He wants to be compensated for his time and to be relocated." That surprised me. Relocated? Some kind of civil witness protection program? I think that's exactly what he has in mind. But obviously he's not working with the government, so it won't apply. It might if he is talking about activity that's criminal. I don't really know about that. He won't talk to the government. Why? If his information is so important, he could tell anybody. He thinks you would be particularly interested in it because it would be to the benefit of your client. How so? I'm not at liberty to say. Shit, Frank, this is ridiculous. I thought for a second. What does he mean, compensated for his time? He says this will cause him to lose his job. He'll have to move out of the area. He wants to be compensated for that loss. For a lost job? How much we talking about here? All he's told me is that it will be significant, whatever that means. How do I know he knows anything at all? How do I know this isn't some random guy pitching a scam? He said you'd ask that. He said you can't know now, but you will once you hear his information. I'm going to have to think about it. You looked into the ethics of this? I'm just representing him to protect his identity. I have not been retained to look into the ethical implications for you. I'll get back to you." I hung up and called Braden to my office. I glanced at the clock and again reminded myself to go home. Just one more thing. Braden arrived and sat on the couch with a pad of paper ready for whatever new assignment I was about to give him. I talked to the attorney representing that witness. Who? The guy who called? The message you took? Right. What did he say? The guy wants money. He wants to be compensated for his lost income because he has to move, wants us to relocate him. He says his life will be in danger once he tells us his information. Braden stared at me. Life in danger? How? Who knows? Take a look at the ethical rules of compensating witnesses other than just witness fees and travel expenses. I don't think you can, but the feds do it all the time. In a criminal case, the government pays a guy, gives him witness protection, relocates him to Des Moines, and pays him forever. They probably set them up with new wives, for all I know. Why can't you compensate a witness in a civil trial? I don't know. Take a look and let me know. Will do. That Friday, Tinny Bird showed up at my office, uninvited. He didn't need an invitation, but he didn't usually just drop by. But he also didn't really trust any form of communication. He eavesdropped on people's cell phones all the time, even though it was illegal. I always told him never to do it in my cases because we couldn't collect evidence illegally. He assured me he would never do it in one of my cases. He also didn't trust email. He pretty much believed that anything that was converted into zeros and ones and transmitted where somebody else could catch it or duplicate it was a really bad idea. He was an old-school investigator who liked to stop by and hand you a manila envelope with a grin on his face. He loved seeing your face when he handed you something new, something that might be exciting. He almost always waited for you to open the envelope. He said it made him feel like Santa Claus. Dolores called me and said he was downstairs. He didn't even know I'd be there. I went down and got him and walked him up to my office. We sat down and chatted for quite a while about nothing in particular. Sports, law, criminal cases, the shop talk of attorneys and investigators. He sat holding an envelope, but was in no hurry either to give it to me or to leave. Braden came in. Sorry, I didn't know you were with anybody. No, this is Tinny Bird. He is the investigator I've told you about. Tinny stood and shook Braden's hand and studied his face. Nice to meet you, Braden. Nice to meet you, Mr. Bird. Braden turned to me and said, I'll come back later. Since you're here, what do you have? I finished that memo you have on... Braden paused, looking at Tinny. The phone call? Right. Thanks. I'll come talk to you about it later. Thanks. Tinny sat back down in the chair opposite me, and Braden went back to his office. Bird looked confused. Where did he come from? I've never met him before. New guy. I needed some help. He all right? Yeah, I think he's tired. He's been up late nights working. He works his butt off. He's here all hours of the day. What do you have? Bird closed the door and sat back down. He leaned forward and handed me the envelope and began to speak quietly. The meeting. You wanted to know who A3 was going to see at Camp David? I was stunned. You found out who was at Camp David? No, not yet. Not about that exactly. But I'm getting him to talk about other things, trying to lubricate the communications between us. By the way, he thinks all this stuff about WorldCopter is bullshit. He thinks something bad happened, something real bad. Like an assassination? I don't know if he'd go that far. He's not involved in any of the investigations. He just has a feeling. That's real helpful. Maybe I can call him as a witness and he can testify about his feelings. Don't be a smartass, Bird said. I may get something out of him. Maybe something we can use. I don't know. He's tough, but he knows what was going on at Camp David, and I can tell just as sure as shit he thinks whatever it was that was going on is related to the crash. Too much of a coincidence. So what was going on? Won't say, but it was huge. He just shakes his head.
Says he may have to go to his grave with this. And he doesn't think the NTSB is even looking in the right place. He doesn't trust them. How do we get him to talk about it? I'm working it, Michael. I'm working it. Bird reached into his pocket. Oh, I almost forgot. He handed me the key from the Virginian. Interesting key. What'd you find out? That is one stuck-up, stiff-ass place, that's what. They cater to the big shots of the world and all the politicos, and their mistresses, of course. They wouldn't tell me shit. Well, thanks. I didn't say I didn't find anything out. You doubt me? What you got? I found one lady who was willing to help. You always do, pretty much. Anyway, I gave her the names of everyone on the helicopter. None of them had a room there in the last month. What about the key? Interesting. Not for a room. What was it for? You know how they have small, secret conference rooms in some hotels? You don't even know they're there? Rooms that don't even have numbers? It was one of those. Could they tell when? Yeah. The key was coded for the night before the accident. To a hidden conference room? Yep. Who was it registered to? John Smith. All right. And how was it paid for? Cash? I stood up and began pacing around the room. What do you make of it? I asked her if there were any bigwigs staying there that night. What did she say? Always, every night, assortment of international big shots. Does she know who used the room? No idea. We need to get a complete guest list. Bird shook his head. She can't get it for me. It's encrypted on their system. Fine, I'll subpoena it. Bird frowned. Not sure I'd do that, Michael. People would notice. So? There's more. She didn't know who used the room, but she said one of the maids is Chinese, Taiwanese, actually, and walked by the room when the door was open. She heard someone talking inside in perfect Taiwanese, big shot, like he owned the place, talking to a couple of other Taiwanese, ordering them around. She couldn't tell what it was all about, but no doubt they were Taiwanese. There were a couple of Westerners in the room, too. Americans, she thought, but couldn't be sure. She thought it was strange that he was talking loudly in Taiwanese when the Americans couldn't understand him. But it was just for a second. Taiwanese. What would they have to do with the president? That's your job. I just find out what happened. You're the one who's supposed to make sense of it all. Taiwan threw me. I couldn't imagine what that would have to do with the crash. I don't know, Tinny. Adams was always making a big deal about his Chinese policy, although I couldn't really tell you what he meant by that. I thought it was the usual political bullshit, lots of air and posturing. Maybe he had something going on. I'll have to think about that. I turned, then thought to ask again. The night before the crash? You sure? Is she sure? Yep. We'll keep digging. Tinny frowned. I don't know, man. There's stuff out there. A lot of anxiety. Something. I don't know who's working this, but there's more out there than just the government. So what? I'll subpoena the guest list from the hotel for that night. I've got to get to the bottom of this, Tinny. Our client's neck is in a noose. Let me give it another shot my way. Let me try. We've got to get something solid, Tinny, something admissible. We're so close to breaking this open. Call your Secret Service guy again, too. Tell him to talk to me. Chapter 18. I hadn't spoken to Marcel in a couple of weeks, so I wasn't expecting his call at 6 a.m. He sounded far less confident than usual. When we had been in Paris for the depositions of the WorldCopter officers and workers, they had, of course, checked on and produced the documents that showed when the blade was balanced against the Golden Blade. We already knew the blade that was lying in the wreckage at the crash site had been added to the helicopter after its date of manufacture. The previous one had developed a crack and had been replaced 10 days before the accident. It had been balanced against the Golden Blade 1 week before that.
Marcel had gone back into the records to check on exactly what tip weights were used and the origin of those tip weights. Theoretically, a shipment of tip weights might have been defective. We doubted it, but we wanted to run that to ground. He said he had found the records of the tip weights that were added to blades in that time period. They were ordinary, and from the usual supplier. The shipment had arrived the week before being added to the blade, but that was normal. WorldCopter used just-in-time supply, which saved money and lessened the need for warehouses full of parts, as items arrived just as they were needed. Marcel was concerned because they couldn't find any records of exactly which weights were added to the blade that made it to the president's helicopter. No documents specifically showed it. Maybe if we found tip weights at the scene, we could show they fit in the right time frame, but proving the numbers of the weights that were actually installed was proving impossible. His voice quivered with anger. I asked him the obvious question, whether a blade might be so perfectly matched to the golden blade that it didn't need tip weights. He reminded me that it was designed to have them. It was built 2 to 3 ounces light at the tip, just so you could adjust it. They didn't try to make a perfect blade. He did admit, though, that it was possible a blade could match the golden blade without any additional weight, but we both knew that was just wishful thinking, trying to explain away missing documents. I said, "So we know for sure the blade had tip weights, and they're missing. And now we can't find the records of which tip weights were on that blade."
"That is it, exactly."
"Well, shit, Marcel."
"Yes, my feelings are the same. Shit."
I walked over to tell Rachel about this wonderful new development and ran into Braden in the hallway. He handed me his updated memo on paying the mystery witness. As I walked in Rachel's office, she was working at her computer, typing in her staccato manner, and looked up, then returned her gaze to the screen. I sat in the chair across from her desk and handed her Braden's memo. "You seen this?"
"Yeah, he gave it to me last night."
"What do you think?"
"I didn't check his research, but there aren't many cases dealing with it."
I read over his memo. "Basically says it's probably over the line. You can make an argument, but it's probably a loser. You could get charged with unethical conduct and lose your law license." I looked at Rachel, who seemed uninterested. "What do you think?"
"I think the whole thing is crazy. We shouldn't even call the guy back. It's probably a scam anyway."
"Don't we owe it to our client to find out what this is about?"
"If you're going across an ethical line, you're going without me."
"I'm not going across any line, with you or without you. But what if WorldCopter wants to pay him? They're not admitted to practice law in Maryland."
"Doesn't that sound a little too cute?"
"Maybe. Let's at least see if we can find out what the guy knows." The next morning, as I was shaving, I heard my BlackBerry buzzing on my dresser. I checked the incoming number and closed the bathroom door behind me. "Tinny, what the hell are you doing calling me at 5:30 in the morning?"
"You gotta come to D.C. this morning. No doubt about it. You've got to come to D.C. right now."
"Why?" I turned the water off in the sink and listened carefully, trying not to speak too loudly and wake Debbie.
"My friend, the one I told you about that I can't tell you about, that works for a certain outfit that you know about, has some documents he wants us to have."
Bird was being remarkably evasive. It occurred to me for the first time he was afraid that somebody was listening to our conversation. Easy enough to do. "I got all kinds of meetings this morning, people coming from out of town. You sure?"
"Come. I'll leave my cell on."
Bird hung up. "Damn it," I said as I hung up. I'd have to call Rachel and ask her to meet with Holly alone, at least for a while. Bird never asked me to come to D.C. I left messages for everybody at the office as I drove toward D.C. As I merged onto the Beltway to head into the city and slowed to a crawl, I called Bird on my cell phone. "Bird, where are you? I'm on the Beltway. I'll be there in about 8 hours at this pace."
"You know that place that we met at one time, where you felt really out of place?"
Boy, did I. "Yeah?"
"Be there at 8 o'clock.
He was referring to a cafe in the northeast section of D.C. called Mercedes Grill, named after Mercedes Benson, a legendary, larger-than-life woman who owned the grill. It was a popular hangout for D.C. politicians, police, and others in what they like to call the Second Society. The First Society, of course, were all the white people who worked on Capitol Hill, at the Supreme Court, and at all the federal agencies, almost all white, who comprised the decision-makers in the federal government and who lived in Virginia and Maryland. The real Washington, the Second Society, were those who lived in and ran the city, the mayor, the city council, the police, the fire department, and local religious and civic leaders. Notably, they were all black. It was like two cities, one on top of the other, white on top of black. The white part of the city didn't realize it. The black part of the city did. And those who knew that and understood it hung out at Mercedes Grill. I had felt out of place the last time I had been there because white people simply didn't go there. Everyone there, from the owners to the workers to the customers, was black. So when I went in, everybody wondered why somebody from the first city had come to the grill of the second city. They fairly quickly realized that I wasn't actually part of the first city. I wasn't a congressman or a staffer or a judge or anybody in the federal government who longed to be higher in the federal government. I was just the white guy with tinny bird. Pretty soon that was just fine, and nobody stared at me. But I still felt awkward. I was going to get another chance this morning. Bird liked to meet me or anybody else there, because usually those who wanted to give him any kind of difficulty were white. I saw Bird sitting in a booth in the back, facing the entrance. He waved at me. I nodded to him and walked back to his booth. I was the only white person in the entire establishment. "Denny, how you doing?" I said, shaking his hand. "Sit down, Michael. Coffee?" He gestured to the waitress, who came over with a pot of coffee and poured a cup for me in a heavy porcelain mug. I thanked her and said to Bird, "What's this about?" He was eating a large breakfast of fried eggs and potatoes. "You want something to eat? You know, all this bullshit of cholesterol coming from eggs is just a conspiracy by the anti-egg people." He chuckled. "If you believe Collins, everything's a conspiracy, right?" He said, "Before I left your office last time, one of your other new attorneys, Lynn Carpenter, told me about Collins's reading list. He sounds like Mel Gibson in that movie with his eyes taped open." "I don't think he was quite at that level. I don't want anything to eat. I had breakfast before I left." "Good coffee, though, huh? Best coffee in D.C., my opinion." "No doubt. So, why did you make me drive all the way into the dreaded district?" The waitress delivered Tinny's side of bacon. He had clearly done this before, as he had a specific approach to each egg and each piece of toast, buttered a certain way placed underneath the egg. "You remember our good Marine friend? The one you've been talking to?" He nodded. "Well, I told you he said that he had some information about the meeting at Camp David. He said there was a document that would, as he put it, tell the tale about why the president was heading to Camp David that night." "What?" Tinny put up his hand. "I've been beating on him to get it ever since. Absolutely refused. Wouldn't even hint at the content. So I told him to go back and read it again with understanding. Just read it and give me a call. Just tell me that it had nothing to do with this investigation and couldn't possibly have anything to do with the crash of Marine One. If he did that and told me that," Bird sat back with his hands out, palms up, "that'd be good enough for me." He leaned forward across his plate of eggs. "But I knew that wouldn't be the case. If it's that important, how could he say it had nothing to do with the crash? Unless he just went all NTSB on us and blamed WorldCopter. But he's smarter than that. More honest. More suspicious." Bird took 3 bites without saying a word. I waited impatiently for him to continue. I didn't want to spoil the pace of the story, but this sounded ominous. Bird continued. "So this morning at 5 a.m., he called me. Woke my ass up out of a deep sleep, a very pleasant, very warm, deep sleep.
I was pissed. I figured my mother had died or something. So I started screaming at the phone, and it turned out it was our guy. What's his name, Tinny? He went right on as if I hadn't made a sound. When I finally realized it's him, I asked him whether he's going to tell me that his document had nothing to do with the investigation. He goes icy cold quiet on me, and then he said, "It may, but I still can't give it to you." You believe that shit? So I'm about to threaten him, and he says he can't even talk about that document, but that he has something else for us. I say, "Talk to me." He says I'm to meet him in a McDonald's restaurant in the southwest part of the city, so I called you, then went to meet him. He sits down and hands me this folder. Bird slid it across the table to me. "Go ahead." I picked it up but didn't open it. So that document he can't talk about isn't in here? No. Damn, Tinny. How does he even have it? He's a Secret Service guy. Plus that Chris Thompson asshole said he didn't have it anymore. Well, he said he was supposed to get it ready. That's all he'll say. It was his job to get it ready and guard it. Everybody else was coming to Camp David, but he was already there. Others arrived before the president. But when they heard about the crash, everybody just left. He was still there with this document. Maybe he made a copy and Thompson doesn't know. Hell, I don't know really. It drives me crazy. He wouldn't give me the damn document, at least not yet. I'm not done with him. But he did give me some other stuff that's pretty damn interesting. Look. I opened the envelope and looked at the contents. They were black and white photographs of people standing around. I looked up at Bird. What's all this? The White House has numerous security cameras. I sure hope so. These are photographs from the security videos from the ballroom in the White House where there was a reception for the Japanese Prime Minister. And, well, one thing that I didn't know was that the commanding officer of HMX-1 is sometimes invited to these receptions. So you can see our boy, Colonel Collins, in these photographs. Okay, and look at him. Can you think of a reason why the First Lady and Collins would be whispering to each other? 'Cause I sure can't. Where do you see that? Look on photographs 3 through 7. It shows them doing just a lot more than a usual greeting. She's talking to him and he's talking back. Now, what would they have to talk about? That was a really good question. Could just have been casual conversation. Could be that they struck up something of a friendship on various flights. Could be she's just friendly. You don't think Collins was playing around with the First Lady, do you? Hard to say. Nothing surprises me anymore. I've seen people do all kinds of stupid things. She's attractive, he's attractive, and the president was an ass. Who knows? Even if they were, you saying that would make Collins want to kill the president? Why? He's going to do what? Divorce his wife and marry the First Lady? Never happen. No, hell no. I'm not saying that. Bird moved forward and said in almost a whisper, I'm just saying these are interesting photographs. You're the one with the big brain. You figure out what this is. You figure out why they're whispering in each other's ear and touching. I know why I whisper in a woman's ear, and I know why I accidentally brush against her ass. That's just impossible. No way. Bird sat forward and looked at me hard. Maybe that's why he's sleeping in the other room. Maybe Melissa Collins is the only other person who knew about this. That's impossible, I said, staring at the photos, running through them again and again. They were all from one party. People were mingling around punch bowls and sandwich trays. Waiters and waitresses were scattered throughout carrying trays of hors d'oeuvres. But in 6 of the 8 photographs, there was Colonel Collins standing right next to the First Lady, and either she was whispering to him or he was whispering to her. I thought maybe it was because they were close to a source of music or noise, but none of the other people standing near them seemed to be having the same problem. When were these pictures taken? 3 months before the accident. I put them back in the envelope. I can keep these? You can keep them, but not use them. You can't show them to anybody or ask anybody about them, but you may use them to lead you to other evidence, if you get my drift. He's got to testify, Tenny, and bring his document. Won't happen. Then Worldcopter may go up in flames and he may be responsible. He said that was your problem, not his. What's his name? Bird looked at me intensely. No, you don't. No way am I turning him over. You'll subpoena him to trial. I know you will. Or you'll try and depose him and force him to lie under oath, which you know he won't do. No way. Then maybe I'll subpoena your ass and ask you to testify to his name under oath. Bird laughed. Yeah, but I'd be happy to lie under oath. I got no problem with that, and you know it. And I'm like a journalist. I don't give up my sources. Even journalists can be forced to give up their sources in federal court. Not this journalist. So what do I do? Bird looked around the restaurant and then back at me. We've got to find out who else was at Camp David that night. Then we'll know why. Chapter 19. We drove to Hackett's office early in the morning so we could get set up for the deposition. His Washington offices were spectacular, just like his offices in New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. He had a paneled corner office at each location, surrounded by those of numerous associates who ran his cases day to day. He had no partners. That would require sharing his profits. He'd fly in on his Gulfstream and set up shop for a day or two at each office each month, but his primary office, his home base, was still in New York. Since the crash of Marine One, he'd spent most of his time in Washington. He had increased his staff, hired a couple of additional attorneys, and taken on a well-known woman to handle the PR. Her job description must have been to get him on the front page every week. She issued written statements from him on everything. Every time the NTSB said anything, every time Worldcopter said anything, every time a document was filed with a court, every time there was a hearing, the press always got his opinion in a faxed, professionally prepared statement, which was usually quoted word for word. Knowing all that, I should have anticipated what Hackett did next. When we arrived at his office and were ushered into the gorgeous conference room, sitting around the table and against the walls were at least 10 reporters with their notepads ready and gotcha looks on their faces. I tried not to say anything right away. I shook Hackett's powerful hand, as did Rachel, then the hands of the other 3 attorneys who sat by him. Rachel and I sat down and put down our heavy litigation bags. After we exchanged superficial pleasantries, I asked Hackett, "Who invited the press?" "Well, obviously, since you didn't, and we're the only 2 parties coming to this deposition, I must have. Did you really think someone else might have?" "I'd just like to confirm things. I thought maybe they had offices here." Hackett smiled. "The press calls me all the time, just as I'm sure they call you. Unlike you, I answer them, because I have nothing to hide. They asked me what was happening next in the case, and I told them about this deposition. They asked if they could come, and I said, of course. Depositions are open to the public, so unless you obtain an order from the court before the start time of this deposition, 10 minutes according to my watch, they'll be here. You set this deposition for 9 o'clock. Mrs. Collins is here, the court reporter is here, and I'm here. So we're ready to begin. If you find the presence of the press and the scrutiny of your case intolerable and want to try to exclude them, you will have missed your chance to take Mrs. Collins's deposition, and you won't get another. Now, are you ready to begin?" Hackett loved gamesmanship. I wasn't going to let him or his scheming distract me. I sat down, opened my notebook, looked at the court reporter, and said, "Swear the witness." I looked at Melissa Collins carefully for the first time. She was surprisingly attractive. I had met Chuck Collins and found him rather ordinary-looking in a Marine sort of way. He was in excellent shape, with short hair and sharp features, and he was always tanned from his noontime runs. But I didn't think anyone would call him handsome, although Tinny had.
I had always carried around a stereotype that attractive people married other attractive people. I found it unusual when an average-looking person married someone attractive. This seemed to be one of those exceptions. Melissa Collins was beautiful, especially for a woman of her age, maybe 35. She was tall and slender and at least the same height as Collins. She had steel blue eyes and looked directly at me with infinite curiosity and clarity. It was quite an amazing look. She was obviously strong and composed. Many attorneys begin by asking witnesses if they understand they've been sworn to tell the truth and other silly questions that are essentially throat-clearing, but I had abandoned that long ago. I went right at the hard questions from the beginning, then asked follow-up questions as I went along. I just asked whatever question came to my mind and only looked at my outline later to make sure I had covered everything. She had clearly been prepared for the usual approach. I started in by asking if she was the wife of the pilot of Marine One, which she of course quickly acknowledged. I then asked, "Did you ever consider divorcing Colonel Collins?" Hackett came out of his chair. He accused me of harassing the witness, of trying to intimidate her, of inappropriate questions, whatever he could come up with. I looked at her again and said, "Your attorney has objected, but he did not instruct you not to answer, which was wise on his part because that is inappropriate in a federal case. Did you ever consider divorcing Colonel Collins?" "No," she said softly and firmly. She was annoyed by my question, but wasn't going to show it. I went back and started at the beginning of her relationship with Collins, how they had met, where they had been married, the various places they had been stationed, his time in the Marine Corps, how difficult the separation was, and how absolutely wonderful their relationship was before he was killed. "Did you and your husband ever sleep in separate bedrooms?" This time, Hackett came unhinged. He accused me of invading the privacy of her relationship with her husband, which, of course, I responded to by pointing out that she had made a claim for loss of consortium, the loss of sexual satisfaction from her marriage, and that, as I understood it, she wanted WorldCopter to pay her for that loss. I had to determine what that loss was. Hackett acknowledged that and said that I was entitled to inquire, but the questions had to be appropriate. The question was, of course, appropriate. He just hated it. After our debate, Hackett stood up. "We're going to take a break. I want to speak to my client about this." Being obstreperous is common among attorneys. It was what they did, and they got away with it because if you brought a motion to stop it, the judge would always say, Now, you young children get along, go back and try it again." There just aren't enough judges around who will spank an attorney for behaving badly. Hackett probably wanted to ask her why in the hell I was asking about her and her husband sleeping in separate rooms, and if there was something he should know. Clearly, she hadn't told him about their marital problems. He'd find out soon enough. It wouldn't make any difference in his demands or anything else about the way he'd approach the case, but he'd find out. And he'd be a little annoyed. But I wasn't there just to point out things to him that he didn't know. I was there to find answers that would change the case. If a woman came into a courtroom crying about the death of her loving husband, and it turned out they hadn't slept together in 5 years and she'd filed for divorce while sleeping with someone else, that was an entirely different case. She returned. Hackett sat down beside her. "She's ready to answer. Do you remember the question?" "Yes." "And what's your answer?" "Our relationship was fine. We slept together in the same bed every night." I looked her in the eye and saw nothing but hardness. So, she was willing to lie. Either that or Tinny Bird had gone to the wrong house. So how do you prove that a woman hadn't been sleeping with her husband? Who else is going to testify about that when she's lying and he's dead? "You're still living at the same house where you lived on the day of the accident?" "Yes." "And have you changed anything? Have you rearranged any furniture, moved anything from one closet to another, anything like that?"
"I've cleaned up a little bit."
"Have you moved your husband's things? Have you taken his books, clothes, personal effects, and moved them from one room to another?" Hackett sat up and leaned his elbows on the table. "What is the possible relevance of this, Counselor?" I ignored him. "You can answer the question." "No. I've left everything where it is. I'm not able to do that yet." I looked at Hackett. "I'd like you to instruct your client to keep everything as it is. I will be preparing a formal demand to enter her premises and inspect the house, and I will have it personally served on you today. We'll be doing that inspection," I glanced at my watch, "in 10 days. There's no reason to inspect her house. This is just to annoy her," Hackett said, annoyed himself. I turned to Rachel and whispered in her ear, "Email Brayton to prepare a demand to inspect her house." She nodded and pulled out her BlackBerry. I continued, "And if you were sleeping in the same room, when was the last time you had sex with your husband prior to the accident?" Hackett slapped his hand on the table. "This is ridiculous. You don't need to ask these questions." "Are you making a demand for loss of consortium?" "Of course, it's part of the standard wrongful death case." "Then I am entitled to find out the nature of the relationship." He sat back and huffed, but said nothing else. "Your answer?" "The night before." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "And before that night, when was the last time you had sex with your husband?" "I don't know. A couple of days." "On the average, how often did you have sex with your husband?" "It varied. He was gone a lot." "When he was home?" "I don't know. Maybe 3 times a week. Maybe twice." Now that I had her feeling uncomfortable and realizing that this was very real and that this testimony could be used in trial if it came to that, she was much more reserved than she had been when we entered the room. "Did you understand what I and your attorney were talking about? That we're going to ask that you allow us into your house to inspect it, look at it, videotape it, and have a better understanding of your living relationships with your husband, where he spent his time and the like. You understand that?" She shook her head. "I don't understand why you would need to do that to me." "What I need from you now, ma'am, is an assurance that you will not change anything materially inside your house that might help us understand your relationship with your husband. Do you give us your word on record that you will not change it any?" Hackett put his hand in front of her on the table so she wouldn't answer. "She's not here to make promises. She's here to answer questions." I continued to look at her and said, "I have asked her a question, whether she's willing to give me that assurance. If not," I turned my head to Hackett, "I will simply ask the court to impose an order that nothing be changed or modified. We can do it either way." Hackett said, "She won't change anything materially." "I appreciate that you're willing to give me your assurance, but unfortunately, you don't live there." I looked at her again. "Will you give me yours?" "Yes. There's nothing to change, of course." "Fine. Let's go on with some of the other questions, then." I spent the rest of the day asking the questions that you have to ask in a wrongful death case. It's difficult to probe into a person's life and ask questions that he or she has never been asked by anybody, not even their parents. It's difficult to ask how someone values the death of a spouse. What did her husband mean to her? How different is her life? She told us of the dreams that they had together, the life they had planned after his retirement from the Marine Corps, the mountain home he planned to build in North Carolina, how difficult it had been not to be able to have children. They had grown to love the independent life that they lived, the ability to travel at the drop of a hat, her ability to go visit him in the places he was stationed, in Japan and Europe and ports in the Mediterranean. She had traveled the world and had enjoyed her life. And that had all been snatched from her. She cried, she took breaks, she showed that she cared and that she was vulnerable. And I wasn't buying it. Ever since she had told me that she and her husband had slept in the same room, I wasn't buying it. It was just fabrication to support the first lie. If it was as she said, how could their lives not be completely intertwined in a wonderful relationship?
She was just giving me the answers she had to give. It all sounded too good and sweet. I ended the day after she was tired and wanted to quit, and after I had implied that we were going to go on for 3 days. Your husband was quite the reader. Yes? I know that you provided copies to us of the books in his den, or rather in your house. Yes? He left margin notes in nearly every book he read. True. He was always writing in the margins. He said what he thought about things in the margins, about the author or the topic or something else entirely. I didn't really read his notes. It would be strange for him to say things he didn't mean in those notes, wouldn't you agree? I'm sure he meant every word. He was never one to say something he didn't mean. It was one of his pet peeves, when other people would say things to please others or to be better regarded. Did he have any particular interest in the international policies of President Adams, and Asia in particular?